I'm really a villain. Chapter 1671 to chapter 1724. This tyrannical shadow had already evolved into a sun. It directly pierced through the underworld ghost king's neck. The ghost aura was incinerated by the blazing heat, and waves of screams could be heard. The underworld ghost king's soul and body were all annihilated. When the other two ghost kings saw this scene, they also felt the threat of death. Ghost domain, heaven and earth burial. The two of them formed seals again. In a short period of time, they had formed tens of thousands of seals. It could be seen that this was the ghost domain's ultimate move. Woo-woo. The world seemed to be crying. Under the cover of countless black auras, sand and stones flew everywhere. Darkness descended, and the ghost aura was dense. It was as if the world was about to be devoured. There was a tornado blowing over. This was a cold wind. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Moreover, the ghost domain had sealed the surrounding space, so no one could escape. The old man brought Luo Mingyue, who was in the palanquin. The two of them lay on the ground and could only pray for Su Zimo's victory. Su Zimo raised his head. He looked at the Yin storm that was sweeping over from all directions. He sneered. Interesting, but who told you that I'm an invincible great sage? As soon as he finished speaking, the Nirvana Tao fruit slowly appeared in his mind. There was only a rumbling sound. Under the Tao fruit, endless Nirvana power spread out. Was the ghost aura very strong? In front of the Nirvana power, it wasn't even worthy of carrying shoes. This was because when Su Zimo condensed this Tao fruit, he had once integrated all the attacks in the world into it. The ghost aura was naturally one of them. The Nirvana power exploded, and Su Zimo's saber aura was also among them. Destroy, he shouted softly. The soaring Nirvana power directly tore apart the ghost domain. It destroyed all the Yin winds. Compared to the destruction of the Yin winds, the Nirvana power was even more violent. Even time and space were destroyed, and the ground was cracked countless times. Hunter today. In the future, you'll guard the ghost forest for me. Then let's try. Su Zimo said indifferently. He also stepped into the air. He faced Ghost God from afar. I only have one move. Su Zimo said indifferently. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant person. Ghost God laughed. You want to kill me with one move? Fall to the 9 underworlds. Su Zimo's voice was like purgatory as he urged. The power of nirvanic extermination soared into the sky. Immediately after, the universe opened in the sky, and the sun and moon waxed and waned. Accompanied by the slash of the tyrannical shadow. The 9 underworlds shattered, and hell was destroyed. When that slash descended, everything in the world was about to fall into the 9 underworlds. This slash was aimed at the consciousness. It was aimed at the soul. Ghost God didn't care too much at first, but gradually, his expression became solemn. A peerless slash. He said indifferently. If I can slash a second time, even a Tao fruit expert will die. Su Zimo said. Unfortunately, I haven't comprehended the second move. I really underestimated you. Ghost God muttered to himself. He waved his right hand. A cloud of black ghostly chi wrapped around him. 10,000 ghosts life extension. He shouted coldly. When the power of the fall to the 9 underworlds descended with an unstoppable might. This ghost god seemed to have countless lives. He died once, and then he would revive again. It was as if there was an endless stream of power that extended his life. Su Zimo frowned slightly. After watching for a while, he understood the reason. This ghost god wasn't a real living being. He was most likely already dead, or perhaps already a living dead. He was using some sort of unique power to extend his life. So as long as there was enough power, he could revive indefinitely. Of course, this revival didn't include lifespan. Without opening all 12 meridians, there was no such thing as true eternal life. At most, it would be eternal life. In the 9 underworlds, this ghost god was destroyed again and again, but he revived again and again. In the end, after hundreds and thousands of revivals, the ghost god walked out in a sorry state. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Ghost god coldly said. I have a trick up my sleeve. If you receive it, I'll let you leave this five-ghost forest safely. Saying so, in Ghost God's hand, a walking stick made of white bones appeared out of nowhere. The walking stick lightly tapped the void of space. Boundless ghostly chi began to fill the air. This was the true ghostly chi law. Ghost prison extermination. Instantly, a black hole appeared in the void of space. Inside the black hole, there was a power that could make one lose one's soul gathering. This power seemed capable of destroying everything. This was absolute power. There was nothing fancy about it. Kill. Ghost God was clearly furious this time. It wasn't easy for him to gather the power to revive. But Su Zimo's attack almost caused him to lose half of his power. Su Zimo saw the torrent falling from the black hole. He didn't resist, letting the torrent crush the void of space and pierce through his body. Seeing this, Ghost God wasn't happy at all. Instead, his frown deepened. Because he saw three gates slowly rising behind Su Zimo. They were the heavenly gate of 3 lives. They were temporarily invincible. When all the power fell, Su Zimo was completely fine. He calmly looked at Ghost God. Ghost God's expression also changed. There was something strange about this person. After all, that move of his just now. Gui Shen believed that even a Dao fruit expert would have to expend a lot of effort to withstand it. However, Su Zimo simply stood where he was and did not cause any harm to him. This was also because he did not understand the heavenly gate of 3 lives ability. I've always kept my word. Since you've taken this move, you can leave 5 Ghosts Forest. Gui Shen said indifferently. Since when do I need your permission to leave? Su Zimo said indifferently. For the sake of your pitiful self-esteem. Simply put, neither of us can do anything to the other, right? Hearing this, Gui Shen snorted coldly. He was Gui Shen, the ruler of 5 Ghosts Forest. Naturally, he did not want to admit that he could not even deal with a half-step Dao fruit expert. Where are you from? Gui Shen asked. Although he had lived in 5 Ghosts Forest for a long time, he still knew a little about the Great Wilderness. Whether it was the 3 sects, the 4 factions, or the palaces. He had never heard of such an existence. As for the other factions, it was even more impossible. Gui Shen thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. You're a guest from the 9 realms? Su Zimo did not answer him. He just looked at him quietly. The more Gui Shen thought about it, the more it made sense. Although the Great Wilderness and the 9 realms were not in the same world, the spatial walls were very hard. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, it was not impossible to break through the spatial walls. For example, he could break through the spatial walls. However, Gui Shen did not want to go to the 9 realms. It was too chaotic there. Even a Dao fruit expert might not be able to stay out of harm's way. On the contrary, the situation in the Great Wilderness was relatively clear. A subtle balance had formed between the major factions. At the very least, there would not be a great war. Over the years, he had often heard of guests from the 9 realms. However, Gui Shen rarely went out. This was the first time he had seen someone from the 9 realms. He frowned. He did not like people from the 9 realms. In his opinion, the 9 realms would disturb the peace of the Great Wilderness. He was not the only one. Many natives of the Great Wilderness did not have a good impression of the 9 realms. What are you from the 9 realms doing in the Great Wilderness? Gui Shen asked coldly. I heard that the Great Wilderness scenery is good, so I came to travel, Su Zimo said with a smile. You're not welcome here, the demon replied. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm welcome or not, Su Zimo replied. If all the experts of our sect descend, how difficult would it be to flatten the vast wilderness? Of course, you should be glad that I'm the only one here. Gui Shen felt that Su Zimo's words were a bit arrogant. Therefore, he didn't want to argue. With a wave of his hand, the remaining Yama Ghost King and Permitha Ghost King were caught. He threw it out of the depths of the 5 Ghosts Forest. Leave as soon as possible. After the Spectre God finished speaking, his figure disappeared along with the black fog that filled the sky. Su Zimo turned his head to look. At the edge of the 5 Ghosts Forest, the ghost chi had dissipated, and a large road had appeared. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to leave this place without the permission of the ghost clan. Let's go. Suzimo looked at the old man. The old man hurriedly drove the palanquin away along the main road. Outside the Five Ghost Forest. It was a plain. In the endless plains, they could finally see the city at the end of the horizon. Although it was blurry. At least there were signs of life. We're out, we're finally out. The old man took a deep breath and shouted excitedly. He could brag about being able to come out of the Five Ghost Forest alive for the rest of his life. There aren't many people who came out of the Five Ghost Forest alive? Suzimo asked. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. The old man first thanked him. Then, he hurriedly replied. Very few. As far as I know, other than Shui Yongxing of the Yin Fiend sect, almost no one can come out alive. Perhaps there are experts who can, but they're not people we can come into contact with. Since it's so dangerous, why did you enter the Five Ghost Forest? Suzimo asked. Again. A trace of awkwardness flashed across the old man's face. Then, he explained, we were chased by someone previously. I wasn't strong enough. Back then, I was either killed or could only hide in the Five Ghost Forest. Those people didn't dare to chase after me. Hearing this, Suzimo looked at Luo Mingyue in the palanquin. It seemed that her background was not simple. Otherwise, why would she be assassinated? As if he knew what Suzimo meant, the old man hurriedly explained, Miss Mingyue is the orphan of our Luo family's patriarch. Previously, she lived outside with her mother. Now that her mother has passed away, she wants to return to the Luo family. I think many people don't want her to go back. Actually, it was good to be hunted down previously. In the Five Ghost Forest, she was hunted down by the remnants of the calamity. This made the old man realize something. Someone who could invite the remnants of the calamity was probably not an ordinary person in the Luo family. He held a high position. He didn't dare to guess. He only followed the orders of the patriarch to send Luo Mingyue home safely. Suzimo waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered with these things. Senior, are you going to Fan City? The old man asked. He pointed at the city in front of him. He explained, there are a total of 36 cities in the territory of the Luo family. However, the most prosperous one is still Fan City. It's also the main city of our Luo family. Let's go take a look. Suzimo thought for a moment. At the moment, he really didn't have anywhere to go. By the way, you said that the Celestial Cliffs is in the Jade Maiden Palace. Where is the Jade Maiden Palace? Hearing Suzimo's question, the old man was silent for a moment. Because he wasn't familiar with the Jade Maiden Palace. Moreover, the three sects, one faction, and one palace were all very mysterious. Other than hearing about it from others, he basically didn't come into contact with it. On the other hand, Luo Mingyue in the palanquin. She wanted to join the Jade Maiden Palace, so she knew a lot about this matter. She said, the Jade Maiden Palace doesn't have a detailed location. They are built in the Celestial Palace in the sky. It's an independent floating island. There's only one way to enter the Jade Maiden Palace, and that is to join the Jade Maiden Palace. But the Jade Maiden Palace only recruits female disciples. From the looks of it, Suzimo had no chance. However, Suzimo wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he smiled and said, there's never an absolute in this world. If young master is willing, you can go to my Fan City to rest, Luo Mingyue replied. As far as I know, the Jade Maiden Palace and other forces are about to start the new student recruitment meet. My Fan City is lucky to be one of the stops. Then let's go take a look. Suzimo thought for a moment and finally nodded. Because after leaving the Five Ghost Forest, they could walk on air. The horse pulling the palanquin was a spirit horse. Previously in the Five Ghost Forest, it was suppressed by the ghost chi. Now that there was no ghost chi, the spirit horse neighed and actually stepped into the air, pulling the palanquin towards Fan City. Just like that, everyone walked in the air for about 13 days. The Luo family's territory was indeed vast. Finally, in the early morning of the second day, they arrived in front of Fan City. We're finally back. The old man looked at the majestic and undulating city and sighed. He was only glad that Suzimo was here along the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return alive even if he had 10 lives. Senior, you've escorted us all the way. We have nothing to repay you with. Please come to my Luo residence and let me do my best as a host. The old man turned around and said solemnly to Suzimo. I can't be bothered to get involved in your Luo residence's matters, Suzimo refused directly. I'll find an inn in the city. I'll wait for the recruitment meet of the 5 factions. When Luo Mingyue returned home this time, the entire Luo residence would probably be filled with undercurrents. Suzimo was not afraid. But he was not someone else's hired thug. These days, he had escorted the 2 of them and they had led the way. They had told him a lot of news about the vast wilderness. In this way, they did not owe each other anything. Being rejected by Suzimo, the old man looked a little embarrassed. But he could only nod. He said, I'm the Luo residence's grand elder, so I still have some say. If Senior has any instructions, feel free to look for me. Suzimo nodded slightly. He ignored the 2 of them and walked straight into Fan City. It was early in the morning and the sun had just risen. The city that had been sealed for the night had just opened. Seeing Suzimo's departing figure, the old man sighed deeply. Grand Elder, young master left? Luo Mingyue poked her head out of the sedan and asked. He left. The old man nodded helplessly. After all, young master is not on the same side as us, Luo Mingyue said with some disappointment. I know, but I still have some selfish motives. The old man replied. You're new to the Luo residence and don't have a foundation. Even if the patriarch protects you, I'm afraid you won't be able to move an inch. The forces in the Luo residence are too complicated, and the fight for power has reached an extreme level. If Senior could come to our Luo residence, with him protecting you, at least you would have some say. What a pity, what a pity. Grand Elder, don't say that again, Luo Mingyue replied firmly. Senior saved our lives. They should have been filled with trepidation and gratitude. How can we use Senior to intimidate others? You're too stubborn. The old man shook his head. But I'm an upright person, Luo Mingyue said. Returning to the Luo residence this time was only to fulfill Mother's wish. At that time, the student recruitment meet of the 5 major factions would begin. I will think of a way to enter the Jade Lady Palace. I don't have the slightest interest in the wealth and power of the Luo estate. Then what if you can't enter the Jade Maiden Palace? The old man asked. The 5 major forces were recruiting disciples. The entire great wilderness was shaken. At that time, there would be countless geniuses and experts. Who could guarantee that they would be chosen? Then I'll return to my old home and live a peaceful life until I die, Luo Mingyue replied firmly. Alright, let's go back. The old man waved his hand. Once they arrived at the Luo residence, the patriarch would naturally make arrangements. Fan City was huge. As the headquarters of the Luo estate and the capital of the 36 cities, Fan City was unimaginably vast. Fan City was divided into 2 cities, east and west. The east of the city was where the natives of the city lived. As for the west side of the city, there were 36 cities. Countless people came and went, forming a huge trading market. In West City, there was nothing you couldn't buy. Suzimo first came to the east side of the city and found an inn. It should be early in the morning. The waiter of the inn also looked sleepy and listless. When he saw Suzimo enter, he forced himself to stay awake and went forward to greet him. Sir, are you eating or closing? Stay. Suzimo waved his hand and found a seat by the window. Bring out all the specialties of the shop. Okay. The waiter hurriedly went to prepare. As for Suzimo, he began to think about his next move. First, he had to find a way to enter the Jade Lady Palace. They didn't recruit men. But what if he was a peerless genius? There were always things in the world that could make people make exceptions. In other words, the worst outcome was to capture someone from the Jade Lady Palace and let them bring him in. However, he wasn't sure if the desolate tree was at the horizon of heaven. But the Jade Lady Palace was one of the 5 major forces. The ruler of the great wilderness. He should have heard of the desolate tree. He could only take it one step at a time. Suzimo wasn't in a hurry. He had recently been comprehending his second move. After falling to the 9 underworlds, Suzimo also saw that the path of creating a divine technique was feasible. The divine technique created by oneself was the most suitable for oneself. As for the second move, Suzimo also had an idea. Let's call it 10,000 immortals. Some people fall to the 9 underworlds, some people kill 10,000 immortals. I am the player, and all living beings are chess pieces. After eating, Suzimo returned to the inn. However, not long after comprehending the second divine technique, Suzimo was awakened by a noise. There was a boom sound. The door of his room was kicked open. A group of people in martial clothes barged in. "You're in trouble, come with us," one of them said. This person had a strong back and a bare waist, and the power around him was very strong. His strength should be around the divine range. However, Suzimo felt that this group of people was just the vanguard. In the dark, several waves of emperors might fell on him, as if they were investigating something. Interesting, he chuckled. He wasn't angry. Because when the other party barged in, they were already destined to die. "Who are you?" Suzimo asked. "Luo residence guards," the man in the lead said proudly. Although they were guards, the Luo residence was the ruler here. Their status was naturally different. Usually, no matter who it was, they would have to give these guards some face. "Why are you looking for me?" Suzimo asked again. "You know what you're doing. When you go to the Luo residence, you'll naturally come to a conclusion," the guard said indifferently. "Then let's go and take a look." Suzimo stood up. He was a little interested. He didn't provoke others, but since someone wanted to court death, he didn't mind sending them on their way. The guard seemed to be a little surprised by Suzimo's calmness. Seeing Suzimo walk out, they also hurriedly surrounded him and followed out. With someone leading the way in front, they walked all the way to the Luo residence. Suzimo didn't resist, and they were happy to be relaxed. Walking on the street. Naturally, there was a lot of discussion around. At this time, in a restaurant beside the street, a group of people in Confucian robes was sitting there. An old man and 4 young disciples looked down from the window on the second floor. One of the male disciples said, "The Luo family hasn't been very peaceful recently. That place is about to open, and it's in their territory. It would be strange if they could be peaceful," a woman next to him said with a smile. "When are we going to make a move?" A man next to her didn't smile and asked indifferently. "That depends on master," the woman from before said with a smile. The few of them looked up. The old man sitting by the window didn't say a word. "I can't see through him," the old man said. "Master, what are you talking about?" The few of them were a little puzzled. "My aura examination technique can't see through him," the old man stared at Suzimo. Until Suzimo's figure disappeared from sight. The old man's expression was solemn. Now that place was about to open. He was determined to win. But he didn't want too many accidents to happen. And Suzimo's appearance was an unstable factor. Shu Mountain is determined to win the opening of the Saint Palace this time, the old man said solemnly. There was unshakable determination in his voice. The disciples nodded their heads in agreement. After all, they were one of the Laozu of Shu Mountain. He had once entered the Saint Palace to study and left them some key things. "I hope this storm won't be too strong." Under the escort of several guards, Suzimo arrived at the Luo residence. "Can you tell me what's going on now?" Suzimo asked. He didn't panic at all. Instead, his expression was calm and indifferent. The leader of the guards said indifferently, "I'll know when I enter the meeting hall." The Luo residence was very big. After all, it was considered a first-rate force in this world. It was second only to the 5 major forces. The arrangement was very subtle. Due to the influence of the barren rules of this world, the Luo residents had actually set up an array formation. An array formation that could isolate the barren rules. This also made the flowers, plants, and trees lush. Green bricks, green tiles, pavilions, and flowing water. When Suzimo first entered, he almost thought that this was a paradise caused by the Tree of Desolation. However, after sensing it carefully, he realized that it was just an array formation. Moreover, this array formation consumed a lot of energy. It was estimated that it would take a huge amount of crystals every year to maintain such a scene. Only a big family like the Luo residents could afford it. Walking on the white stone path, Su Zimo came to an ancient ancestral hall. Today, I'll deal with you in front of the ancestors of the Luo residents. Before he entered, Su Zimo had already heard a cold voice coming from inside. Second Master, it's not certain whether Miss Mingyue is guilty or not. Besides, even if she is guilty, it should be up to the patriarch to deal with her. Someone argued. Su Zimo could tell that it was the old man who drove the sedan chair. Since the patriarch is not here, I should take over the responsibility of the eldest brother. The voice from before snorted coldly. At this moment, Su Zimo swaggered in. In an instant, countless gazes fell on him. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at everyone. The ancestral hall was very big. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He had a beard and looked very dignified. On both sides sat some middle-aged men and women. They seemed to be the direct descendants of the Luo manor. The old man from before was standing at the very front with an awful look on his face. As for Luo Mingyue, she was currently sealed and kneeling in the middle of the ancestral hall. First elder, second master, I brought him here. The guard leader stood up and said. All right, you guys go and guard the door. The middle-aged man at the head of the table, commonly known as Second Master Luo Feihe, waved his hand. When the guard left, the atmosphere in the ancestral hall instantly froze. Kneel down, Luo Feihe shouted at Su Zimo. His voice was like a clap of thunder, as if he wanted to strike first. The way I see it, you should kneel, Su Zimo said with a faint smile. His voice was flat. But under that flat voice, there seemed to be an irresistible will. In the next moment, Luo Feihe's figure without any warning. He knelt on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone ignored anyone and walked straight up, sitting on the high seat with a swagger. The only one standing at the scene was probably the old man who Su Zimo knew. Senior, the old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and greeted. Before Su Zimo could speak, the people kneeling below had already begun to threaten him. They were the direct descendants of the Luo manor. Usually, they were like local emperors. They had never suffered such humiliation. Su Zimo raised his eyelids and said indifferently, I can make you kneel, and I can also make you strip naked and run around Fan City. I can also make you go to the toilet to look for feces to eat. You can try. As soon as these words came out, everyone instantly shut up. Too ruthless. This was simply making one's life worse than death. If that was the case, they would forever be a black mark on themselves, becoming the laughingstock of Fan City and the shame of the Luo manor. Killing someone's heart. If that was really the case, it would be worse than death. Who would still have the face to live in this world? When everyone was quiet, Su Zimo waved his hand. Luo Mingyue, who had been imprisoned on the ground, slowly stood up and removed the seal. Thank you, young master, Luo Mingyue sighed. Because of me, young master was implicated in this matter. Mingyue deserves to die. Tell me, what happened? Su Zimo asked. He didn't want to participate. Who knew that these people would insist on jumping? If this wasn't despicable, what was? Luo Mingyue began to explain. Not long after I arrived at the Luo manor, I was captured by them. They said that I colluded with outsiders to steal the Luo manor's treasure. They didn't give me the slightest chance to explain. Then they went to the inn to find young master, wanting to frame young master and become the mastermind behind me. That's right, the old man next to her said. They wanted to execute Senior and Miss Mingyue together. They wanted to fight speed with speed. Because the patriarch went south to inspect the Heavenly King city and has not returned yet. They wanted to deal with Miss Mingyue before the patriarch returned. Senior is really an undeserved disaster. How did they know of my existence? Su Zimo asked. I'm afraid that someone followed us after we came out of the Five Ghost Forest, the old man quickly explained. He didn't reveal Su Zimo's whereabouts. Even the ghost gods couldn't do anything to Su Zimo. Whether it was the four beasts or the Ghost King. He could kill 10,000 ghosts with a single sword. How could the old man not know how powerful Su Zimo was? Is that what happened? Su Zimo looked at the people kneeling below and asked. The people below wanted to defend themselves. However, they opened their mouths as if it was the truth and they could not defend themselves. This is Fan City. You won't have a good ending if you kill us. Some people began to admit defeat and tried to reconcile. Why don't we bury the hatchet and put an end to this matter? What do you think? Suzimo said with a faint smile. I've always been a fair person. If someone wants to kill me, I'll definitely take revenge. At this moment, a scolding voice came from outside. I haven't been home for long, and everything is in chaos. Patriarch. Patriarch is back. Where's Mingyue? A commotion came from outside. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a green robe, exuding a strong saint aura, walked in. The middle-aged man was serious. His gaze was deep and dignified. It was like a person who had been in a high position for a long time, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The middle-aged man walked in and looked at the situation in the ancestral hall, frowning slightly. Then, he looked at Suzimo who was sitting at the head of the table. His pupils suddenly shrank. Senior has graced our Luo residence with your presence. Please forgive us for our lack of hospitality. The middle-aged man bowed to Suzimo. This display of power caused everyone present to be shocked. This middle-aged man was the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Fanwang. Not only had his strength reached the saint level, but he was also good at management. Over the years, the Luo family had been thriving under his leadership. Among the first-rate forces, they were vaguely at the forefront. Seeing Luo Fanwang being so respectful, Luo Feihe, who was kneeling next to him, called out hesitantly, "Big brother." "Shut up, you good-for-nothing," Luo Fanwang said softly. With a kick, he sent Luo Feihe flying. Luo Feihe's body slammed into the wall of the ancestral hall, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. "Do you know your crime?" Luo Fanwang scolded. "I know my crime, I know my crime." After being kicked by Luo Fanwang, Luo Feihe's body could move freely. He quickly crawled and knelt in front of Luo Fanwang. He knew that his big brother was really angry. Although he was the second master of the Luo family. Actually, in the Luo residence, he could only flaunt his prowess in front of the servants. In front of Luo Fanwang and the other Laozu in the mansion, he had no status at all. He didn't even doubt that no one cared whether he lived or died. "I'm not asking you to confess to me." "Confess to Senior," Luo Fanwang said in disgust. Luo Feihe turned around without hesitation. He crawled directly toward Suzimo, wanting to beg for forgiveness. "Scram!" Suzimo shouted. The voice was like thunder. At this moment, Luo Feihe was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying by the powerful impact. The power of this attack was very strong. Luo Feihe was completely crippled. Even if he didn't die, he could only spend the rest of his life in bed. Suzimo felt disgusted when this kind of person begged for mercy. "Senior, it's all because I didn't take good care of the people in the mansion. If you want to blame me, I'll take full responsibility. You can't afford to be blamed by me." Suzimo said calmly. "But you're a smart person. I like to talk to smart people." Hearing Suzimo's words, Luo Fanwang waved his hand. He directly ordered, all the direct descendants present today are to be locked up in the blood cave. They can't come out for 100 years. Hearing this, everyone panicked. As members of the Luo mansion, they knew better than anyone what kind of place the blood cave was. In the blood cave, there were basically demons and the enemies of the Luo mansion. Basically, those who were imprisoned there had no hope of surviving for the rest of their lives. They could either die alone or fight each other to the death. Being placed in the blood cave, each of them had delicate skin and tender flesh. One could imagine what the consequences would be. However, Luo Fanwang didn't care at all. He watched as the guards dragged these direct descendants out. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Patriarch, we're just accomplices. Madame Kai ordered us to do this. She doesn't want Miss Mingyue to return to the mansion." Hearing this, Luo Fanwang's eyes flashed. He was still indifferent. Until everyone's pleas for mercy gradually faded away. Luo Fanwang then looked at Suzimo. "Senior, are you satisfied? I'll stay in the Luo mansion for a few days." Suzimo nodded and said, "Senior, you can stay for as long as you want. If you have any orders, feel free to let me know. It just so happens that I'm lacking a servant girl to serve me. Su Zimo looked at Luo Mingyue. I find this girl pleasing to the eye. Luo Fanwang didn't dare to refuse or be unwilling in the slightest. The old man next to him led Su Zimo to the courtyard arranged for him to rest. Luo Mingyue followed closely behind. Only Luo Fanwang. He only took a deep breath after Su Zimo left. He slowly closed his eyes. His originally beating heart gradually calmed down. He reached out his right hand and saw that there was an eye in the palm of his hand. The black and white eyeball moved around in a very strange manner. This was his secret, and no one knew about it. The eye in the palm was a secret manual of the sacred palace that he cultivated. When this eye was cultivated to the greater mastery level, one could even see the karmic samsara. Although he was only at the lesser mastery level now, he could still see through many things with this eye. It was just that when he looked at Su Zimo just now, Su Zimo's body was surrounded by an endless aura of nirvana. This was a killing god. Wherever he went, he would bring destruction. Especially in Su Zimo's body, the power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Even if it was just a little bit. It was enough to make him, a great saint, feel apprehensive. Therefore, as soon as Luo Fanwang came, he dealt with everyone, making sure that Su Zimo was satisfied. He believed in his eye in the palm. The warning and trembling of the eye in the palm told him that the person in front of him was not someone that the Luo mansion could afford to offend. After sending off Su Zimo, Luo Fanwang was also a little tired. After dealing with so many direct descendants, how could he be willing to do so? He slowly sat down on the chair next to him. At this moment, the sound of soft footsteps could be heard. Luo Fanwang slowly raised his head. He saw a woman in a long green dress slowly walking over. This woman looked to be in her 30s, but she took good care of herself. Her skin was fair, without a single wrinkle. Moreover, she seemed to be a natural seductress. Her every frown and smile made it difficult for people to calm down. The long dress on her body added a bit of dignity. It made people want to conquer her. Even Luo Fanwang's desire was aroused in the depths of his eyes, but he still suppressed it. The woman walked in front of Luo Fanwang. Her slender hands were placed around his temples. She gently rubbed them. Master, it's time to rest. Luo Fanwang raised his head and was silent for a while. In the end, he opened his mouth and asked, "Did you arrange for Mingyue's matter?" "I don't know." The woman shook her head. She was Lady Kai, Luo Fanwang's wife. She was also one of the people he was most wary of. This Lady Kai's background was very big, and she had a lot to do with the Jade Lady Palace. Therefore, Luo Fanwang was a little polite. If she said she didn't know, then she didn't know. Luo Fanwang didn't ask any more. This was a tacit understanding between the two of them. Even if she was the one who did it, Luo Fanwang would not pursue the matter. After all, she had a powerful background. Back then, he had married her with the intention of making use of her. That girl, Mingyue, has had a tough life. She's been living a hard life with her mother since she was young. What does that have to do with me? Lady Kai interrupted Luo Fanwang and said impatiently. Luo Fanwang was silent for a moment. In the end, he said, "She's now that person's maid. Don't provoke her. Otherwise, I can't protect you." Lady Kai snorted coldly when she heard this. She said indifferently, "There's no hurry. Let's wait a few days for the 5 major factions to arrive. My sister should be among them. I don't believe that he dares to do the same to the 5 major factions." Luo Fanwang shook his head slightly. He felt even more tired. He got up and ignored Lady Kai and left. Many things had happened recently. It was not just outside the house. The outside world was also full of storms. The small courtyard that the Luo Manor arranged for Su Zimo was very quiet. Although it was a little remote. No one disturbed him and no one usually passed by. The old man only made this arrangement after asking Su Zimo. "Senior, please don't be angry," the old man said tentatively. "It's just that some people in the Luo Manor are blind." "I'm not angry at the Luo Manor," Su Zimo said indifferently. The old man left after making arrangements for Su Zimo. Only Su Zimo and Luo Mingyue were left in the courtyard. Su Zimo sat in the pavilion in the courtyard. Luo Mingyue was brewing tea at the side. He began to think. He did not blame the Luo manor, not because he was benevolent. It was not because he was afraid of them. It was because the Luo manor had value. When Su Zimo came to the vast wilderness, he did not have the slightest bit of foundation. He needed some people to gather information for him. The Luo manor was quite powerful. According to the division of forces in the vast wilderness, the 5 major factions dominated the vast wilderness. There should be Dao fruit experts among them. For a first-rate faction like the Luo manor, the strongest expert should be a great sage. From the looks of it, the Luo residents would be easier to control. Young master, the tea is ready. Luo Mingyue carefully poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Zimo. Su Zimo collected his thoughts. What is your mother's wish? Luo Mingyue hesitated for a moment before saying, Mother left something in the Luo residence and told me to come and take it. As for what it is, I don't know either. Because before I could get it, I was arrested. Su Zimo waved his hand. Go and get it now. Just say that I asked you to do it. He watched as Luo Mingyue left. Su Zimo also had nothing to do, so he began to comprehend the second move. Now that he had an idea, naturally, it would be much easier to comprehend it. In particular, he could take advantage of the changes in the divine land to comprehend the execution of 10,000 immortals. Speaking of the divine land, Su Zimo had not been there for a long time. This world had been reproducing itself, and Su Zimo did not rashly disturb it. This time, after Su Zimo went in, he also learned about it. Because he was about to enter the fruit of Dao realm, the natives of the divine land could cultivate to a higher realm. Among them, the strongest was already at the peak of the Great Emperor realm and was about to break through to the Supreme Sage realm. These were the first batch of cultivators in the divine land. They were also the first batch of humans he created. Now, they began to reproduce and spread throughout the entire divine land. Among his demon generals, there was a huge commotion. Because the heavenly Tao of the divine land directly allowed them to comprehend. The strength of the demon generals improved very quickly. The 7-faced demon general and the red blade ox demon had already entered the fruit of Dao realm, and their forces were growing faster than Su Zimo. Demon Venerable Tianpeng was also at the peak of the Supreme Sage realm. Only Baymont's cultivation was special. He was the first demon general to follow Su Zimo. Originally, his cultivation was also the highest. But until now, he had not broken through to the fruit of Dao realm. As for the specific reason, Su Zimo had a basic understanding. Because Baymont's fruit of Dao was special. He originally cultivated the law of despair. If he condensed the fruit of Tao, it would naturally be the fruit of despair. However, during this period of time, Baimont comprehended a new law. It was called the law of death. He wanted to fuse despair and death into a new law. Then, he would condense the fruit of Tao. Because it was a fusion of laws, his speed was naturally much slower. Of course, if he succeeded, his rule power would be much stronger than others. Moreover, there were no secrets in the current divine land. Previously, Hun Dan led the demon race and established the 1,000 Demons tribe in the divine land. He called himself the ancestor of the 1,000 Demons. Originally, because of the existence of the 1,000 Demons tribe, the status of the demon race in the divine land had gradually surpassed that of the human race. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the human race surpassed that of the demon race. After the first batch of humans grew up, they established the human heavenly court on the highest mountain in the divine land, Taihua Mountain. It was opposite the 1,000 Demons tribe. In recent years, the two forces had won and lost. Although there was no major war, there was constant friction. Su Zimo saw Hun Dan. The current Hun Dan had a strong holy aura. He had already transcended bloodlines and was tyrannical. Master, Hun Dan said respectfully. In fact, since a long time ago, because of Hun Dan's strength, Su Zimo rarely needed him anymore. I'll leave the 1,000 Demons tribe to you. What do you think? Su Zimo asked. The human race is developing too fast, Hun Dan smiled bitterly. Now, my strength can temporarily suppress the human race. However, when the human race becomes a sage, I'm afraid that I'll be a little stretched. Why? Do you want me to help you? Su Zimo asked. I don't dare. Han Dan quickly shook his head. In the Yuanyang continent, the demon race was massacred by the great Emperor Zhenwu and Sengoku. Now in the Divine Land, I've given you a good start, but you still can't revive the demon race. Su Zimo shook his head. The decline of the demon race is natural. I'm not capable enough, Han Dan's heart trembled as he quickly said. Forget it. This world has its own rules of development. Su Zimo said. As long as there are no foreign species, I won't care about the development of the Divine Land. Han Dan, I've done my best for you. Su Zimo's words were very clear. What was a foreign species? To the 9 regions, Su Zimo was a foreign species. In other words, all the heaven destroyers were foreign species. Because they wanted to transcend this world, be immortal, and not enter samsara. And to Su Zimo, the transcendents of the Divine Land were foreign species. Although he wanted to conquer the 9 regions. However, he did not allow others to conquer the Divine Land. Things in this world were always cyclical. Those who conquered the heavens would also be conquered by others. Therefore, Su Zimo felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Now, the people of the Divine Land were still trying to break through to the Supreme Sage realm and would not conquer the heavens. But one day, when they reached the peak of rest, what would happen after the Nirvana realm? Would they be conquering the heavens? Hence, Su Zimo desperately wanted to become stronger. He had to be strong enough to deal with all enemies. Whether it was defeating the heavenly axiom of the 9 regions or stabilizing the natives of the Divine Lands. Overall, there was a sense of internal and external troubles. Han Dan did not dare to interrupt. He only said, Master, you have given me enough. I have done my best for this demon race. What it will become in the end, it has its own destiny. It's good that you can look on the bright side, said Su Zimo. I have nurtured you enough. You are only a great sage now. You have not even reached the peak. It is this demon race that is dragging you down. The so-called cultivation cannot escape the word struggle. After chatting with Han Dan for a while, he asked, Is Baimont still in seclusion? Before Lord Baimont went into seclusion, he said that he would not come out until he achieved the fruit of Tao. Han Dan nodded. I also think that Lord Baimont will achieve it soon. His fruit of Tao is not far away. As the few of them were chatting, suddenly, the earth began to tremble. A wave of demonic aura shot up into the sky, causing the sky to collapse. Quick, activate the heaven shrouding formation, Han Dan shouted. This power. Su Zimo looked at the source of the demonic aura. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Baimont is about to break through. Baimont's breakthrough was within Su Zimo's expectations, but it was also unexpected. He did not expect it to be so coincidental. When the demonic aura shot up into the sky, spiritual energy started to gather around the 1,000 Demons tribe. If one looked at it from afar, one would discover that the spiritual aura had condensed into a huge spherical cover. As for this shield, it sealed off the entire area around the 1,000 Demons tribe. This also prevented the commotion caused by Baimont's breakthrough from affecting the outside world. Now, as the human race became stronger and stronger, if Baimont's existence was discovered, it would only be harmful. Su Zimo looked around. The demonic aura shot up into the sky. Then, 2 waves of aura intertwined with the demonic aura and shot up into the sky. These 2 waves of aura represented despair and death. These were the 2 laws that Baimont had comprehended. At this moment, under the neutralization of the demonic chi, these 2 powers were actually fusing in a special way. Behind Paimon was a terrifying figure. A gigantic devil slowly stood up. This was Baimont's Tao fruit. The Tao fruit is formless, you can condense it into any shape. At this moment, Baimont's Tao fruit was like this demon. He succeeded, someone said in surprise. The condensed demon's aura grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to awaken. Towering demonic energy surged, threatening to break through the isolation barrier. A very good Tao fruit, Su Zimo said after observing for a while. This Tao fruit was indeed powerful enough. It could perfectly fuse death and despair together. Moreover, Baemont's advancement was different from Su Zimo's. Su Zimo could only be considered a half-step Dao fruit expert. He had condensed a Dao fruit, but he didn't have a primordial spirit, so he couldn't use the power of laws. But Baemont was different. He had accumulated a lot of energy. In fact, he was already a great sage. He was only missing the fusion of laws to become a Dao fruit expert. Therefore, after Baemont condensed his Dao fruit, he directly entered the Essence Soul realm. There was no such thing as a half-step Dao fruit expert. The towering demonic energy dyed the sky black. At this moment, the already dark void became even darker. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Thunderbolts were about to descend. This was a heavenly tribulation. Any Dao fruit expert who wanted to enter had to suffer a heavenly tribulation. On the day Su Zimo entered, he would also suffer a heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, Su Zimo was the absolute ruler of the divine continent. He looked at the heavenly tribulation. The lightning was dark purple and black. It was not ordinary lightning, but the true apocalyptic divine lightning. Weaker Dao fruit experts would probably die under this lightning. This was a tribulation for Dao fruit experts. Of course, if one was willing to submit to heaven and earth and condense a heaven and earth Dao fruit, not only would one not have to endure the heavenly tribulation, one could even use the power of heaven and earth. Su Zimo looked at the sky. He put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were pitch black. He said indifferently, "Lightning, disperse." At that moment, the sky seemed to have received some kind of decree. The divine lightning that was about to destroy the world did not dare to descend. In the end, as the lightning became weaker and weaker, it completely dissipated, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Baemont had already stepped into the air and walked out of seclusion. He was wearing a black robe. His black hair fluttered without wind. His eyes were spewing out endless demonic energy. His face was thin and had an evil aura. "Greetings, Master." Baemont landed and bowed to Su Zimo. "You can be considered to have taken this step," Su Zimo said with a smile. Baemont also smiled. "I'm anxious too. Master is getting stronger and stronger. If I don't step into the next realm soon, I'll be in trouble. If I don't step out, I'm afraid it will be completely useless. How can I follow Master and restore the glory of the demon race? Alright, I'm here for another matter." Su Zimo waved his hand. "You've just come out of seclusion. You should comprehend your power and familiarize yourself with your situation." Baemont nodded slightly. Su Zimo turned his head and looked at Chaos. He said, "I remember you just said that the humans of the divine land have established the heavenly court." "That's right." Chaos nodded quickly. "Take me there." "I want to find inspiration," Su Zimo said. He had recently been comprehending the second move, execution of 10,000 immortals. It was different from Fall of the Underworld. The underworld of the divine land was created by him. Therefore, it was very easy to comprehend the first move. But he had never seen the heavenly court. When Su Zimo realized this, he felt that something was missing. Now that he heard about the heavenly court of the divine land, Su Zimo naturally wanted to go and take a look. Maybe he could get some inspiration. Chaos nodded quickly. After bidding farewell to everyone, Chaos and Su Zimo stepped into the air and headed towards Mount Taihua. Mount Taihua was the tallest mountain in the divine land. In the beginning, the heavenly court of the human race was built on a floating island. Unfortunately, the location of the island was uncertain, and it could not withstand a big battle. In the end, the human race decided to place the heavenly court on Mount Taihua. Mount Taihua was not simple. It had the power to uproot the earth and the sky, and the posture of holding the moon. When Su Zimo arrived, he saw the world's first peak. The cliffs and forests were shining, and the mountain was covered in clouds and mist. Since the beginning of time, this mountain had suns, and the other peaks had clouds even though there was no rain. This mountain was indeed tall. Its peak towered above the heavens, as if it was connected to the heavens. Of course, although this was an illusion, it was still majestic. The two of them stepped into the air and went up. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived not far from the peak of the mountain. On the peak of the mountain, there were white clouds and mist entwined around it. Ordinary people could not see inside at all. It's an array, Chaos said. It's fine. In Suzumo's eyes, Samsara's eyes flashed. The clouds and mist were instantly swallowed by Samsara. Only then did Suzumo see the scene inside clearly. The peak of Mount Taihua was not simple. It was the #1 mountain in the Divine Land. And now, with the establishment of the human heavenly court, many powerful existences had moved to some famous mountains and islands. They floated and fixed on the peak of the mountain. At the entrance of the heavenly court, there were jade-white steps that extended halfway up the mountain. There were rumors that one wanted to enter the heavenly court. One had to walk step by step from the foot of the mountain to the peak. On the white jade steps, clouds and mountains surrounded them. The southern gate of the heavenly court was majestic. The 10,000-meter-tall gate was supported by 2 dragon pillars. On both sides were 2 statues of a dragon and a phoenix. There were some patterns engraved on them. Looking through the southern gate, the scene inside was like a fairyland. It had to be said that humans really knew how to enjoy themselves. Pavilions and palaces of different shapes and sizes, but all of them were majestic, were leaning against the mountain. These palaces were hidden in immortal chi. Thousands of rays of golden light rolled, and thousands of rays of auspicious chi sprayed out purple mist. Even between the palaces. The small path under his feet was also made of white spirit stones and covered by icebird feathers. Occasionally, there would be stone bridges that were dark and bright. It was unknown what special material it was made of. A river that reached the heavens spanned the entire heavenly court and even spread to the foot of Mount Taihua, disappearing from the Divine Land. In this river, the water seemed to be condensed with spiritual energy. Every drop weighed 1,000 kilograms. Among them, the fish seemed to be dragon carps. With a low dragon roar, they roared in the water. Sun Palace, Inoue Palace, Human Emperor Hall, Ancestral Master Building, and other buildings rose from the ground. In the heavenly court, there were occasionally soldiers in golden armor patrolling. They were mighty and domineering, and their auras were like rainbows. Every step he took was accompanied by the sound of his armor clashing against each other. Master, Hun Dun said. This is the heavenly court. There are some things here that even I can't see clearly. Compared to you demons, the humans are indeed much more formal, Suzumo teased. The 1,000 demons tribe of the demons looked like a plate of loose sand. How could they be as formal as the humans? After all, humans were very particular about rituals. Help me protect me, Suzumo said. He sat cross-legged. Samsara's eyes looked at the heavenly court from afar, almost seeing the entire heavenly court. Under such circumstances, he could see the immortals. Perhaps those people weren't immortals at all. They just called themselves immortals. But Suzumo was only looking for inspiration. One did not have to be a true immortal. Killing 10,000 immortals, he thought of the immortal kingdom, where immortals came to Jojo, and immortals patted his head. That was the vastness and majesty of the human heavenly court. Everything began to play out in his mind. However, at a certain moment, a saber cut across the void. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long. It fell from the sky and slaughtered immortals and gods. Even true immortals and god spirits would be beheaded by this saber strike. The immortals were shocked and the gods were frightened. This was a fatal strike. He saw the collapse of the heavenly court and the chaos of order. He saw the immortals being beheaded. Suzumo continued to evolve and comprehend on his own. Time slowly passed. 1 month later, on this day, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court was inviting several immortals to the Tao Enlightenment Tea Garden. Among them were Taoist Bao Qing, Great Emperor Ziwei, and the Sunshine Bodhisattva. The Buddhism in this world was not as strong as he had imagined. Be it Taoist or Buddhist cultivators, they were all under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. The heavenly court was the absolute ruler and master of the human race. The heavenly emperor smiled faintly and said, everyone should have sensed the opportunity to become a saint. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded slightly. He stared at the sky. The cloudless sky seemed to be shining with Zhou Tian in his eyes. He said faintly, 7 days later, when the 7 stars connect, it will be the time for me to become a saint. I can become a saint after I redeem 30,000 more people, Bodhisattva of Light replied calmly. He was neither happy nor sad. Taoist Baoqing also smiled faintly and said, I can become a saint at any time. Hearing the three's answers, the Heavenly Emperor was quite satisfied. Faintly discernible saintly might emanated from his body. The three of them were instantly shocked. They did not expect the Heavenly Emperor to have become a saint unknowingly. Only after entering the saint realm can I feel the majesty of this world, the Heavenly Emperor said with emotion. The Heavenly Emperor gathered us here not just to ask about this, right? Bodhisattva of Light asked. What do you think of the demon race? The Heavenly Emperor asked directly. They are a great threat to us, Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. In this divine continent, they are the only place that can compete with the Heavenly Court. But just wait. One day, even the demon race will have to submit to me. Great Emperor Ziwei, after becoming a saint, your celestial technique should have improved, right? The Heavenly Emperor asked. It has improved, but I still can't find the location of the Thousand Demons tribe. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head. In fact, they had been looking for the demon race's lair all these years. Which was the Thousand Demons tribe. After all, their heavenly court was built on. He cultivated the Celestial Emperor technique, which was a cultivation path that he created himself. There was nothing special about this path. There was only one word to describe it, domineering. Peerlessly domineering. He punched. The Celestial Emperor's punch was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon lost their color. Hun Dun snorted coldly. At this moment, he had already transformed into his human form. The same punch collided with the Celestial Emperor. As a demon, he was the absolute king in both defense and offense. The two fists had yet to collide. The hurricane between the fists had already torn apart the void and collided with each other fiercely. Between heaven and earth, thunder exploded. A bottomless crack appeared between the two. It forcefully separated the two. The Celestial Emperor retreated dozens of meters. Hun Dun's figure was only in a trance for a moment. In an instant, the difference between them. Although they were both great sages, the Celestial Emperor had only just stepped into the great sage realm, while Hun Dun's cultivation was already very deep. He was not far from the peak. To think that there would be such a powerhouse among the demon race. The Sky Emperor was shocked. One had to know that over the years, the human race and the demon race had been constantly at war. At first, the demons had the upper hand. However, in recent years, the human race had slowly reversed the situation. Regardless of whether it was low-end combat power or high-end combat power, they believed that the human race was not inferior to the demon race. But when he saw Hun Dun, he realized that there were great demons among the demon race who had long become great sages. We have to keep it here today. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. The Celestial Emperor instantly came to a decision. The Thousand Demons tribe was simply too mysterious. He felt that it was like a thorn that always made the Heavenly Emperor uncomfortable in his heart. All living beings. The Sunlight Bodhisattva put his palms together. His expression was solemn. At this moment, if you were to look at the face of the Sunlight Bodhisattva, then one would discover that the face was ever-changing. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, or whether it was old or young. It was as if they had turned into all living beings in the world. Demons are also living beings, they should also be liberated, the Bodhisattva of Light said. She pointed with her big hand. That index finger was originally no different from a normal person. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a heavenly pillar and directly crushed the chaos. The chaos snorted coldly. He raised his hands and forcibly lifted the heavenly pearl. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there were two paths, turbid and clear. I am the clear path, and the treasure aura follows my heart. Beside him, immortal Baoqing's figure became blurry and ethereal. And around his body, a special law surged. As the first batch of natives of the divine mainland. As Su Zimo became stronger, the divine mainland became more and more vast. Immortal Baoqing was lucky enough to see some scenes of the beginning of heaven and earth. He was at the beginning of heaven and earth. He comprehended the path of clarity. Clear and turbid were originally a part of heaven and earth. Immortal Baoqing put his palms together. He did not make any seals, but countless seals rose into the sky. They turned into a dense sea of clarity. The sea was vast and boundless. The sea was deep and wanted to compete with the sky. The sea of clarity surged majestically. It was almost invincible as it flooded the chaos. As for the Sky Emperor, he snorted coldly. He waved his hand as if he had comprehended the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Countless mysteries of heaven and earth were drawn down. Rumble, rumble. Thunder hibernates, I am the master of heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder rumbled and destroyed everything. It directly charged over. Boom. When all the thunder fell on the chaos, the sky seemed to be cracked. The Sky Emperor and the other three stared at the void where the chaos was. When the storm in the void slowly calmed down, their expressions changed. The chaos was originally in human form. At this moment, it completely returned to its beast form. Its body was huge. Even the south gate of the heavenly court was small in front of it. Its body was surrounded by black and dark red demon aura. 2 pairs of wings that covered the sky flapped. The void was as fragile as tofu. Its limbs were strong. Not only was its strength amazing, but it was also full of indestructible barbs. At this moment, its breathing was enough to affect the fluctuations of the surrounding void. The human race is still far from it. The chaos snorted coldly. Its big palm fell. Only a boom sound was heard. The space where the Sky Emperor was standing directly collapsed. The Sky Emperor's figure was stepped down and fell to Mount Taihua. Damn it, this demon is ferocious. I will trap it. Everyone, help me kill it, Great Emperor Ziwei shouted angrily. Countless stars appeared around him. These stars seemed to be connected to the stars of heaven and earth. The stars erupted with a powerful force. Streaks of starlight shone in the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to have sensed something. They also transmitted the power of the stars. Heavenly Cycle Star Lock Formation, Great Emperor Ziwei roared. The starlight that fell from the sky floated and flashed, directly landing on the chaos. Each streak of starlight was like a chain. It locked the chaos's entire body in the formation. The void next to it was torn apart by a large hand. The Sky Emperor's figure appeared again. The Sky Emperor's expression was solemn. He held an Emperor token in his hand. He said, I will use the rebirth Archean technique and gather the power of the heavenly court for 10,000 years. Everyone, help me. The Sky Emperor's voice fell. The Emperor token in his hand was crushed. This Emperor token was extraordinary. It was no exaggeration to say that it controlled the entire heavenly court. There were formations around the heavenly court and on Mount Taihua that collected power. This was the heavenly court's trump card. This power had been collected for 10,000 years. In order to kill the chaos, the Sky Emperor was going all out. As the Emperor token was crushed. Rumble. In the heavenly court, countless formations began to operate. A majestic power engulfed everything. This power was not to be underestimated. It had been condensed by the heavenly court for tens of thousands of years. The rebirth immemorial technique was the heavenly court's world-suppressing technique. It was the most powerful divine ability. Only the celestial emperor of each generation was qualified to cultivate it. The power of the rebirth immemorial technique was that as long as there was absolute power to support it, no matter what kind of existence the other party was, it could forcefully shatter the other party's body and send their soul to rebirth samsara. This move was the most fatal for demonic beasts. Because the bodies of monsters were powerful, this had been the case since ancient times. At this moment, along with the surging spiritual energy that was like a waterfall and a vast sea, it attacked endlessly. The entire sky was covered by it. And in front of the celestial emperor, the powerful force impacted everything, and a leaf appeared. The rebirth leaf. Legend had it that it was born on the rebirth tree. This rebirth tree grew in hell, on a ghost tree that had existed for countless years. A rebirth leaf, a guest of hell. As the rebirth leaf was watered by countless forces, it actually grew into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. This towering tree was the rebirth tree. Of course, it wasn't the real rebirth tree. It was just an evolution of the rebirth leaf. But even so, it was already very impressive. The tree seemed to have a spirit. The branches and leaves on it condensed into a vortex. With a rough look, there were hundreds of vortexes of various sizes on this tree. Enter my rebirth door and fall to samsara forever. The celestial emperor roared. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. And among the blood, 3 drops of golden blood floated out. This was blood essence. Blood essence was the blood of everyone's heart. It affected a person's lifespan and cultivation. The celestial emperor had put in a lot of effort. He wanted to erase Hundun. And the 3 beside him didn't dare to hesitate when they saw the scene. Transform into Ziwei, seal the heavens. Great Emperor Ziwei's entire being transformed into 360 stars that hung in the sky. He sealed off Hundun's surroundings. This was to prevent Hundun from escaping. And Taoist Bao Qing took out a purple gourd from somewhere. Treasure gourd, demon-slaying treasure chi. The gourd was opened, and the treasure chi that Taoist Bao Qing had nurtured for thousands of years all rushed out. It condensed into a demon-slaying flying knife in the void. This flying knife was extremely sharp. It was as if there was nothing that could not be broken, no demon that could not be slain. With a boom, the flying dagger flew over at the speed of light with a sonic boom. As for the sunlight bodhisattva, it was even more exaggerated. Bless me with the power of wishes of all living beings. My Buddha is merciful and will guide you to the afterlife. The sunlight bodhisattva's body instantly expanded by a few hundred times. At this moment, he was no longer made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was the image of a bodhisattva, condensed from the power of will of all living beings. He pushed with his big hand. He was about to push chaos towards the reincarnation tree. If one took a closer look, they would realize that this wasn't a giant hand at all. It was clear that all living beings were trying to push them. The Sky Emperor had gone completely mad. His long hair fluttered as he stood at the top of the reincarnation tree. He used himself as the eye of the rebirth immemorial technique. After the countless vortexes had gathered enough spiritual energy, they directly turned into a torrent of rebirth. Furthermore, hundreds of whirlpools meant hundreds of torrents of rebirth. These torrents of rebirth were like thick threads. They intertwined with each other and charged towards Hundun. The current chaos could be said to be under attack from all sides. However, it did not panic. Instead, it said calmly, if the 4 of you break through to the Supreme Saint Realm, you might really be able to send me to the afterlife today. Unfortunately, 3 great emperors and a Sky Emperor who has just entered the Supreme Saint Realm can do nothing to me. Hundun's huge body began to move. As soon as it moved, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their color. The power of the 360 stars that were originally restraining him was instantly shattered. Hundun opened his mouth again. He actually swallowed the demon-slaying flying knife directly and was safe and sound. Immediately after, he looked at the palm of the power of wishes of all living beings. He laughed and said, "The divine land is not the territory of your Buddhism. Your power of wishes is too weak." The palm of wishes pushed forward, but Hundun remained indifferent and motionless. In terms of power of wishes, my demon clan has tens of millions of members. Why would I be afraid of the power of your Buddhism? Hundun snorted coldly. Only then did he turn his head and look at the torrent of rebirth. He did not dare to underestimate this attack. He straightened his body, and a chaotic vortex appeared at his abdomen. Dark red and dark purple thunderbolts exploded at the edge of the vortex. In this chaotic vortex, there seemed to be a shocking power gathering. Hundun was a divine beast. This was also its innate supernatural power. Chaos world destruction. Thunder. This thunderbolt was unique to Hundun. The violent thunderbolt was not inferior to the torrent of rebirth at all. When the 2 powerful forces collided with each other, Yi Zichen was stunned. It was as if there were only 2 forces left in this world, and everything else was overshadowed. Boom! The collision of the thunderbolt and the torrent of rebirth destroyed everything in front of him. However, the earth-shattering explosion that they imagined did not happen. Instead, the 2 forces were in a stalemate. The Sky Emperor was roaring angrily, and his blood essence was constantly burning. Hundun was also roaring, and all the power in his body was gathered here. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and afraid. They did not expect that even at this level, they still could not do anything to this beast. Finally, when the power reached its limit, the stalemate was broken, and a mushroom cloud bloomed in the void. The explosion was like rolling thunder. One after another, it set off a bolt from the blue. Great Emperor Ziwei and the others stared at the core of the battle. They saw that the Sky Emperor was in a sorry state. He was half kneeling on the ground, and his long hair was scattered on his head. Half of the Tree of Rebirth had already exploded. Hun Dun, who was opposite him, was not in a good state either. There was a bloody hole in his abdomen, and blood was slowly dripping down. The aura on his body was also much weaker. Hun Dun had killing intent in his heart. The growth of this human heavenly court was too fast. It was about to threaten him. The Sky Emperor's killing intent was also condensed. He shouted softly, "If this was elsewhere, I would have let you escape. But this is the heavenly court." He looked at Great Emperor Ziwei. He ordered, "Gather the 3 emperors, 4 deities, 7 Buddhas, and 8 immortals for me." These were all powerful immortals and gods in the heavenly court. Now, he and Hun Dun were both injured. But don't forget, this was the heavenly court, not the Thousand Demons tribe. This was their territory. Hun Dun snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all. At most, he would summon the 1,000 demons. A true life and death battle between the humans and the demon clan would occur. He believed that the current humans had yet to fully mature. The demon clan definitely had the strength to destroy them. But the only thing that made Hun Dun uncertain was, as the ruler of this world, would Su Zimo allow the humans to be destroyed? "Alright, that's enough," Su Zimo said indifferently. He waved his hand. Hun Dun instantly understood that Su Zimo would not allow a race to be destroyed. "Yes, master." Hun Dun obediently retreated to the side. Hearing Hun Dun's words, before Su Zimo could say anything, the Celestial Arch and the other 3 were dumbfounded. "Moss? Master?" One had to know that Hun Dun was a Supreme Saint-level beast, yet he actually called a human master. This was simply a fantasy. The Celestial Arch opened his heavenly eye, and a dense aura surrounded his eyes. He wanted to see. Was Su Zimo a human or a beast in human form, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see Su Zimo's feet clearly. "Junior, you're still far from it," Su Zimo said with a faint smile. "Who exactly are you?" The Celestial Arch asked in shock. "Who?" Su Zimo was silent for a moment. He actually wanted to say that he was the father of this world. He created this world. He was the one who had created all of these living beings. It shouldn't be too much to call him father. Su Zimo shook his head, looked at Hun Dun, and said, "Let's go." He didn't want to say too much to the natives of this world. At least the other party didn't need to know the truth of this world yet. And the more he said, the more he would expose himself. He didn't want a group of people to clamor about attacking the heavens countless years later. "If they want my life, it's up to me." Seeing that Su Zimo was about to leave, the Celestial Arch panicked. He hurriedly shouted, "Answer my question first." "I've been the Celestial Arch for a long time, I'm really impressive," Su Zimo said with a faint smile. He waved his hand. A powerful force exploded. Between him and the Celestial Arch, a shocking torrent crossed over. It sounded like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix. It directly pierced through heaven and earth. The entire Mount Taihua shook uncontrollably. A ravine that could never be erased appeared between heaven and earth. The great Emperor of Ziwei swallowed hard. Powerful, so powerful. He even felt that the other party's casual attack was enough to kill him and destroy his soul. The others were also shocked. The Celestial Arch stared at the other side of the ravine. Su Zimo and Hun Dun's figures had already disappeared. "Celestial Arch, are you alright?" Bao Qing asked. The Celestial Arch retracted his gaze. He only sighed with emotion, "There's always someone better than you." Originally, he thought that he had already stood at the peak of this world and was one of the strongest people. He thought he could look down on the world. Even if it was the demon clan that was a thorn in his side, as long as he was given time, he would be able to eliminate them one day. But the people he met today, primal chaos shocked him at first. As for the young man who was called Master, he was even more unfathomable. He did not even have the courage to fight. At that moment, he felt like an ant. The young man looked at him with the same gaze he used to look at all living beings. Bodhisattva, what's above the great sage? The celestial emperor turned his head and suddenly asked. The light Bodhisattva was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he finally replied, Buddha said, Tao has no end, just like Buddhism has no boundaries. At the very least, we are pioneers. Founder, I see that there are people who have gone further than us, the Sky Emperor said. But it doesn't matter. One day, I will catch up to everyone. He is the true celestial emperor of the divine land. There seemed to be a raging flame burning in his eyes. Having cultivated to this point, how could he be defeated by a small setback? You wanted to kill them just now. Su Zimo looked at Primal Chaos and asked. For a moment, I did have that thought, Primal Chaos admitted. Now that they are still weak, I have a chance. I don't want to leave behind endless troubles in the future. Master, why did you stop me? The divine land has not yet taken shape, it is constantly growing. I don't want to cause too much damage internally. Su Zimo explained. If one day, if, Primal Chaos asked. Either the human clan or the demon clan will perish. Will Master intervene? No, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. If it did not affect the development of the entire world, then he would not intervene. The world had its own rules of development. In other words, it was natural selection, and the survival of the fittest. The races that should perish were no longer suitable for them in this era. Su Zimo did not stay in the divine land for long. After witnessing Baimont enter the great saint realm and also comprehending the second move of the heavenly court, immortal slaying, Su Zimo chatted with everyone for a while and left. He returned to the Luo residence again. Footsteps could be heard outside. Luo Fanwang was outside the courtyard and asked, Senior, are you free? I'm here to pay you a visit. Come in. Su Zimo let out a long sigh of relief and said lightly. Luo Fanwang walked in slowly with a box in his hand. When he saw Su Zimo sitting in the pavilion, he hurriedly came over to greet him. He put the box forward and said with a smile, It's the Luo residence's honor to be a guest in my residence. I'm also afraid of not being a good host. There is some enlightenment tea in this box, which I exchanged from the Emerald Cloud sect. Patriarch Luo, I'm afraid you don't visit me without a reason, Su Zimo asked. Senior, how much do you know about the Divine Palace? Luo Fanwang smiled. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He asked, What's the Divine Palace? Senior, you don't know? Luo Fanwang was surprised. He thought Su Zimo was staying in the Luo residence because of the Divine Palace. Therefore, he decided to lay all his cards on the table. He did not expect Su Zimo to not know about it at all. However, since things had come to this, Luo Fanwang continued, the Divine Palace is an ancient ruin. It's said to have been left behind by a Dao fruit expert in the great wilderness. There's something in the Divine Palace that can allow one to break through to the Dao fruit realm. Continue, Su Zimo replied. He was only at the half-step Dao fruit realm. If he could take another step forward and go to the core of the 9 domains, he would not have to be afraid. However, the Divine Palace disappeared a long time ago. No one knows about his inheritance palace. Luo Fanwang said. However, some time ago, the Divine Palace appeared in the territory ruled by my Luo residence. Interesting. Su Zimo rubbed his chin. What's the point of telling me this? Senior, are you interested? Luo Fanwang asked. Why are you telling me this? Do you want to work with me? Su Zimo asked. I do want to. Senior, you can eat the meat, but leave some for my Luo residence. Don't you want to monopolize it? That depends on whether we have the ability to do so. Luo Fanwang smiled bitterly. Once the outlook on life appeared, the 5 great factions all descended. There are also countless people eyeing it covetously. If our Luo residence monopolizes it, I'm afraid we'll be courting death. Then why don't you work with the 5 great factions? Su Zimo asked again. They're too greedy. If we work with them, there won't even be soup left, Luo Fanwang replied. The Luo residence might be a first-rate faction. However, it was still far from being comparable to the 5 great factions. The strong would always be strong, and the weak would always be weak. It was the same principle. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in me, Su Zimo said with a smile. The other party refused to cooperate with the five major forces. Instead, he chose to work with a nobody like him. This proved that Luo Fanwang felt that he could fight against the five major forces. The first elder told me that not even the ghost gods can do anything to you in the five ghosts forest, Luo Fanwang said. So I want to take a gamble. You want the Luo Manor to have a Dao fruit expert, Su Zimo replied. The Laozu in the mansion are already at the peak of the great sage realm. Unfortunately, without external help, I'm afraid I won't have any hope of attaining the Dao fruit in this lifetime. Luo Fanwang said. We hope that the five great powers won't know that we're working with Senior. Otherwise, it will be difficult for my Luo estate to establish itself in the future. You have a good plan. You are not willing to take any risks when cooperating with me. Su Zimo said, why should I cooperate with you? Someone in the Luo estate has a complete map of the Holy Palace, Luo Fanwang said in astonishment. To tell you the truth, we've already discovered the heritage site of Human Sacred Palace a few years ago. At that time, we tried our best to enter, but it was to no avail. I know it's because the time hasn't come yet. My original plan was to wait for the Sacred Palace to open before leading the people in. Who would have thought that on the day of the opening of the Sage Palace, a beam of holy light would shoot up into the sky and illuminate the entire firmament? The sound of the saint reading resounded through the clouds. This phenomenon shocked the entire great wilderness. Regardless of whether it's the five great forces or other experts, they've all set their sights on this area. Luo Fanwang smiled bitterly. They had been preparing for several years, but it was all for naught. He continued, although the Human Sacred Palace has been exposed, it's still a mystery. But we have also gained something in the past few years. One of them is the map of Sacred Palace. Su Zimo tapped on the stone table in the pavilion. He was considering the gains and losses. There were things in Human Sacred Palace that could help people reach the fruit of the Tao. This was what he valued the most. Unfortunately, after so many years, even Luo Fanwang could not be certain. At this moment, he thought of the Jade Lady Palace. What if he obtained an inheritance and used it to enter the Jade Lady Palace? The more Su Zimo thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Firstly, the five factions all had Dao fruit experts. Su Zimo did not want to force his way in. Secondly, he did not want others to know the reason why he was looking for the Tree of Desolation. Thinking up to this point, Su Zimo replied, all right, I agree. When will you enter the Saint Palace? Upon hearing Su Zimo's reply, the smile on Luo Fanwang's face disappeared. He hurriedly said, although the Human Saint Palace is open now, it's still open. However, there was a corrosive mist at the entrance. Even a great sage would not be able to barge in. There were also 18 demons guarding the door. Let's wait for another 3 days. 3 days later, the five major forces should be here. At that time, there should be someone to deal with the poison mist and the 18 devils. Give me the map of the Human Sacred Palace, Su Zimo said. Speaking of this map, we were quite lucky. Back then, we were patrolling the perimeter of the Human Sacred Palace to see if there were any other entrances. There are many statues at the entrance of Mortal Sage Palace. They all seem to be disciples of Mortal Sage. One of the statues has the head of a lion and the body of a human. This map fell out of its mouth. Luo Fanwang explained. After I got the map, I made 2 copies. One of them is with me. Luo Fanwang grabbed with his right hand. In his palm, the eye in the palm opened directly. It reflected the void beside it. The void opened, and Luo Fanwang took out a map from it. This eye in the palm was really interesting. Not only could it warn him, but it could also sense the power of others. It also had a space of its own. A space that only he could open. Luo Fanwang put things in the space in his palm. It could not be safer. Even if he was killed, no one would be able to find him. Senior, I've made a fool of myself. It's just a little trick. Luo Fanwang smiled. He handed the map to Su Zimo. He said, Senior, this map is the original. It's absolutely authentic. Su Zimo took the map in his hand. He could feel that this should be the skin of a certain demon beast. After countless years, it still did not decay. Opening the map, he saw that it was densely packed and crisscrossed like a maze. However, Suzimo took a closer look. He found that the sacred palace was divided into 3 major areas. They were the Tao Teaching Hall, the Sage Learning Hall, and the Commandment Hall. Only after passing all 3 places could one obtain the sage's inheritance. Do you know what the test in these 3 places is? Suzimo asked. It's probably related to the Tao teaching. Luo Fanwang thought. When the sage was still alive, he taught without discrimination and had students all over the world. He was the most respected powerhouse in the vast wilderness. Many people called him the imperial preceptor. This was because many of his students had already become emperors. Some of them had even become great sages. And the 9 disciples he was most proud of were all Tao fruit powerhouses. So strong. Even Suzimo was a little surprised. The disciples he taught were all Tao fruit powerhouses, great sages, and great emperors. More importantly, he was not picky when it came to teaching. Disciples. He taught all of them regardless of background. So it seemed that the inheritance of the sacred palace must be related to teaching. After chatting with Suzimo for a while, Luo Fanwang left. Not long after, Luo Mingyue also came. She was holding a box in her hand. Found it? Suzimo asked. Yes. Luo Mingyue nodded. Suzimo looked at the box and his eyes narrowed. He said, "Let me see the box." Luo Mingyue hesitated for a moment. In the end, she handed the box to Suzimo. "You've never opened it before?" Suzimo asked. Luo Mingyue shook her head. "I can't open this box." Suzimo looked at the box and saw that it was pitch black with some patterns on it. And where the box was locked. It was in the shape of a writing brush. Suzimo suddenly pulled up with both hands, but the box was intact. Its hardness was beyond Suzimo's expectations. Just as Suzimo was about to continue destroying the box, a muffled bang suddenly sounded. Suzimo felt as if his consciousness had been hit by something. Following that, the world in front of his eyes changed. The saint's divine presence arrived, becoming the great Shun of the world, bringing great benefits to the world. With the heavens, there is no gap between them. The saint's words, "There are millions of living beings, but there is something I can learn." Grand and majestic voices resounded one after another. The voices seemed to come from all directions, shaking one's soul and clearing one's mind. The saint is also immortal. A mortal can also cover the sky with one hand. With a single thought, I can change the myriad worlds of the heavens, change the era of the heavens. The saint said. Suzimo felt his divine body spinning in the void of space. The scene in front of his eyes was also changing. Only the voice in his ears seemed to have been imprinted into his memory, slowly resounding. For a brief moment, there was an explosion of light. The figure of an old man appeared in front of him. "Saint?" Suzimo asked in surprise. "Who are you?" As if he saw Suzimo, the old man slowly turned his head. "My name is not important," Suzimo shook his head. "Seems like you've obtained my saint's box," the old man said to himself. "Fine, we're fated after all. Let me ask you, after receiving my inheritance, are you willing to carry out my great wish?" "What great wish?" Suzimo asked. "To teach everyone without discrimination, to teach all living beings," the saint said. "To pass on what I've learned to the world as much as possible." "I don't have that much time," Suzimo shook his head. "There's no need for me to carry out your ambitions." "If that's the case, I'm afraid my inheritance is not fated with you," the old man also shook his head. "Whether or not I'm fated, it's not up to you to say," Suzimo smiled faintly. "What I ask for, I swear I'll get without giving up." The old man looked deeply at Suzimo. He waved his right hand. His right hand carried a powerful force as it rushed down. The power of the laws, Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly. "My law is the power of the great wish of all living beings. The will of all living beings must be obeyed." The old man said faintly. "If you're not willing to carry out my great wish, then I can only reform you. The great wish of all living beings is nothing. I even dare to go against heaven and earth. All living beings are just ants." Suzimo said faintly. "You're now just a remnant soul, even if your true body is still alive. what can you do to me? Su Zimo directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. He held the hilt with both hands. Boom! The law of nirvana destroyed everything, directly cutting the old man's hand in half. Su Zimo held the blade again. The tip of the blade pierced through the sky, directly attacking the old man. But in the next moment, Su Zimo passed through the old man's figure. The old man's figure became illusory. Although he could see it, he couldn't touch it. My remnant soul is already dead, how can you kill a dead person? The old man shook his head. In the end, he sighed and said, why would an existence like you forcefully seize my inheritance? Isn't it better to leave this inheritance to someone who needs it more? I heard that there is something in your inheritance that can allow you to enter the Dao fruit realm, said Su Zimo. The old man gave him a deep look. He asked, how did you know? Why? Is this a secret? Su Zimo asked. In the entire world, there are only two people who know about this. One is me, and the other is. The old man fell silent for a moment. You met him? Who did you meet? Su Zimo was a little confused by her words. The old man seemed to be reminiscing. This old man has been imparting my Dao all my life. He felt that he could be considered as a master teacher. He had taught many great emperors, great sages, and even Dao fruit experts. Unfortunately, I only feel guilty towards one student. Su Zimo looked at the old man curiously. The old man continued, it's probably the origin of the great wilderness. At that time, there were no living creatures in the great wilderness. I was part of the first batch of living creatures to explore the great wilderness. There were countless forbidden grounds and burial grounds in the great wilderness, and some monsters were especially terrifying. When I was exploring one of the forbidden grounds, I accidentally discovered a huge secret. What secret? Su Zimo asked in surprise. Do you know about the otherworldly demons? Asked Rinxing. Su Zimo shook his head. The otherworldly demons are not from the 9 realms or the great wilderness. They live outside the 9 realms. They want to conquer the 9 realms. Unfortunately, the 9 realms are heavily guarded, and the otherworldly demons have no chance. The old man explained. Later, they discovered the great wilderness. They wanted to descend on the great wilderness and use it as a base to slowly conquer the 9 realms. After I discovered the otherworldly demons, I gathered everyone to chase them away. Even the heavenly Dao took action in that battle. They killed all the otherworldly demons and sealed the spatial barrier. However, after killing the otherworldly demons, I obtained a heavenly fiend stone from their former base. The heavenly fiend stone's Dao rhymes are complete, and it contains very strong willpower. According to my tests, it's also very beneficial for condensing an essence soul. A heavenly fiend stone from the outer realms? Su Zimo said with interest. The old man nodded. He continued, the heavenly fiend stone is a good thing, but unfortunately, it has already been tainted with the evil aura of the otherworldly demons. I did not use it. Later on, the disciples that I taught were all upright and upright. They walked the path of righteousness. I sealed the heavenly fiend stone away. Until I met that youth. The old man closed his eyes, as if unwilling to recall the memories of that time. That youth's entire family was killed by his enemies, and his sister and mother were humiliated. He met me on the way to escape. I took him in as a disciple and taught him wholeheartedly, hoping that one day, I would be able to erase the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, that hatred had already become a seed. It sprouted and grew into a towering tree. He cultivated with hatred in his heart. He is different from my other disciples. He walks the path of evil, the true path of evil. When he broke through to the Dao fruit realm, I gave him the heavenly fiend stone. At that time, I felt that the heavenly fiend stone was very compatible with him, and should be able to help him reach the Dao fruit realm. What happened after that? Su Zimo asked. He took the heavenly fiend stone, and when he was condensing his essence soul and fusing with his Dao fruit, an accident suddenly happened. There was an otherworldly demon living in the heavenly fiend stone. Back then, the heavenly Dao destroyed the otherworldly demon. In order to avoid it, it entered the heavenly fiend stone. The old man sighed. That otherworldly demon fooled everyone. My disciple was ambushed, and he was left with injuries that were difficult to heal. He would never be able to reach the Dao fruit realm in this lifetime. You can understand how that felt. Only by reaching the Dao fruit realm could he avenge his family. The occurrence of this matter completely extinguished all of his thoughts. Later on, he left the human sage palace, and since then, I have never seen him again. What happened to that otherworldly demon? Su Zimo asked. I sealed it in the heavenly fiend stone, said the old man. I couldn't kill him. That otherworldly demon had been hiding for hundreds of thousands of years. It was very powerful, and not something an ordinary Dao fruit expert could fight against. In other words, the heavenly fiend stone can indeed help people condense their essence souls, but it's protected by the otherworldly demon, said Su Zimo. You're right to understand it that way. The old man nodded. One last question. What's in this box? Asked Su Zimo. A token that controls the entire human sage palace, replied the old man truthfully. However, this token needs you to place it on the control panel for it to be effective. I'm not interested in your legacy. I only want the heavenly fiend stone, said Su Zimo. As for the legacy, I have a good candidate in mind. The old man looked at Su Zimo. He knew that he did not have much choice in his current remnant soul state. He could only say, I'll leave this token to you. I hope you can choose a truly suitable person. I will. Su Zimo nodded. The old man's remnant soul also seemed to be unable to hold on. Finally, accompanied by a deep sigh, the fog dispersed, and Su Zimo felt that his consciousness had returned. He opened his eyes. He was back in the courtyard. Luo Mingyue was cautiously watching him. Gongzi, just now, it's nothing. Su Zimo waved his hand. When he opened the box again, he found that there was no longer a lock. He easily opened it. Just as the old man said, there was a jade tablet inside. It's unknown what material this jade tablet is made of. At any rate, there were numerous words carved into it. The words weren't very clear either. I'll take this tablet, Su Zimo said. My mother left this to me. Luo Mingyue was a bit hesitant. Even if the tablet falls into your hands, you won't be able to get anything, you might even lose your life for it, Su Zimo said. I'll take this tablet and give you an opportunity, how about that? Luo Mingyue hesitated for a bit. Finally, she nodded. Su Zimo put the tablet away, thought for a bit, then asked, other than this tablet, did your mother leave you anything else? Luo Mingyue shook her head. Tell me about your mother, Su Zimo asked. He felt that this matter was becoming more and more interesting. The missing disciple of human saint. And why would Luo Mingyue's mother have this tablet? My mother doesn't want to talk about the past. Luo Mingyue thought for a bit and explained. I only know that my mother used to live in the Luo manor for a while. Then, when I was about to be born, she suddenly left the Luo manor and lived in seclusion in the forest. It wasn't until she passed away that she told me about this. Before that, I didn't even know about my relationship with the Luo manor. Seems like your mother didn't want to have anything to do with the Luo manor. Su Zimo smiled. He chatted with Luo Mingyue for a bit, but didn't get any useful information. Su Zimo was thinking that he should go to Human Saint Palace to take a look. So in the evening, Su Zimo left the Luo residence alone. According to what Luo Fanwang had said, the Human Sacred Palace's inheritance should have appeared in Qi City. Su Zimo was very fast. He set off that night and arrived at Qi City in the wee hours of the next day. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth was very rich. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but Su Zimo could see a special gas rising into the sky. This special gas should be the nature energy. After so many years of teaching without discrimination, Renxing's Human Sacred Palace had long since nurtured a righteous aura. Su Zimo arrived in front of Human Saint Palace. It was a barren desert. There were no flowers or trees around. The sudden appearance of a palace in the middle of the desert was extremely out of place. And around the palace, strong winds were blowing non-stop. This was no ordinary gale. Mixed within it should be the corrosive poisonous fog. Even if a great sage were to come into contact with it, they would probably turn into pus. Only Dao fruit experts could enter. No wonder Luo Fanwang didn't go in earlier and wanted to wait for the 5 major forces to come. After all, in the vast wilderness, it seemed that only the 5 major forces had Dao fruit experts. Su Zimo's body was surging with the power of nirvanic extermination. He rushed directly into it. As if sensing the intruder, the raging winds in the surroundings became more violent. Rumble, rumble. For a moment, the wind blew and the clouds rolled, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if the entire world was going to be buried. Suzumo snorted coldly. His body was burning with flames. Ordinary poisonous fog couldn't survive in the flames. But to Suzumo's surprise, his flame laws couldn't get rid of the poisonous fog. Countless densely packed black spots had appeared on the surface of his skin. Suzumo could feel that his life force was constantly fading. Moreover, his internal organs were also beginning to deteriorate. Is this a poisonous fog that's costing me my life? Suzumo thought to himself. He waved his hand. He directly took out the tree of life. The tree that was emitting a majestic life force directly protected Suzumo's body, dispersing all the poisonous fog. Finally, he walked out of the corrosive poisonous fog. Only then did Suzumo see the full appearance of the palace. This palace was very simple and was built with the most ordinary bricks and tiles. Even the windows were made of ordinary glass. No one would pay attention to such a palace if it was placed elsewhere. However, no matter how ordinary and dilapidated the palace was. But because of the overwhelming righteousness, it still gave people a sense of majesty and boundless learning. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman constantly strives to improve himself. The terrain is good, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. In front of the palace, there was such a couplet. Suzumo looked at the tightly shut door. There were a total of 18 statues at the door. The statues were all identical. Wearing black demonic armor, each of them was mighty and domineering, with a strong fighting spirit. When Suzumo stood in front of the statues, the 18 demonic armor statues began to move. In their eyes, there was a thick black gas surging. Their movements were uniform, with different swords, spears, and clubs in their hands. The sacred palace is not to be trespassed. A majestic voice came from the demonic armor. One more step and you will be killed without mercy. The 18 demonic armors began to close in, wanting to force Suzumo out of the range of the sacred palace. Suzumo knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Listen to me, these 18 demonic armors all exuded the power of a great saint. There were a total of 18 great saints. He slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. The sword chi in his hand was rampaging, and the surrounding void was as fragile as tofu. Suzumo directly put the sword on the demonic armor. He attacked first. There was a bang. The tyrannical shadow slashed the demonic armor, and sparks flew. The demonic armor was not damaged at all. Kill, kill, kill. The 18 demonic armors kept roaring. You won't be able to kill them like this. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. In the sacred palace, there was once a war saint. The weapons he forged could not be pierced by even a great saint. They were already refined by the power of laws. Hearing this voice, Suzumo suddenly turned his head. There was someone here, but he did not sense it at all. He saw Luo Fanwang standing not far away with a smile on his face. It's you. Suzumo narrowed his eyes slightly. Sigh, why bother? I didn't want to expose my identity. Luo Fanwang shook his head. He slowly raised his head with a sinister smile on his face. There was a bloody glow in his eyes. Because anyone who knows my identity must die. He emphasized the word die. Suzumo did not care. Instead, he said indifferently, disciple of the sacred palace. You're the disciple whose foundation was destroyed by the heavenly demonic stone, right? Looks like you've seen that old man, Luo Fanwang said coldly. That thing should be in your hands. Are you talking about the jade token? Suzumo asked. Give it to me. Luo Fanwang nodded. I can give you a quick death. Interesting. Suzumo took out the jade token. You want this jade token because you want to control the entire sacred palace, right? It seems that old man has told you everything, Luo Fanwang said with a frown. If that's the case, the more you know, the more you'll die. Speaking of this, Luo Fanwang's body was full of murderous aura. In an instant, an illusion appeared in front of Suzumo's eyes, as if a purgatory of blood was rushing towards him. Corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed into the deep sea. Although it was just an illusion, the smell of blood seemed to be real. I heard that you can't reach the Dao fruit realm and have no hope for the rest of your life. Su Zimo asked. However, at this moment, he felt that Luo Fanwang's aura was not inferior to that of a Dao fruit powerhouse. Who said I can't reach the Dao fruit realm? My master can steal the heavens and change the earth. There's nothing he can't do in this world. Luo Fanwang sneered. Even if it's above the Dao fruit realm, we can still do it. You're probably dreaming. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. Above the Dao fruit realm? The spirit qi in your body is just a product of violence. It's not a real Dao fruit. Moreover, although this berserk power is strong to you, it is constantly consuming your life force. If I'm not wrong, you won't be able to hold on for long. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, Luo Fanwang sneered. Luo Fanwang snorted coldly, it's enough to kill you. When the overwhelming sea of blood rushed over, Luo Fanwang's speed was extremely fast. He almost became a line of blood. In an instant, he disappeared. Su Zimo directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back and sneered. I'm not afraid even if I'm facing a real Dao fruit powerhouse, let alone a fake Dao fruit powerhouse like you. Endless saber intent rampaged in Su Zimo's long saber. Boom. The saber was so destructive that it directly split the void in half. Rumble. The rumbling sound continued to roar. The saber cut through the thorns and destroyed everything. It directly split the sea of blood into two. The blood sea roared. Even though it was destroyed, it still wanted to drown Su Zimo. Get lost. Su Zimo activated the eyes of Samsara. The will of Samsara twisted everything and shattered the void, swallowing the entire sea of blood. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed. His figure moved quickly and lashed out with a kick at the figure in the sea of blood. Another boom was heard. This kick collided with Luo Fanwang. Blood sea prisoner. Luo Fanwang roared. The boundless sea of blood split apart, transforming into lines of blood, wanting to imprison Su Zimo within. Heaven-devouring finger of good fortune. Su Zimo waved his hand, and the power of fortune gushed out from one of his fingers. With an unstoppable momentum, it devoured everything in the world. Rumble. Endless blood qi flooded out. As the blood sea cage was torn apart, the heaven-devouring good fortune finger went straight for Luo Fanwang's forehead. Luo Fanwang was shocked. The range of this finger was very large, and he had no chance of escaping. Blood sea Dao fruit, condense. Luo Fanwang roared angrily. The sea of blood that had been scattered gathered again, turning into a shield-shaped Dao fruit. This Dao fruit was blood red, just like a heart. The shield was still beating with a thumping sound. Interesting. Su Zimo looked at the blood sea law. He laughed and said, just in time, let me have a taste of your blood sea law. What are you trying to do? Luo Fanwang frowned slightly. Su Zimo was extremely fast, and when he stepped on the air, the void under his feet could not withstand his power and kept splitting apart. In the next moment, Su Zimo had already stepped on the air and arrived above Luo Fanwang. He stepped on his blood sea Dao fruit. Around Su Zimo, the Nirvana Dao fruit also took shape. Devour. Su Zimo roared. This Nirvana Dao fruit was condensed from all the offensive power in the world. It could be said that it was the strongest offensive Dao fruit. Most importantly, the Nirvana Dao fruit not only had the power of destruction, but also the ability to devour. Simply put, it could devour the power of other Dao fruits for one's own use. What did you do? Luo Fanwang panicked. He could clearly feel that his blood sea Dao fruit was afraid, and the power of the Dao fruit was weakening. It was as if it was being devoured. At the same time, a sea of blood surged around Su Zimo. The endless sea of blood gathered towards the Nirvana Dao fruit. Damn it, you will pay for today's humiliation in the future. Luo Fanwang was furious. He seemed to have sensed something as well. He had actually split his blood sea Dao fruit into two. One half was allowed to be devoured by Su Zimo, while the other half escaped into the void with his heavily injured body. After splitting the Dao fruit, the injury was somewhat irreversible. Without a heaven-defying divine medicine, the Dao fruit would probably never recover. However, Luo Fanwang's luck was not bad. because his blood sea Dao fruit was fake to begin with. Therefore, it was not irreversible. However, Su Zimo was curious about who could help Luo Fanwang condense the blood sea Dao fruit. Even if it was a fake Dao fruit, this was not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, ordinary Dao fruit experts could not do this. It seemed that he had to wait until he returned and ask the true martial ancestor. However, Su Zimo felt a little regretful that he had let the other party escape. At this moment, he was restrained by the other half of the blood sea Dao fruit and could not kill the other party. Su Zimo could only focus on absorbing the power of this half of the Dao fruit. The power was getting stronger and stronger. Su Zimo could clearly sense that after absorbing the power of the blood sea, the spirit chi in his body was boiling. He could no longer suppress it and was about to break through the 11th meridian. Previously, when he condensed the Dao fruit, he had almost shattered this meridian. If he condensed his essence soul again, he would probably be able to completely break through the meridian. Rumble. The spirit chi in his body was surging like a long river with surging waves. It constantly attacked. Finally, under Su Zimo's forceful suppression, it calmed down. Looks like I have to condense my essence soul as soon as possible, Su Zimo thought to himself. A sanguine light flashed in his eyes. Su Zimo's heart sank. There was something wrong with this blood sea. There seemed to be a strong law of slaughter mixed in it. He had absorbed too much and even had the thought of killing. Fortunately, he was strong and forcefully suppressed it. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the 18 fiend armors in front of him. The 18 fiend armors had already retreated to their original spot. When Su Zimo barged in again, the 18 fiend armors moved again. Halt. Those who trespass the holy palace will be killed without mercy. It just so happens that my second move, myriad immortal slaying, has already taken shape. How about you appraise it? Su Zimo raised the tyrannical shadow and said softly. Falling into the netherworld meant that one would fall into the netherworld hell and never be reincarnated. Then, myriad immortal slaying, one saber slashed through the 9 heavens. Under the sky, a supreme heavenly court appeared. The heavenly court seemed to be the ruler of the world. Palaces, immortal courts, Taoist temples, and spirit gardens rose from the ground and stood between heaven and earth. In these buildings, immortal energy filled the air and constantly rose. Immediately after, figures slowly walked out from the immortal fog. Each figure had immortal energy that soared into the sky. Some were riding the clouds and had the demeanor of an immortal. Some were enlightened and had the bearing of a phoenix. There were also people who summoned the wind and rain and returned to their origin. The immortals descended, and the sky shook. At this moment, a saber fell from the sky. The saber intent was full of nirvana and could destroy everything. At this moment, countless buildings in the heavenly court collapsed, and the jade buildings turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. The immortals were terrified. At this moment, they were the undead under the saber. They were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were fish on the chopping block. A saber fell from the sky. The 18 demonic armors looked up. At this moment, the heavenly court was destroyed, and the immortal slayer was dead. And the 18 demonic armors had unknowingly disappeared into thin air. They disappeared along with the heavenly court in the sky. The world was empty and incomparably silent. It was as if nothing had happened. Only Su Zimo, the tyrannical shadow in his hand, vibrated happily. This was the immortal slayer. This saber was a sure kill saber. It was an invincible saber. Whether you were a god or a demon, there was nothing this saber couldn't kill. Without the obstruction of the 18 demonic armors. Su Zimo walked to the entrance of the holy palace and saw that the door was tightly shut. He pressed his hands on both sides of the door and pushed it forward. There was a boom. The door that had been sealed for a long time slowly opened. Su Zimo looked inside. It was covered by a layer of fog. If he didn't walk in, he was afraid that he wouldn't see anything. He thought for a while. In the end, he walked in. The moment he stepped into it, all the fog disappeared. As for the door behind him, it was completely shut. Su Zimo looked around. This should be a hall. And in front of him, there were dozens of chairs. It was like a school. In front of him was a podium. There was a plaque hanging next to it. The three big words preaching hall were like dragons and snakes, dancing like dragons and phoenixes. It had the demeanor of a calligraphy master. Preaching hall, is this one of the three assessment places of the Holy Palace? Suzimo took out the map. After passing through the door of the preaching hall, he should be able to enter the sage school. However, there was a righteous bridge outside. The bridge of the righteous path, the bridge of questioning the heart, could only be crossed by those who understood the heart. Suzimo put away the map. Then, he prepared to leave. But in the next instant, a buzzing sound could be heard. A powerful force erupted in all directions. It turned into a transparent cover and enveloped the imparting doctrine hall. A teacher's job is to teach and dispel doubts. Humans are not born with knowledge. Who can be free of doubts? Bewildered but not willing to follow the teacher, this is bewilderment, and in the end, it will not be solved. Lines of mantras related to the Tao of teachers rang out. These mantras turned into solid articles that floated in the void of space. Suzimo frowned slightly. He wanted to see what was going on. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded. The first test. 30 people. Only those with good character will be selected. Only when all 30 people are present can the examination begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light directly enveloped Suzimo's head. However, the other 29 seats were still empty. Therefore, the examination did not begin. And this mysterious force enveloped the entire preaching hall. Suzimo couldn't get out either. In other words, Suzimo was trapped in the first round. Suzimo could clearly hear the voice that spoke earlier. It was the old man in the jade token. He should be the mortal sage. He was a little speechless. He didn't expect that there would be a limit to the number of people in the examination. He was alone, but they didn't allow him to take the examination. Suzimo's spirit energy was majestic. He wanted to try to break through the barrier with his powerful strength. Could he enter the second round? Boom! The heaven-swallowing good fortune finger landed on the barrier, but there was no reaction at all. There wasn't even a ripple. Suzimo knew that it was almost impossible to break through with brute force. Not to mention him, even a Tao fruit expert wouldn't be able to do it. Because the mortal sage was a very powerful existence. This barrier was set up by him, so it might have fused with the power of many of his Tao fruit students. It was very difficult to break through. Suzimo walked to the door and shouted, "I'm not taking the examination. Can I leave?" The preaching hall calmed down a little. Suddenly, there was a yes. In an instant, the barrier opened and the door to leave opened. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. He'd only said that to test the waters. It seemed that there was something in the mortal sage palace that controlled all the examinations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so humane. Suzimo didn't stay for long. He walked out of the mortal sage palace. Since he couldn't take the examination now, he'd wait for the 5 factions to come together. Suzimo was confident that he had the jade token. In fact, he didn't need to fight for anything. As long as the jade token was in place, he could rule the entire mortal sage palace. After leaving the land of inheritance, Suzimo went to Chi City. According to the time, the 5 factions should arrive tomorrow. He didn't need to wait for too long. Suzimo wanted to book a room in an inn. Unfortunately, there were no empty rooms in Chi City. With the appearance of the mortal sage palace, countless people gathered here. And Chi City was the closest city to the mortal sage palace. Therefore, it was expected that it would be overcrowded. "What are you doing? Don't go overboard." Suddenly, a shout came from the side of the street. Attracted by the voice, everyone looked up. He saw that on the empty main street. There were 3 men surrounding the 2 of them. One old and one young. The old man seemed to be a servant. The young man looked very strange, even a little neutral. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. "Old man, you stepped on my shoes and you think you can just let it go?" One of the big men said coldly. These 3 burly men were all burly like brown bears. The 3 of them were bald, and they even looked somewhat ferocious. The only difference was that they wore different clothes. Black, white, and red. They were all wearing sleeveless shirts, revealing their bulging muscles. Gentlemen, I won't argue with you about this. You should leave, the old man said quickly. Old man, is there something wrong with you? You stepped on us and you don't want to argue with us? The big man said coldly. Looks like I'm too kind to you. If you want to live, leave quickly. The farther the better. The old man looked really anxious and started to push the three big men. The big man in the middle was angry. He threw the old man away with his arm. Damn it, old man, you're asking for death. The old man fell to the ground, seemingly weak. The young man who had been silent all this time slowly squatted down. He came to the old man. He smiled, Xiao Lu, you see, it's useless to reason with them. What this world needs is killing. Blood, corpses. The young man became more and more deranged. The youth's expression became more and more deranged. His voice was a little hysterical, and his smile had become terrifying. The world needs to kill. The world needs to kill. This kid must be scared out of his wits. The man next to him sneered. Compensate us quickly or we'll sell this kid to brothels. This kid looks soft and tender. Some people with special preferences will like him. A few of the burly men were laughing sinisterly. One of them stepped forward and grabbed the youth's shoulder. In the next moment, the man's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The man's body fell to the ground and turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Big brother. The other two men were scared out of their wits. Kid, what did you do? The youth slowly stood up and smiled. Don't worry. You'll be accompanying him soon. Blood began to flow from the youth's body. The blood was very sticky and the smell of blood filled the air. It began to spread to the surrounding city. More and more blood flowed out. The blood gradually condensed into a bloody man. The bloody man roared and pounced at the two men. Careful. The two men wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The bloody man pounced over and directly covered the two burly men. Not long after, accompanied by the sounds of their struggles, the two men's flesh and blood were also devoured, and they became skeletons. The youth's laughter grew louder. Don't. The old man below struggled to stand up and tried to persuade him. Little Lou, I've restrained myself. I don't want to kill anyone. The youth shook his head and smiled. But these people forced me to. Once I start killing, I can't control myself. It feels so good. As the youth spoke, the blood on his body grew thicker. Soon, the blood covered the entire street. Along the way, anyone who came into contact with the blood was swallowed up. At this rate, the entire Qi city would be destroyed, and everyone would be annihilated. The city was in chaos. Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. How dare you, demon! The Sun Moon cult is here to suppress you today. 3 people walked through the air. Now that the human Saint Palace had appeared, many experts had gathered in Qi City. It's the Sun Moon cult, someone hurriedly said. I wonder which senior it is. There were 2 young disciples and an old man among the 3 people who were walking in the air. The 2 young disciples were a man and a woman. One of them held the sun wheel while the other held the moon wheel. As for the old man, his loose robe fluttered in the wind. Between his eyebrows, there was a symbol of a scorching sun. It's Elder Tianhua, someone said. Elder Tianhua is a great emperor. We are saved. Many people became excited. As for Elder Tianhua, he had his hands behind his back. He looked at the disciples on both sides and said, I'll give the 2 of you a chance to gain experience. Go subdue this monster. Yes, disciple will follow master's orders. The 2 of them stepped into the air. The male disciple held the sun wheel, which was a round wheel with a curvature. The male disciple waved his right hand. In an instant, the raging fire turned into a torrent and surrounded the young man. Burn it! The male disciple snorted. However, in the next moment, the blood gathered together to form a blood shield. When the flames landed on the blood shield, blood splattered everywhere. However, the flames still couldn't burn through the blood shield. As the blood splattered everywhere, the male disciple couldn't dodge in time. He was directly stained by a drop of blood. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The male disciple's arm was instantly devoured, leaving a bloody hole. The blood seemed to be consciously rushing into his body. As for the female disciple at the side, when she saw this scene, she hurriedly waved the moon wheel in her hand. Within the moon wheel, there was a powerful spiritual energy bursting out. Rumble, rumble. The power of the moon wheel was like white frost, instantly freezing the entire void. Wherever the moon wheel was waved, a path of ice would be left behind. The female disciple's face was solemn and cold sweat flowed down her nose. 1,000 miles of ice. The female disciple shouted softly. A giant ice dragon roared and came over. Although it was 1,000 miles of ice, because the female disciple was too weak, she could only condense an ice dragon that was 100 meters long. The ice dragon froze all the blood. It roared and charged towards the young man. Apart from bleeding, the young man didn't move from the beginning to the end. At this moment, seeing the ice dragon charging over, he raised his head and smiled evilly. With a light spit from his mouth, a blood dragon was condensed. Immediately after, the blood dragon opened its bloody mouth and forcefully suppressed the ice dragon to the ground with its claws. It swallowed the ice dragon in one gulp. Seeing this scene, regardless of whether it was the male or female disciples, their faces all turned pale. Demon, how dare you be so arrogant? Elder Xianxia couldn't sit still anymore. He directly stepped on the air and grabbed one disciple in each hand. He grabbed the two disciples and ran not far away. You want to leave so easily after coming here? The young man smiled sinisterly. I feel that you are a little strong. Killing you should feel better. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the blood around him started to riot. The blood dragon roared and came over. The old man snorted coldly and directly stepped with his right foot. A powerful force annihilated the blood dragon. But the young man didn't care. The surrounding sea of blood boiled and instantly condensed countless blood dragons. It was as if there was no end to them. The blood dragons soared into the sky and surrounded the entire Qi city. The dragon roars resounded through the world. Seeing this scene, even the old man's expression changed. He wanted to escape with his disciples. However, those blood dragons seemed to have targeted him and wanted to kill him. Get lost. The old man was furious. The mark of the sun between his eyebrows shone. It became blazing hot like a sun. A torrent of flame swept over, destroying all of the blood dragons. However, what the old man didn't expect was that after the blood dragons were destroyed, they turned into dense blood droplets. They floated in the air and couldn't dodge. Even though the old man's cultivation was strong and his movement technique was profound, he still touched a few blood droplets. The old man's willpower was extraordinary. He endured the pain and said with a shocked expression, "You are the blood lotus seed?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man didn't dare to stay there any longer. He fled with the two disciples in a sorry state. Blood lotus seed, this demon still appeared in the end? A sigh came from beside Su Zimo. During the previous battle, Su Zimo had been watching the show on the spot. At this moment, when he heard the sigh, he turned his head. He saw a young novice monk walking over. This young novice monk wasn't tall, only about 1.6 meters. There were 8 commandment scars on his bald head. He wore a gray monk robe and looked young, but he seemed to be worried about the country and the people. Ba, this young monk greets the benefactor. The young novice monk walked forward and bowed to Su Zimo. Young monk, do we know each other? Su Zimo asked. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, the little monk shook his head slightly. I've never met you before, benefactor. Then why are you greeting me? Su Zimo asked. There were so many people here. The little monk obviously came with a purpose. The little monk smiled and explained, Benefactor, please don't misunderstand. I've been cultivating in the Hongming demon sect since I was young. I'm indebted to the Grandmaster for opening my Dharma eyes. I can see gods and Buddhas from above and demons from below. Today in Qi City, you are the only one who is shrouded in mystery. Although I can't see through you, I can't see through you. Although I can't see clearly, I know that you're an extraordinary person. So I'm here to get familiar with you. You're honest, little monk, Su Zimo chuckled. Grandmaster taught me that if you want someone to open their heart to you, you have to do it yourself first, the little monk replied. Little monk, you're good at Taoism, Su Zimo replied. Does the Hongming demon sect accept monks? It's not like they're from a temple or Buddhism. Little monk, if you've seen through the world of mortals, I can do anything. I don't differentiate between demon sects or temples. The little monk bowed and smiled. If there's anything different. Benefactor, you can call me little monk demon monk. As soon as he finished speaking, the little monk's body was surrounded by a thick demonic aura. A string of demonic pearls appeared around his neck. The pearls were refined from skeletons. It gave off an evil feeling. The little novice monk's eyes had also turned deep and pitch black. Su Zimo smiled. Little monk, you're looking for me, right? Benefactor, aren't you curious about the origin of the blood lotus seed? The little monk asked. At this moment, Qi City was already covered in a sea of blood. Countless residents began to flee out of the city. The city lord of Qi City, Hong Tianxiong, led the soldiers in a final retreat. The sea of blood was strong. But it was actually afraid of fire. It was just that the sea of blood had grown to a certain extent, and ordinary fire could not hurt it at all. In order to stop the sea of blood from spreading, the city lord, Hong Tianxiong, directly ignited the houses on both sides, and a raging fire burned in Qi City. The two of you, why aren't you running? Hong Tianxiong also noticed Su Zimo and the little monk. At this moment, the city was chaotic and dangerous. However, Su Zimo and Li Tianlan didn't care at all. They just stood there calmly and chatted. The blood sea within a dozen meters was distorted by a powerful force, unable to penetrate even half a step. The two of them ignored Hong Tianxiong. Hearing the little monk's question, Su Zimo smiled and said, I'm curious about the blood lotus seed, but I'm also not. If you want to talk about it, I'll listen. If you don't tell me, I won't bother to listen. Anyway, Qi City's matters have nothing to do with me. It's related to the human saint palace, the novice monk said with a smile. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The novice monk smiled again. Benefactor, you must be here for the sacred palace as well. What does that have to do with you? Su Zimo retorted. Why don't we work together and take what we need from each other, the novice monk said. You think you're qualified? Su Zimo said indifferently. If I subdue the blood lotus seed, would I be qualified? The novice monk didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. You're just an ant that can be destroyed with a wave of my hand, Su Zimo said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the smile on the novice monk's face froze. Benefactor, I don't know how to answer that. The novice monk shook his head. He suggested, then let's compete and see who can subdue the blood lotus seed first. You want to save Qi City? Su Zimo asked. Do demonic monks do good deeds too? I just don't want to be looked down upon by you, benefactor, the novice monk shook his head. Not far away, more and more people were evacuating. Hong Tianxiong's tense heart also relaxed. However, at this moment, the blood sea was overflowing. He was already deep in the blood sea and couldn't escape. Come on, you damn little demon. I've been managing Qi City for hundreds of years and nothing has happened. Today, you've ruined it. Hong Tianxiong was fearless. He actually charged toward the young man while cursing. Boom! A blood dragon roared as it came. Under the violent impact, the long sword in Hong Tianxiong's hand directly broke. He saw a few more blood dragons roaring as they came. Hong Tianxiong had already seen the Grim Reaper. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A Vajra's bull blocked in front of him. It blocked all the blood dragons. Little monk? Hong Tianxiong looked up and saw the figure in front of him. He stuttered. I hate it when people call me little monk, the novice monk snorted. He grabbed Hong Tianxiong and threw him out of Qi City. The novice monk then turned his head. He looked at the young man in front of him. He said, little brat, surrender without a fight. Your blood lotus has a good foundation. If you restrain your murderous nature and evolve into a demonic lotus, you might be able to improve further. I haven't tasted the flesh of a monk yet, the young man licked his lips. The next moment, the blood sea rioted again. Countless dragon roars were heard. The novice monk shook his head. He said, "You still won't give up. Little blood lotus, not even a saint. How dare you be so arrogant and destroy the city?" The novice monk pushed the Vajra alms bowl forward. The Vajra alms bowl instantly became 100 times bigger. It blocked all the blood chi outside. No matter how angry the young man was and how much blood chi roared, he could not break through the Vajra alms bowl. Everyone thought that to destroy you, they had to kill you. Unfortunately, even if the blood lotus seed dies, it can be reborn. The most important thing is the blood lotus itself, the novice monk said. Hearing this, the young man's calm expression became a little flustered. He shouted at the old man next to him, "Little Lu, run." The novice monk smiled and shook his head. "Accept your fate. Since I'm already here, where can you run to?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Vajra alms bowl in the novice monk's hand instantly became countless times bigger. It enveloped the entire Chi city. If he wanted to escape, he had to break the Vajra alms bowl. Unfortunately, the young man had used all his skills just now and still could not break the Vajra alms bowl. "Follow me back to the Hongming demon gate, I'll bestow upon you." The novice monk smiled. He stepped on the air and came over. Demonic chi exploded in his figure. He directly appeared in front of the old man. "Blood lotus," he shouted. A hand patted the old man's head. In an instant, the old man screamed in pain. A powerful force blew down, and the old man began to transform. His original human form gradually turned into a green lotus. The surface of the green lotus was green, and there were profound truths of heaven and earth reverberating within it. It was full of spirit chi. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. The novice monk directly grabbed the green lotus, and the demonic chi around him skyrocketed. He shouted, "Lotus seed, why aren't you coming back?" As soon as he said that, a powerful devouring force erupted from the green lotus, forcefully swallowing the young man into the green lotus. "No, I don't want to go back." The young man was struggling. "If you give me more blood chi, I can break free from the lotus body." "I don't want to. Lotus seed and lotus body are one. So what if you break free?" The novice monk shook his head and said, "In the end, you'll only be limited by your aptitude and won't achieve much." In the end, despite the youth's constant struggle. Unfortunately, his fate had already been decided. The lotus was his cage, he had to become one with the lotus to be able to exert his full strength. The youth's body began to change. Gradually, it turned into a blood-red lotus seed. As the lotus body swallowed, the blood-colored lotus seed was completely absorbed into the lotus body. Together with the lotus body, it formed a complete lotus. Looking at the lotus, the novice monk shook his head and said, "It was originally a lotus of heaven and earth, but unfortunately, it was stained with blood. It turned into a lotus of slaughter. But it doesn't matter, no matter if it's good or bad, as long as I can use it, it's a good lotus." Saying so, he put the lotus away. The novice monk then walked in front of Suzimo. He smiled, "Benefactor, is this little trick of mine pleasing to your eyes?" "You said it yourself, it's just a little trick, how is it pleasing to your eyes?" Suzimo retorted. The novice monk felt a bit suffocated. Then he smiled, "Has anyone ever told you that talking to you can make a person die of anger? This blood lotus seed came from Human Saint Palace." "Human Saint Palace?" Suzimo frowned a bit. "There's no harm in telling you," the novice monk replied. When Human Saint traveled the world, he didn't just preach to the great wilderness. Whenever he met bad people or evil spirits during his preaching, Human Saint would also act to suppress them. And against those unrepentant evil spirits, Human Saint created the Demon Suppression Pagoda. Specifically to suppress these evil spirits. This blood lotus seed came from the Demon Suppression Pagoda? Suzimo immediately understood. Yes, the appearance of Human Saint Palace is a good thing. Countless people came to fight for this great fortune. But it's also a bad thing. The novice monk shook his head. Human Saint suppressed so many evil spirits in the past. Right now, Human Saint Palace has no master. But now that there are evil spirits in the Demon Suppression Pagoda, it means that there's a flaw. I'm afraid that when the evil spirits come back, the great wilderness will fall into chaos again. Suzimo calmly nodded. At this time a few figures came from afar. Monk Zai, it seems you've already subdued this evil spirit. A chuckle. Two groups of people appeared in the distance. A group of people wore Taoist robes, and they were mainly green in color. As for the other group of people, they wore blue robes. Their auras were restrained, making it impossible for others to see through them. After these two groups of people stepped through the air and arrived, they were led by two men. It's Wang Buyu of the Heartsword sect and Zhang Meng of the Blue Cloud sect. They are the best of the younger generation of these two sections. Monk Zai looked at Su Zimo and explained. What about you, is he an elite of the Grand Mist Demon Gate? Su Zimo asked with interest. I wouldn't dare. I'm just a little monk in the secular world. Monk Zai shook his head. Not far away, two groups of people had already landed in Qi City. Monk Zai smiled and said, Wang Buyu, Zhang Meng, the two of you are late. Not at all. Zhang Meng shook his head and smiled. When we came here, we met the Bloody Butcher in Song City in the south. He was also one of the demons. The two of us took care of it together. Wang Buyu, who was at the side, looked at Su Zimo. He smiled and said, How should I address you, fellow Taoist? You don't look familiar. I'm just a passerby. There's no need to know me. Su Zimo shook his head. Now that the demons have appeared, the entire vast wilderness has been affected. What are your two sects' plans? Monk Zai changed the topic and asked. No matter what plans we have, let's get the human sage's inheritance first, Wang Buyu replied. When are you going to enter the human sage palace? Monk Zai asked again. The three sects have already arrived and are waiting outside the human sage palace. Now, we're just waiting for the Darking sect and Jade Lady sect to arrive. Then, we can open the human sage palace together. The three of them discussed. They seemed to have reached an agreement. Monk Zai looked at Su Zimo and invited, Benefactor, the three of us are going to subdue the demons. When the time is right, we'll go to the human sage palace. Do you want to go with us? You want to subdue the demons at such an important time? Su Zimo was in disbelief. The human sage palace could open at any time. He could enter the Tao preaching hall now. To tell you the truth, our sect has ordered us to capture some evildoers. We're going to interrogate them about the situation in the human sage palace, Zhang Meng explained. After all, so many years have passed, we don't know what the human sage palace is like. Su Zimo understood. He had the map of the human sage palace, so he knew much more than others. But the map was ultimately dead. Just like how the demon subduing pagoda was destroyed and the demons escaped, he didn't know. You just caught the blood lotus seed, can't you ask? Su Zimo asked. This blood lotus seed is too weak, it's only an ordinary demon. We have to capture the demon king, Monk Zai shook his head and replied. What's the demon king's cultivation level? Su Zimo asked. Great sage. Then do you know where to find the demon king? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Zhang Meng stood out and smiled. This is the strength of our Blue Cloud sect. Zhang Meng waved his right hand. A wisp of green gas filled his palm. Demon Qi as the guide, heaven and earth as the plate, all demons appear. Accompanied by his soft shout. Suddenly, more than a dozen green lines appeared between heaven and earth. These lines were connected to Zhang Meng's hand. The other end floated into the distance. Each of these blue lines represents a demonic beast, Zhang Meng said. Look, this line is thinner, it means that this demon is the weakest. And this line is as thick as an arm. I'm afraid it's the demon king. In that case, I'll join in the fun with you, Su Zimo replied. Su Zimo was not a busybody. He just felt that something was wrong and wanted to confirm the doubts in his heart. After the few of them came to an agreement, they prepared to follow the line to find the demon king. Zhang Meng's method seemed to have some tracking ability. As for the people from the other two sects, no one followed. The main reason was that the target was too big, and they didn't want to scare the demon king away. The four of them were very fast, walking on air all the way. About an hour later, they stopped above a river. This is it, Zhang Meng said with a frown. The source of my tracking disappeared here. Look around, Monk Zai reminded. The demon king is different from ordinary demons. When they were suppressed, they were already very powerful existences. No matter who we meet, we must immediately send a signal to rule the others. Don't fight alone. Okay. The few of them nodded. The four of them happened to be searching in 4 different directions. Suzimo was not in a hurry. After the other 3 left, he took out his compass, traceless. Zhang Meng's tracking method was far inferior to his. Traceless began to rotate. The demon chi that had dissipated gradually became clear. Found it. Suzimo narrowed his eyes. He quickly chased after the aura. His speed was extremely fast because he wanted to find the evil spirit king before the other 3 people. He wanted to ask some questions. Soon, Suzimo saw a village in front of him. The evil spirit king's aura also disappeared in the village. Looks like it's here. Suzimo slowly walked towards the village. The village had some ideas. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the village with the words Spirit Hidden Village written on it. There was a very old willow tree at the entrance of the village. However, the willow tree seemed to have been cut in half by some force. It was a pity. Suzimo looked up at the village. It was very quiet and there was no sign of people. When Suzimo was about to enter the village, a group of people suddenly walked out of the village. Outsiders, stop, an old man said. Spirit Hidden Village does not welcome outsiders. The old man was wearing a green robe and a group of young people followed behind him. They're all dead. It seems that they're in this village. Suzimo looked at the village chief and the group of people and said calmly. Young man, who did you say died? The old man was a little unhappy and snorted coldly. Suzimo looked at him. He waved his hand and a powerful saber energy burst out. It directly cut all the villagers in half. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was black blood. Then, the corpses of this group of people healed and became scared again. It was extremely terrifying. Dead. So I'm already dead. The old man laughed crazily. He spat out blood and pounced on Suzimo. Get lost, Suzimo shouted softly. His voice was like thunder and everyone was sent flying. He quickly walked into the village. At this time, the women and children in the village had all become corpse puppets. Come out, Suzimo said calmly. However, other than the roars of the corpse puppets, no one paid attention to him. It seems that I have to do it. Suzimo shook his head. He pointed his finger, and the heaven-swallowing finger of good fortune fell. A powerful force rumbled. All the houses in the village collapsed. The earth cracked, and a bottomless pit appeared. In the village, in a very deep cold kiln, a figure was forced out by Suzimo. These figures all exuded a dense baleful aura. This baleful aura was almost condensed into a solid form. This figure's hair was disheveled, and his face could no longer be seen. The figure roared angrily, his saint aura surged as he charged towards Suzimo. Great Sage Peak, Suzimo said with a smile. Looks like it's the evil beast king. With a slap of his hand, he slapped the figure to the ground. The figure continued to struggle and roar. Suddenly, his hair parted and his face could be seen clearly. This man actually had the face of a tiger. Tiger demons? Suzimo said. Seeing the tiger demon charging at him again, Suzimo could no longer be bothered to tangle with it. A mere great sage dares to dream of fighting me? A powerful force of nirvana burst out, suppressing the tiger demon until it could not move. The power of nirvanic extermination condensed into a giant sharp blade. It floated in the void. If the tiger demon made any strange movements, it was as if the sharp blade would fall and stab it, killing it. The tiger demon did not dare to act rashly. Human, there is no grudge between us. I came out of the demon subduing pagoda just to find a place to hide, the tiger demon said. Compared to Blood Lotus Seed who went on a killing spree in Chi City, this tiger demon was obviously much more low-key. He hid in the cellar of this village. Moreover, he turned everyone into corpse puppets. It was almost impossible for anyone to discover him. It could be said to be foolproof. But he was unlucky. Suzimo used Traceless to track him down. Even if he went to the ends of the earth, he could not escape. Yes, there is no grudge between us. Suzimo nodded. I'm only here to ask you a question. What question? The tiger demon frowned and asked. Are you planning to kill everyone? Benefactor, have you found the tiger demon? Monk's eye stepped on the air and looked at Suzimo. Suzimo nodded and then shook his head. He said, I saw it here, but it escaped. All the people in this village have become corpse puppets. That evil demon king is at least a peak supreme sage. What a pity. Monk's eye frowned slightly. Zhang Meng and Wang Buyu also stepped on the air and followed closely. Zhang Meng, track it again, Monk's eye said. Zhang Meng nodded slightly. The green spirit energy in his hand began to revolve violently. But this time, the spirit energy only revolved for a while before disappearing. Zhang Meng was stunned. Its aura disappeared. How could this be? Monk's eye hurriedly asked. Someone who is better at tracking than me helped it conceal its aura, Zhang Meng said. Could it be that this evil demon king knows how to conceal its aura? You mean, we can't catch it? Monk's eye asked. Zhang Meng nodded helplessly. Damn it. Monk's eye's expression was ugly. Finally, he said, we don't have time. The demon lord just sent an order. The human sage palace is about to open. The Jade Lady Palace and the Darking sect are already here. Then let's hurry back, Wang Buyu said. The four of them stepped on the air again and headed towards the human sage palace. At this time, the human sage palace was already surrounded. There were at least a few hundred people. Some of them were from the 5 great forces, some were from first-rate forces, and even more were itinerant cultivators. These people surrounded the entire human sage palace, and it was exceptionally noisy. When Suzimo and the other 3 came over, everyone was discussing how to enter the human sage palace. Everyone. A middle-aged man stood up. He said loudly, our 5 great forces are taking the lead this time. I hope everyone can pay attention to order. Don't fight and kill casually. This middle-aged man was Xianxia of the Heartsword sect. Hearing his words, someone sneered, Elder Xiao, the inheritance depends on one's ability. If we don't fight, how can we snatch the inheritance? That's right. Whoever is more capable can obtain the inheritance. Someone in the crowd began to jeer. Hearing this, Xianxia snorted coldly. The dozen or so people who were jeering instantly turned pale. One by one, they spat out a mouthful of blood as if they had been severely injured. It's Xianxia's heart sword. He has already cultivated it to the point of killing invisible people, someone said in shock. The cultivation method of the Heartsword sect was special. Their attacks were all invisible. Because everything was only in the Heartsword. Everyone, listen to me. Xianxia said in a deep voice. If it was any other inheritance, everyone would just kill each other. But this is the inheritance of the human sage. I think everyone knows what kind of person the human sage is. The inheritance of the human sage is looking for the fated person. It's useless for you to fight and kill. Today, our 5 great forces are holding down the fort. If anyone wants to challenge our authority, feel free to try. When these words came out, everyone didn't dare to speak. After all, the 5 great forces ruled everything. Let's go in. Xianxia said. We'll go first. If there's any danger, we'll be able to block it. Even if there's an opportunity, it would have been taken by you, a rogue cultivator complained. Everyone wanted to go in first. As for whether there was danger, if they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have come to the Holy Palace. Rogue cultivators couldn't be compared to the major forces. They all lived a life of danger. They grew up in deceit and deception. Don't complain. There's something wrong with the demon-suppressing pavilion. Who knows how many demons there are inside, Xianxia snorted. We're just doing it for everyone's sake. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the 5 major forces were about to walk toward the Holy Palace. Suzimo also followed Monk Zizai and the others. The only thing that made him a little wary was that the Luo family, who had been plotting against the Holy Palace for many years, didn't send anyone. Moreover, Luo Fanwang hadn't appeared since he was severely injured. Suzimo didn't believe that the other party would let it go. After all, they had been plotting against the Holy Palace for many years. How could they let the meat in their mouth fly away? Suzimo knew that the other party must be hiding in the dark, waiting for the right time to plot something. This time, the inheritance of the Holy Palace was far more dangerous than it seemed. However, his goal was only the extraterrestrial demonic stone. As for the other inheritances, he would let others fight for them. Monk Zizai, who is this person? He doesn't look like a disciple of the five major forces. At this time, a voice came from the side. Suzimo knew that the other party was talking about him. He turned around and saw a young man in a black robe looking at him with a sinister look. Monk Zizai replied, "Black Raven Holy Sun, this is my friend." "Why? Does it have anything to do with you?" Monk Zizai's tone was very stiff. It was obvious that he didn't have a good relationship with the Black Raven Holy Sun. "We're the five major forces. We shouldn't bring an unknown outsider with us," the Black Raven Holy Sun replied. He looked at Suzimo. "If you know what's good for you, you'll step back first." "Who is this guy?" Suzimo asked faintly. "The Holy Son of the Darking Sect," Monk Zizai replied. Suzimo turned to look at the Black Crow Saint and said bluntly, "If you don't want to die, don't block my way." "What kind of attitude is that?" The Black Crow Holy Sun was a little angry. "A mere loose cultivator dares to speak to me like this?" One had to know that in the great wilderness, the five major forces were the rulers. He didn't even need to ask about Suzimo's background. He could kill Suzimo directly. As long as they were not from the five major forces, no one would dare to provoke him. The Black Crow Saint's son shouted angrily. His right hand was like the claw of a ferocious beast. With a sharp aura, he grabbed at Suzimo. "Get lost," Suzimo shouted. His voice was like thunder. The Black Crow Saint felt an irresistible force coming at him, and his whole body crashed into the wall next to him. The walls of the human Saint Palace were abnormally hard. His head was bleeding and his flesh was badly mangled. Suzimo ignored him and walked straight into human Saint Palace. He came to the preaching hall again. At this moment, many people were already standing there. Among them, the five major forces were the main forces. The voices of the sages appeared in the void. Suzimo didn't go up rashly. 50 people came forward and sat at the table in the center of the hall. This test happened to be a group of 50 people. When the 50 people were seated, the table in front of everyone began to change. Finally, a book appeared. Heaven and Earth People Policy. Those who comprehend the righteous energy of heaven and earth in 10 minutes can enter the second test. As soon as the sentence fell, it immediately set off an uproar in the hall. Isn't this a little too harsh? It's not that easy to comprehend the righteous energy. I think human saint is clearly making things difficult for us. Someone retorted, if the righteous energy is hard to comprehend, then do you think human saint's inheritance is easy to obtain? Human saint is choosing his only successor, so it must be 1 in 10,000. Those who don't meet the requirements will be eliminated. That's right. In other words, although the test is strict, the rewards are equally rich. As the 10 people comprehended the righteous energy, the hall gradually quieted down as everyone stared at the 50 people. Kid, I found you. At this moment, the Black Crow Saint walked over angrily. He was almost beaten to death by that blow. Of course, he wouldn't let Suzimo go. Black Crow Saint, if you want to cause trouble, I'll spar with you, Monk Zizai said. We have plenty of time. This is a private matter between me and this kid, the Black Crow Saint snorted. He looked at Suzimo. Kid, how do you want to die? Why don't you tell me how to die? Suzimo replied. Okay, then I'll cut off your limbs and let you die in pain. The Black Crow Saint snorted. At the same time, I'll warn others of the consequences of offending me. As soon as the Black Crow Saint finished speaking, he gestured to the elder next to him. The Black Crow Saint was not stupid. After the previous exchange, he also knew that Suzimo's strength was not simple. Therefore, he invited the elders of the sect. Elder Xianxia, I'll leave it to you. The elder nodded gloomily. Don't worry, Saint. I'll definitely make him cry and beg for mercy. After the elder finished speaking, black smoke surrounded his right hand. There seemed to be a skull roaring in the black smoke. "Brat, just surrender." The elder waved his hand, and suddenly, there was a gust of cold wind that annihilated everything. "Get lost," Suzimo said softly. His right hand turned into a knife and slashed at Suzimo. Boom! A sky-reaching saber aura burst out in an instant. It directly slashed at the elder. The elder didn't care at first and reached out to grab the knife chi. But the moment the two came into contact, the elder's face changed drastically. Boom! Half of the elder's body was cut off by the knife chi. Blood burst out. Everyone was shocked. However, the elder didn't die. Instead, he became angrier. "Kid, go to hell." The elder's remaining right hand reached out. The skull became dozens of times bigger. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour. Suzimo glanced at the elder. Samsara's eyes flashed. It directly destroyed the skull and the elder and sent them into samsara. Elder Xianxia. The Black Crow Holy Son was also shocked. Suzimo walked towards him step by step. The Black Crow Saint's face changed drastically. "What do you want to do?" Don't come over." At first, he only had a bad relationship with Monk Sazai. Seeing that Suzimo had a good relationship with Monk Sazai, he wanted to show his power. He didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot. "Don't be afraid. I'll cut off your limbs and let you die slowly in pain." "Look, you've even thought of how to die." "I respect that," Suzimo said with a smile. The Black Crow Saint wanted to escape. But Suzimo's eyes of samsara directly distorted the void. Behind the Black Crow Saint, a black hole appeared in the void. With a powerful devouring power, it directly imprisoned the Black Crow Saint on the spot. The Black Crow Saint was terrified. He kept struggling and begging for help. "Save me, Sect Master, save me." Noisy. A cold snort came from the side. The entrance is the trial of the Tao Teaching Hall. No one is allowed to disturb it. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of the 5 major forces. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. It was the sect master of the Darking sect, Meifengma. What he said seemed to make sense. But in fact, it was a little sinister. When Elder Tianxue attacked just now, he didn't stop him. Now that the Black Crow Saint was in trouble, he stopped him. And he directly dragged the 5 major forces down with him. However, none of them were fools. On the Primordial Demon sect's side, Monk Sazai directly said, "We won't participate in this matter." The Blue Cloud sect represented by Zhang Meng and the Heartsword sect represented by Wang Buyu also expressed that they would not participate. Now, only the Jade Lady Palace was left. The Jade Lady Palace only recruited women. And everyone was wearing a veil, which added a sense of mystery. On the Jade Lady Palace's side, their Saintess Lu Suer's eyes were calm, and her voice was slightly cold. She said, "We won't participate in the Darking sect's matter. Sect Master Mei, don't drag us into it." Meifengma's expression turned unsightly when he heard that. He looked at Suzimo. He said, "Even if the other 4 sects don't care, the Darking sect has to. This matter ends here. We won't pursue it." "You can try to pursue the matter," Suzimo said calmly. He walked over step by step. The tyrannical shadow in his hand had already been unsheathed. Meifengma's face became more and more ugly. "I said stop here. Didn't you hear me?" He stretched out his hand, and a huge palm appeared in the sky. This huge palm exploded with black mist and slapped towards Suzimo. Suzimo also waved the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The saber chi slashed the huge palm and landed heavily on the Black Crow Saint's body. Accompanied by a scream, the Black Crow Saint quickly turned into a pile of meat paste. "You think you can be so impudent just because you have some skills?" Meifengma's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared. Countless murderous auras emanated from his body. He transformed into a demonic giant and appeared in the Tao Preaching Hall. "It's the baleful aura giant of the Darking sect." Someone instantly recognized it. The baleful aura giant roared and rushed towards Suzimo. Instantly, the heavens shook and the earth shook. The entire Tao Preaching Hall shook. Behind Suzimo, a heaven-shaking giant also rose from the ground, as tall as the heavens. It was almost as tall as the entire palace. The heaven-shaking giant sent the fiendish Qi giant flying with a punch. "Destroy it," Suzimo ordered. The heaven-shaking giant rode on the baleful aura giant's body and punched it repeatedly. Soon, the baleful aura giant exploded. Mei Fengma's expression was somewhat unsightly. "Looks like the sect master of the Darking sect is only SOSO, Suzimo said with a smile. Mei Fengma snorted coldly. The murderous aura laws around him began to riot. "Everyone, quickly avoid it. This murderous aura will make people lose their minds and turn them into puppets," someone reminded. Everyone couldn't avoid it and hurriedly retreated to the side. Mei Fengma sneered. "Demons and demons dance." Countless creatures were born from the boundless murderous aura. There were walking corpses, demons, asuras, and also the bones of the living dead. These seemed to be the living beings that Mei Fengma had killed and refined. "Tear him apart," Mei Fengma ordered. These dead creatures all charged towards Suzimo. The surrounding murderous aura surged and the aura of death surged. "Since you're all dead, I'll send you to hell," Suzimo said indifferently. He waved the long saber in his hand. 1/9 nether. With this slash, all living beings should go to hell. The endless yellow spring surged, spider lilies bloomed all over the ground, hell was calling, and the Grim Reaper was sneering. The saber descended. It was as if a complete hell had descended. Boom. Everyone only felt that all kinds of scenes flashed past before a black light exploded. When everyone came back to their senses, the countless murderous aura living beings had completely disappeared. Not only the murderous aura living beings, but even Mei Fengma was devoured and sent to hell. Suzimo slowly retracted his saber. At this moment, many people held their breaths, not daring to breathe in the slightest. After a long while, someone said with uncertainty, "The Darking sect has been destroyed? It's over. The sky of the grand desolate world is about to change. Laozu of the Darking sect won't give up. In my opinion, we don't even have a share of the inheritance of the sacred palace. We might as well leave early to avoid being sucked into the vortex." Someone agreed. Many people already had the intention to retreat. But when they wanted to leave, they suddenly realized that the entire Tao preaching hall had been closed. The door they came from could no longer be opened. "How could this be?" someone exclaimed. "We're trapped inside and can't get out." As for Monk Sazai, he looked at Suzimo and reminded him, "Benefactor, be careful of the Darking sect's Xianming elders. Those are two Tao fruit powerhouses. They're also the true trump card of the Darking sect." Suzimo nodded slightly. At this moment, Ren Xing's voice sounded in the sky. 50 people, none of them passed. In an instant, the power of the Tao preaching hall drove the 50 people out. The 50 people looked at each other, feeling somewhat regretful. "I was so close. I'm so indignant. It's too difficult. I didn't even finish reading a book." "Benefactor, shall we compete together?" Monk Sazai asked. Suzimo nodded. "Count me in," Zhang Meng said with a smile. The first batch of people was considered an experiment. The second batch was the core disciples of the 5 factions. Suzimo walked in. He could clearly sense a strange power of law suppressing this place. The book in front of him condensed. It also took him 10 minutes to comprehend it. However, Suzimo wasn't in a hurry to flip through this book. Because he knew that the key to comprehending the righteous energy wasn't the content of the book. It was the book itself. This book was condensed from the righteous energy. Although reading could help one comprehend the righteous energy, it was too slow. Suzimo calmed down and immersed his mind in it. He comprehended it bit by bit. Starting from the microscopic realm, from 0 to 1. After about 3 minutes, the righteous energy had already condensed around Suzimo's body. At a certain moment, the righteous energy soared into the sky and condensed successfully. The moment Suzimo condensed it, some of the prodigies of the 5 factions also succeeded. This first stage wasn't that difficult. It only eliminated some people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The outside world is the Red Heart Bridge. Cross the bridge and you will enter the sage's school. Ran Xing's voice sounded again. Suzimo took a look. Many of the people in his group were prodigies from the 5 major factions. Therefore, the number of people who passed was quite high. Of the 50 people, more than 20 passed. Soon after, the third group of people also entered. "Let's go to the so-called Bridge of Guts," Suzimo said. Monk's eye nodded. The group of 20 people walked out of the preaching hall. Outside the hall, they could vaguely see a palace in the distance. In front of the palace, there was a very old iron chain bridge. From the outside, the Saint Palace didn't seem particularly big. However, when everyone entered, they realized that the space inside was folded. The same space could expand by more than 10 times. The outside world couldn't see it, unless you were in the space. Standing in front of the iron chain bridge, they looked down. The bottom was bottomless, like an abyss. From time to time, a black tide would surge. It seemed to devour those who wanted to cross the bridge at any time. "Does anyone know what's below?" Lu Suer of the Jade Maiden Palace asked first. "Everyone is here for the first time." "Who knows?" Zhang Meng said with a smile. "There's a stone tablet here," someone suddenly shouted. Beside the bridge, a stone tablet had collapsed and was lying flat on the ground. Everyone hurriedly gathered around. "Look at what's written on it." Someone read, "Bridge of Guts, a gentleman is magnanimous, a villain is fearless. If you understand yourself, you can cross the bridge. Under the bridge are heart-devouring beasts, but those who cross the bridge are heart-stripping corpses. Be careful." Even the Saint of Humans specially reminded us to be careful. Someone gasped. He said in surprise, "It's different from the first trial. It seems that people will die in this trial. If they couldn't pass the first trial, they would at most be eliminated. There was no loss. However, if they fell off the Bridge of Guts in the second trial, they would definitely die." Everyone fell silent. "Those who understand themselves can cross the bridge." "I'll try," someone said. He was Zhuoding of the Heartsword sect. He was also one of the prodigies. Someone said, "The Heartsword sect cultivates the heart. The stronger the heart, the stronger the power. The Heartsword sect has an advantage." Everyone didn't act rashly. Instead, they stared at Zhuoding. After the other party stepped onto the Bridge of Courage, his body froze for a moment before he slowly walked forward. "Look at his eyes. They're not focused," someone reminded. He must have fallen into an illusion. After Zhuoding walked for about 10 meters, his face became more and more unsightly. In the end, it was even distorted. In the end, he laughed out loud. His hair was disheveled, and he looked a little crazy. "Junior sister Yun, listen to me. Senior brother is doing this for the sake of becoming stronger. I didn't want to betray you." "Aha!" As Zhuoding shouted, he jumped off the Bridge of Gauls like a madman. A black shadow flitted past at lightning speed, directly swallowing Zhuoding. In an instant, it disappeared again. This black shadow might be the heart-devouring beast. It hid in the dark and specialized in eating people who fell. Seeing this scene, everyone hesitated. After cultivating to this level, who would dare to say that they had never done bad things or killed good people? "Isn't this trial a little too difficult?" someone complained. "Actually, it's not that difficult. It just depends on how you face your heart," Monk's eye said. "This little monk will give it a try. If you don't dare to go forward, it's better for you to quickly retreat." "I'll give it a try too," Suzimo replied. He had a map of the sacred palace, so he already knew these places. Therefore, he also understood that the Bridge of Gauls was indeed not difficult. Among the dozen or so people, only a few people retreated. The rest chose to climb the Bridge of Gauls together. Suzimo walked at the front. He was the most relaxed. As soon as he stepped onto the Bridge of Gauls, a wave of overwhelming righteousness rushed towards him. Immediately after, Suzimo's consciousness fell into chaos. If one looked from the outside world, they would find that he was walking forward unconsciously. In the chaos, those people who had been killed by Suzimo were resurrected one by one. It was as if they were demanding his life. He had once fought with others, and the aftermath of the battle had killed countless innocent people. These innocent people were all questioning him. He had also destroyed an entire faction because of a disciple or elder. The innocent disciples of the faction were also resurrected to question him. In short, everything he had experienced in his life flashed before his eyes like a movie. And the people he had wrongly killed in this life, the people he had killed, all walked towards him. Some spoke of benevolence and righteousness, some cried with grievance, some were ferocious and terrifying. It was as if countless voices exploded in his mind in an instant, causing his ears to buzz. "Get lost," Suzimo shouted softly. "Why ask about the cause of death for a dead person? I'm not a judge, and I don't preside over good and evil. I, Suzimo, have done things in my life. Why should I explain to others? Could it be that you want me to go to the netherworld and destroy your souls?" He snorted coldly. He wanted to disperse all the wandering souls. "Executioner, give me back my life." These wandering souls were not afraid at all. Instead, they pounced on Suzimo ferociously. Suzimo did not dodge. No matter how the wandering souls attacked, they could not hurt him at all. Because everything in front of him was an illusion. Or rather, it was a stronger high-level illusion. Aim straight at your heart. If you couldn't hold on at all, you would be completely drowned. Some people thought that the Sage of Human set up this bridge of guts to magnify the dark side of one's heart, as well as many things that he didn't want to recall. But they were wrong. Everyone had a dark side, and Renxing himself had one as well. There was no such thing as a perfect sage in this world. The bridge of guts only existed to let you face your heart. When you were fearless and could face everything openly, this gut spear would not be difficult for you. Suzimo was in such a state at the moment. Countless vengeful souls came for his life, but he did not stop them. These vengeful souls seemed to pass through his body as if they were transparent. From the outside, Suzimo's figure had already reached the other end of the bridge. At this time, the bridge of guts began to shake. Clouds of black fog roared under the bridge. Suddenly, a heart-devouring beast pounced on Suzimo. Boom! Suzimo's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and he smashed the heart-devouring beast with a single punch. His eyes were clear. As he was about to reach the end of the bridge, the heart-devouring beasts also became anxious. Suzimo looked back. Of the dozen or so people, only 5 were left. The others were all eaten by the heart-devouring beasts. It seems that the most difficult thing for a person to face is their own heart. Suzimo sighed. "Human, stay." A hoarse voice came from among the heart-devouring beasts. Countless heart-devouring beasts moved. "You are disobeying human sage's orders," Suzimo calmly said. "Those who do not fall under the bridge should not be allowed to move. That old bastard Renxing is already dead, what's the use of his words?" The hoarse voice snorted coldly. Suzimo shook his head and laughed. "A bunch of small fries, they really think too highly of themselves." He waved his hand. Endless saber chi burst out. Any heart-devouring beast that came into contact with him was turned into a pile of meat paste. Blood scattered everywhere. Suzimo had already reached the other end of the bridge. Renxing's voice sounded again. "Open the bridge steel and enter the sage's study." Suzimo turned his head and saw that on the other end of the bridge, there was also a stone tablet. There were no words engraved on the steel. Instead, there was a handprint. When Suzimo placed his hand on it, there was a boom. The entire bridge steel sank into the ground. It was as if some mechanism had been activated. Below the bridge of galls, a destructive golden light flashed. Following that, countless heart-devouring beasts screamed. "Renxing, you're despicable." The hoarse voice from before roared unwillingly. In the end, it was completely destroyed. Suzimo's eyes narrowed. This Renxing was also a ruthless character. It seemed like he didn't want to keep these heart-devouring beasts alive. He only used them to guard the heart bridge. Then, he killed them without hesitation. He looked around. Of the dozen or so people, only 6 made it through. Wang Buyu of the Blue Cloud sect was dead. Only monks Zai, Zhang Meng, and Lu Su'er of the Jade Maiden Palace made it. There were 2 others. One of them was a rogue cultivator called Ouyang. There was also a black-robed man. His entire body was covered. His identity was unknown. Including Suzimo, there were 6 of them. No one expected Wang Buyu's death. After all, he was a prodigy of the 5 major factions. Monk's eye sighed. Seems like Brother Wang has an insurmountable obstacle in his heart. I heard that Brother Wang's elder brother was originally someone the sect nurtured. But one day, his elder brother died. Zhang Meng suddenly said. Perhaps that's Brother Wang's not. Monk's eye shook his head. No one could be sure if the two were related. Let's go to the Sage Academy. We're all competitors now, Ouyang said with a smile. Maybe we'll have to join forces later, Su Zimo suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback. However, Su Zimo did not intend to explain it to them. Instead, he walked towards the palace. The gates of the palace were tightly shut. From the outside, it looked more like a cage. All 4 sides, including the top, had been sewn together. There was only one door. Furthermore, the door was sealed by countless iron chains. There was a black plaque on it. The words Sage Studies were written on it. The 6 of them looked at each other. I'll do it, Unfettered Monk said. He stretched out his right hand, and demonic chi filled his palm. He directly slapped forward. Boom! He landed heavily on the iron chain, but the iron chain did not move an inch. What a tough chain, Monk's eye said. That's the demon sealing chain. You're from the demon gate, so of course you can't break it. Among the 6 people, the mysterious black-robed man lowered his voice and said. Let me do it. Lu Suer from the Jade Lady Palace stepped forward. She gently waved her hand in the air. Then, a white torrent burst out. It landed heavily on the iron chain. The iron chain began to vibrate. I'll help you, Ouyang shouted softly. Flames gathered in his right hand. In an instant, countless flames burned fiercely. Rumble, rumble. The iron chain broke. As for the gate, it was completely opened by the torrent. The moment the gate was opened, everyone frowned slightly. The inside of the Sage Studies was shrouded in black fog. Nothing could be seen clearly. This was the place where the sage taught. Not only was there no righteousness, but there was also an ominous feeling. What's going on? Zhang Meng said. Meng save me, a voice suddenly came from the black fog. Master? Zhang Meng was stunned. He did not think much and directly rushed into the palace. The others looked at each other. Let's go in and take a look. We're already here, Su Zimo said. The few of them walked in. Bang! The gate of the Sage Studies was completely closed. I have a bad premonition, Ouyang said. At this moment, the black fog dissipated. Only then did everyone see the situation in the palace clearly. They could not help but gasp. The palace of the Sage Institute was filled with countless demons and evil beings. There was a 9-headed demonic dragon with 9 heads. There was also an evil doll that kicked people's heads like rubber balls. There was also an extremely charming ghost bride. In short, there were dozens of demons here. The most terrifying one was the middle-aged man who was sitting at the head of the table like an evil king. He seemed to be a human. He had short hair and a scar on his face. His gaze was like that of a ferocious beast. It was aggressive. As for the 5 major factions or the other rogue cultivators, at this moment, they were all locked in a cage at the side. How could this be? Lu Suer looked at her master and junior sisters from the Jade Lady Palace in the cage. She asked, aren't you in the preaching hall? Suer, we've been fooled. This sage palace has long been occupied by demons, the palace master of the Jade Lady Palace said in despair. Where's Laozu? Lu Suer asked. One had to know that this time they were not the only people from the 5 major factions who came. Laozu, who was at the Dao fruit level, also followed closely behind. Laozu is outside the Sage Palace, the palace master replied. No one leaked the news. Even if we die here, no one will know. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts sank. Alright, are you guys done catching up? In front of the palace, the evil king who seemed to be the leader interrupted everyone. He began to say, let me introduce myself. I am Situ Mo. Someone heard this name. His expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, you're the instigator of the White Bones chaos? How can you still be alive? Weren't you killed by the sage cultivator back then? In the past, there was a White Bones chaos in the Great Wilderness. It almost turned everyone into white bones. The mastermind behind all of this was Situmo. It was said that he was a dead man. Then one day, he crawled out of his grave and brought the White Bones chaos with him. Dead, that old bastard, the sage cultivator, is indeed powerful, but he's still far from being able to kill me. Situmo shook his head and laughed. But believe me, if you don't listen to me. If you don't, you won't be far from death. What exactly do you want to do? Someone asked. I want the entire Great Wilderness to be in my hands. Situmo stretched out his right hand and clenched it. And now, you have a choice. Help me rule the Great Wilderness, or die. You still won't give up, someone said. Even if you kill me, I won't help the evildoer. As soon as that person finished speaking, his head was crushed. Everyone else fell silent. He crushed that person's head. Situmo looked at the silent crowd. He chuckled. He said, there is no lack of people in the vast wilderness. I believe that there are many people who are willing to submit to me in order to survive. Therefore, you are not that important. I don't have time to waste with you. Situmo waved his hands and evil energy gathered. A bottle of pills appeared in his hands. The surface of these pills was black. Inside were red bugs that could break out of their shells at any time. If you are willing to submit to me, eat this pill. If you are not, I will send you to your deaths, Situmo said. Everyone's expression changed. Someone recognized the pill and said in despair, Ghost-devouring bug, you are really evil. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even if many people had never seen a ghost-devouring bug, they had more or less heard of its name. Once this bug entered your body, your life would no longer be in your hands. It could be said that you could neither live nor die. This bug could devour all the energy in your body and turn you into a cripple. Even your soul was the bug's favorite. Once the bug entered your body, you would not even be able to kill yourself. This was because the bug would devour your yin and yang souls. Without the yang soul, you would not be able to go to the underworld and would not even have the chance to reincarnate. It was an extremely evil bug that even the heavens could not tolerate. Situmo was very calm. Of course, it's not that I don't give you a way out. Everyone, help me rule the vast wilderness and I will get rid of these ghost-devouring bugs for you. How about it? Do you think we will believe you? Someone retorted. Situmo's eyes narrowed. If you don't believe me, you can die. He directly punched that person's head. The evil energy around him surged and a powerful force surged out. Everyone, please remember this. I, Situmo, live by the rule of survival. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. The evil spirits around him began to roar. Under such power, some people could no longer hold on. They began to shout, I am willing to submit. Situmo tilted his head. The bewitching witch slowly walked forward and gave the pill to that person. When the bewitching witch left, she just happened to pass by Suzumo. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. He frowned slightly. He looked at Suzumo and asked, Who are you? Suzumo, a loose cultivator, said Suzumo with a smile. Who are you? Bewitching Bone Witch asked again. It was the same question. Suzumo had the same smile and the same answer. Suzumo, a loose cultivator. No, there's something wrong with him. Bewitching Witch frowned. He directly grabbed at Suzumo. Suzumo did not dodge, and White Bones grabbed his head. This bewitching witch forcefully peeled off Suzumo's skin. Benefactor. Monk's eye was about to save him. Suddenly, he discovered that after peeling off Suzumo's skin, there was actually a demon inside. Lord, save me, this human knows our plan. This demon was the demon king that Suzumo met in the village. Didn't I tell you to go out and lure more humans here? Why did you do this? Situmo frowned and said. The demon king hurriedly said, Not long after I went out, I was suppressed by this human here. He took our chance to interrogate us. When we just crossed the bridge of courage, he swapped bodies with me. Trash, if he interrogated you, wouldn't you rather die than submit? Situemo scolded. I. The Demon King shrunk his head. He couldn't say that he was afraid of death. Situemo snorted coldly. Since you're afraid of death, then you can die. This Situemo killed people as if he didn't care about life at all. With one palm, the Demon King was directly reduced to ashes. There wasn't even a scream. If my plan is delayed because of a human, it wouldn't be too much for him to die 100 times. Situemo roared. Search the entire human Saint Palace. Find this human. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Yes. All the demons were mobilized. At this moment, Suzimo's figure stopped in front of a room. The entire room was pitch black. It gave off a dignified and iron-blooded feeling. Suzimo had a map of the Saint Palace, so he knew that to come to the Commandment Hall, he didn't have to go to the Saint School. There were several paths here. Moreover, he knew that there was something wrong with the Saint School. Previously, when he interrogated that demon, there was also the iron chain at the entrance of the Saint School. All of these made Suzimo realize that the Saint School wasn't as simple as he thought. Therefore, he sent in the scapegoat that he had prepared beforehand. He took a detour and arrived at the Commandment Hall. This Commandment Hall was the place where the saints usually punished their disciples. The saints were also angry. It wasn't that when the saints taught their disciples, they couldn't beat or scold them. The door of the Commandment Hall was closed. Suzimo used all his strength to push the door open. The moment the door was pushed open, a golden light shot towards Suzimo. Boom! Suzimo hurriedly dodged, and a huge pit instantly appeared on the ground where he was standing. Who is it? Suzimo and the existence inside shouted at the same time. You're not a demon? The voice instantly reacted. Suzimo also looked inside. He saw a person sitting cross-legged on a futon in the middle of the Commandment Hall. This person's aura was very powerful. Traces of rules shrouded him. Obviously, he had already reached the Dao fruit realm. Who are you? Suzimo asked. I'm here to look for the Saint of Man's inheritance. Since you're not a demon, come in and talk. The voice sighed. When Suzimo walked in front of the man, only then did he realize that something was wrong. Although this man's aura was astonishing, there was a lingering aura of death on his body. You're already dead? Suzimo said in surprise. The death of a Dao fruit expert was definitely impactful. I've let Master down, the man sighed. I couldn't protect the Saint Palace. The demon managed to escape. Master, you're the Saint of Man's disciple? Suzimo instantly reacted. You can just call me Wang Tianxing. The man nodded. When Master left, he left behind his inheritance and ordered me to protect the Saint Palace. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the successor. Inside the demon suppression pavilion, there was a demon trying to break through the seal and escape. I'd been suppressing it for over 1,000 years, but I was still too weak, not even a tenth of Master's strength. Without any other choice, I could only seal the entire Saint Palace to prevent the demon from escaping. What a pity, how hateful. In the end, the demon still managed to break through the seal, allowing the Saint Palace to reappear. The man's expression was full of regret and unwillingness. After saying so, he suddenly asked in surprise, when you came in, you didn't run into any demons? Suzimo shook his head. The demons should be in the school of the saints. Suzimo said, and I have a map of the sacred palace, so I avoided them. Map? Hearing this, Wang Tianxing's face suddenly darkened. You were sent by my junior brother. No, I had a fight with him, and we have a grudge of life and death, Suzimo said. But your junior brother ran fast, or else I would have killed him. Suzimo knew that the junior brother Wang Tianxing spoke of should be Luo Fanwang. The real Luo Fanwang was probably dead long ago. And the current Luo Fanwang should be the former extremist disciple of the Sage of Humanity in disguise. And Luo Mingyue's mother should have discovered Luo Fanwang's secret. So she stole the box very early on. The box contained the jade tablet that controlled the entire sacred palace. This was very important to the fake Luo Fanwang. But Luo Mingyue's mother and daughter went into hiding, and he could not find them. It was only later, after her mother died, that Luo Mingyue came back to take the box. In the end, it was because of Su Zimo's appearance that everything went wrong. Luo Fanwang did not touch Luo Mingyue because he was afraid that the box would disappear forever and could not be found. After all, only Luo Mingyue's mother knew where the box was. But after Luo Mingyue took the box, before Luo Fanwang could snatch it, she met Su Zimo. And then the box fell into Su Zimo's hands. It could only be said that it was all a coincidence. If you kill my junior brother, you'll have avenged me, Wang Tianqing said. That junior brother of mine played a huge role in the demon's breakthrough. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. You're here for Master's legacy? To be precise, I'm here for the celestial demonic stone, Su Zimo replied. As for the legacy, I've already found a suitable person. The celestial demonic stone has an otherworldly demon hiding in it. I know, Su Zimo interrupted the other party. I've met the sage of humanity. You've seen Master? Wang Tianqing was overjoyed. To be precise, it's just a remnant soul, Su Zimo said. This extraterritorial demon stone is an opportunity for my primordial spirit. I must have it. I have no objections if you want the demonic stone, Wang Tianqing replied. But now that human Saint Palace is in danger, I need your help. You want me to exterminate evil? I can't do it, Su Zimo said. Even a Dao fruit expert like you perished there. I'm afraid a fake Dao fruit like me won't be able to help. No, you have the Holy Palace's jade tablet, right? Wang Tianqing asked. Su Zimo nodded. You want me to control human Saint Palace? That's right. Although Master has passed away, he still left behind an endless amount of power in the human Saint Palace. Wang Tianqing explained, as long as you can control the human Saint Palace, exterminating the demons will be as easy as lifting your hand. When the time comes, everything in the palace will be yours. The jade tablet has to be placed in a specific location for it to be effective, Su Zimo said. Let me guess, the location of the tablet should be inside the School of Sages. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Wang Tianqing nodded with a wry smile. Anyone would have thought of this. How could the demons not have thought of it? With such a great threat, they would definitely guard the place. Is there any other way? Su Zimo asked. I can do my best, but I can only delay Situ-mo. As for the other demons, you'll have to rely on yourself. That's a little difficult, Su Zimo said. Fortune comes from danger, Wang Tianqing replied. If you don't exterminate the demons, you won't be able to obtain the extraterritorial demon stone. How many demons are there here? Su Zimo asked. Master has suppressed demons and evils for his entire life. I'm not sure either. Wang Tianqing smiled wryly. There should be at least a few hundred. There are also some that have probably died in the suppression. A few hundred, Su Zimo rubbed his chin and pondered. He did not want to use the power of the divine land. After all, once he used it, there was a risk of being exposed. At that time, the heavenly axiom would not even care about the rules and would definitely kill him. Actually, we still have a helper, Wang Tianqing suddenly said. What? In the discipline hall, there is a stone tablet. There used to be images of many of our brothers. If we activate the stone tablet, we can fight against those stone tablets for you. Then activate it, Su Zimo said. It's not that easy. Our brother's consciousness has fallen into a deep sleep. If we want to awaken them, we need blood. Enough blood, Wang Tianqing said. Will the blood of demons work? Su Zimo asked. Of course, the blood of demons can stimulate the awakening of our brothers, Wang Tianqing said. That's good. Open the discipline hall and let's welcome the demons, Su Zimo said. Have you thought about it? Wang Tianqing asked. There doesn't seem to be any other choice at the moment, Su Zimo smiled. Whether you want to or not, it's already like this. At this point, Wang Tianqing nodded and did not ask any more. He waved his hand. Suddenly, the door of the discipline hall opened, and a bright light shone in. All of the evil spirits were attracted to this place. The stone tablet in the depths of the discipline hall was also moved out by Su Zimo and stood at the door. And he held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, guarding the door. Found it, in less than a moment, a demon came here. But as soon as its voice fell, it was greeted by the endless blade will of the tyrannical shadow. Blood drifted and fell on the stone tablet. Suzimo's eyes were calm, and he put away his blade. At this time, another large group of demons came. "Catch him, the master will reward you greatly," a demon shouted. Suzimo's eyes were cold. The tyrannical shadow in his hand swept past, and a demon was killed with every slash. He was clean and efficient, and definitely did not stay behind. Not long after, another corpse was thrown on the stone tablet. The blood of the demons was particularly eye-catching. As Suzimo killed more and more demons, the demons that came were also getting stronger and stronger. Finally, the seductive bone demon also came. She was the strongest demon under Suzimo's command. "Oh, seems like we have an interesting little brother here," the seductive bone demon chuckled. "Little brother, are you interested in joining us demons? I can make the decision and give you a chance to live." The blood should be enough. Suzimo ignored her and looked at the stone tablet. A majestic demon aura was surging. From the stone tablet, powerful auras began to burst out one after another. It seemed like the students of the sacred palace were awakening. However, at this moment, the entire commandment hall was surrounded by the demons. Although Suzimo killed many, the number of demons still exceeded his expectations. And he looked up. In the sky, there was a powerful figure suppressing everything. This figure suppressed everything. A powerful aura enveloped the entire sacred palace. Suzimo knew that Suzimo was here. As the king of all demons, only he could exude such a powerful force. His gaze was calm. When it fell on Suzimo, it seemed to be able to freeze all blood. The power in his body stagnated. Strong, and not just strong. Suzimo could feel it. Suzimo was probably only one step away from the three flowers. Or rather, he had already bloomed the three flowers. Otherwise, ordinary Dao fruit experts would absolutely not give him such great pressure. Interesting. A puny Saint Realm expert dares to offend my dignity. His gaze swept past Suzimo. Then, he looked at the discipline hall. He said calmly, "Wang Tianxing, I know you're inside. Why don't you come out today and end everything?" "That's what I was thinking. Today, I will fulfill my master's wish and destroy all of you." Wang Tianxing snorted. "The era of saints is over. You're still living in that laughable past." Suzimo sneered. "This new era will be accompanied by ships. And I will be the helmsman of this new era." He slammed his palm down, and the stone tablet behind Suzimo shattered. However, although the stone tablet was shattered, the will engraved in it became more and more powerful. One figure after another walked out from within. These were all the disciples of the saints. In a few breaths, hundreds of people had gathered here. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful demon aura in the sacred palace? As soon as these figures came out, they noticed the abnormality in the outside world. "What time is it now?" "Junior brothers." Wang Tianxing walked out of the discipline hall. His powerful aura soared into the sky. He faced Suzimo from a distance. "It's senior brother Wang." These images recognized him instantly. Demons have appeared. Senior brother is useless. I still need to rely on senior brothers to kill demons with me. Wang Tianxing shouted. "It's our duty to slay the evil spirits," said Li Yunmu. These images expressed their opinions. "It's just a pity that there are only images of us here, and we can't use our full strength." In the sky, Suzimo laughed loudly. "Just as well. I'll gather all of you together and kill all of you. That way, I'll be able to resolve my hatred for being suppressed in the human sage palace all these years." "Kill!" Wang Tianxing roared. The entire commandment hall began to shake. He stepped into the air and charged towards Suzimo. The evil spirits in the surroundings began to move as well, engaging in a fierce battle with the countless afterimages of the stone tablets. Suzimo did not participate in the battle. He knew that Wang Tianxing was no match for Suzimo. At most, he could only stall him. He was already a dead man. The moment their strength was exhausted, it would be the end of the road for everyone. Therefore, Suzimo was prepared to secretly go to the Sage Academy. He wanted to take control of the entire human saint palace. "Little brother, where are you going?" At this moment, a soft chuckle sounded in his ears. Suzimo stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned his gaze over. He didn't know when Evil Bone Charming Demon had appeared beside him, but the other party seemed to be staring at him. What do you think of Big Sister's suggestion? Join us, evil spirits, Evil Bone Charming Demon continued. If you don't stop me now, after I take control of the human Saint Palace, I can spare your life, Suzimo said. Seems like we can't come to an agreement, Evil Bone Charming Demon replied. Then you can go to hell. Her palms turned into sharp claws that were a few dozen centimeters long. These claws could easily tear through the void of space. Suzimo drew his blade. The other party's cultivation seemed to have only just reached Dao Fruit Realm, so he wasn't afraid. The claws clashed with the blade. Suzimo's figure was sent flying. If one looked closely, they would notice that he was sent flying in the direction of the Sage Academy. Little brother, you're quite cunning, Evil Bone Charming Demon stopped smiling. Her gaze was cold. Bramble Domain. In an instant, with Evil Bone Charming Demon as the center, a unique domain was formed around them. It surrounded Suzimo. In this domain, countless brambles intertwined and grew. Evil Bone Charming Demon laughed evilly and said, Little brother, Big Sister's laws are poisonous. Once you're pierced by my brambles, even if you're a supreme sage, you'll die. Then wait until you've pierced me, Suzimo snorted coldly. These brambles were indeed annoying. Not only were they highly poisonous, but they were also very skilled, making it impossible for people to avoid them. However, these brambles also had a fatal flaw. All plants were basically afraid of fire. The law of fire began to coil around Suzimo's body. He waved his hand. Suddenly, flames burned up into the sky, turning everything into nothingness. The crackling sound of burning could be heard. The flames burned more and more vigorously, and in the blink of an eye, it had formed a sea of fire. What a troublesome little brother. Evil Bone Charming Demon sneered. She directly cut her wrist. Countless drops of blood dripped down. The originally fragile brambles suddenly became demonic after being stained with blood. Not only was their speed extremely fast, but even their defense had increased by several times. Damn it. Suzimo frowned. He could cut off these brambles. However, the number of opponents kept increasing, and the more he cut, the more there would be. There was no point in cutting them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Evil Bone Charming Demon. This bramble domain was powerful. However, the core was still Evil Bone Charming Demon. As long as he could disrupt the other party, he could escape. He didn't want to be entangled with Evil Bone Charming Demon. After all, time was limited. He snorted coldly. He charged towards Evil Bone Charming Demon. Little brother, you're still far from it, Evil Bone Charming Demon laughed evilly. Is that so? The tyrannical shadow in Suzimo's hand swept past. The first style, fall to the ninth underworld. When the endless hell evolved and everything fell into the nine serenities hell, the bewitching bone evil demon became serious. This move is strong, but you haven't reached Dao Fruit, so you can't hurt me, Evil Bone Charming Demon said. She quickly formed a hand seal. All the brambles seemed to be summoned and began to form the shape of a shield in front of her. When Suzimo's blade fell, cracks began to appear on the shield. In the end, it couldn't bear it anymore and completely shattered. However, after being blocked by the bramble shield, the blade energy was much weaker and couldn't hurt Evil Bone Charming Demon. Where is he? Evil Bone Charming Demon's vision returned to normal. She looked up. She found that Suzimo had already disappeared. Behind you. Suzimo's voice accompanied the second move, execution of 10,000 immortals, and charged over. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the immortals of heaven and earth descended. The heavenly court shattered, the immortals fell, and the heavenly gate collapsed. Evil Bone Charming Demon's expression changed drastically. She couldn't dodge this blade. And after Suzimo's blade fell, he didn't bother with the other party. He went straight to Saint School. In the sage study, Situmo did not send any demons to guard it. All the demons had gone to the commandment hall. However, when Suzimo arrived, he was stopped by the people from the 5 factions. The Heartsword Sect, the Blue Cloud Sect, the Jade Lady Palace, and the Primordial Demon Gate. As for the Darking sect, their sect master had been killed by Su Zimo, so there were not many people left. What's the meaning of this? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Monk Sazai laughed bitterly. Benefactor, don't make things difficult for us. We have no choice. Have you submitted to the demons? Su Zimo asked. We're just trying to survive. Those ghost-devouring bugs. Zhang Meng sighed. In that case, you're an enemy. Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. This Situmo was really scheming. He actually asked the people from the 5 factions to guard the sage study for him. In this way, he could take care of both sides. He had also destroyed the remaining forces of the sage palace and stopped him. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. What nonsense are you talking about? Someone from the primordial demon gate said unkindly. Since he's an enemy, let's take his head. Perhaps if we give it to Lord Situ, he can remove the ghost-devouring bugs from our bodies. When everyone heard this, they were a little fanatical. This was freedom. Dozens of people shouted and charged towards Su Zimo. A bunch of ants who haven't even reached the Dao fruit realm dare to stop me. Su Zimo snorted coldly. Situmo had a good idea. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated 1 step. Su Zimo was a great sage, or half-step Dao fruit. He was almost invincible among his peers. You're not a Dao fruit cultivator either. What's there to be arrogant about? Someone snorted. I'll kill you like a dog, Su Zimo said. He took a step forward. He arrived in front of the person who spoke. Then, the tyrannical shadow in his hand roared. It cut off that person's neck. This made everyone tremble. One must know that the person who had just spoken was a great sage. This saber strike had even severed his head and divine soul. Everyone, let's practice, someone from the Heart Sword sect said. The Heart Sword sect cultivated the Heart Sword. Their attacks were very strange. Unfathomable, the target of the attack was the heart. At this moment, everyone from the Heart Sword sect was using the power of the Heart Sword to slice through Su Zimo's organs. You guys are still far from it, Su Zimo snorted coldly. Almost all of the Heart Swords were shattered. Kill. The tyrannical shadow trembled as if it was thirsting for blood. Every time he swung his saber, a human head would fall to the ground. On the side of the Grand Mist Demon Gate. One by one, the monsters revealed their true forms. Some were like the Netherworld White Tiger. Some looked like single-horned green dragons. There were also some that looked like flying eagles. These demonic beasts roared, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Gusts of demonic wind blew as they charged towards Su Zimo. Get lost, Su Zimo roared again. In his eyes, Samsara's eyes distorted everything. Blood rained down from the sky. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the sage school. In front of him, only Monk Sazai was left blocking him. Behind him were dozens of corpses. In this vast wilderness, as long as Laozu, the Dao fruit of the 5 major forces, did not appear, Su Zimo was invincible. Benefactor, Monk Sazai held the Buddhist salute and sighed. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Su Zimo asked. Benefactor, please give me a quick death, Monk Sazai lowered his head and said. With these ghost-devouring bugs in my body, I'd rather die. Since you're not afraid of death, why did you enter the ghost-devouring bugs? Su Zimo asked. If I don't enter, Master and my fellow disciples will all die. If it's you, will you enter? Monk Sazai asked. Then I'll definitely be the first to die. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he slapped down with his palm. Monk Sazai's head drooped. Then, he slowly fell to the ground. Su Zimo opened the door of the sage's study. Inside the door, there were chains. More than a dozen people were locked inside. Su Zimo saw Lu Suer from the Jade Maiden Palace and some other itinerant cultivators. These people did not submit to the evil. Originally, Situmo wanted to slowly torture them. However, Situmo did not have the time to care about the changes in the commandment hall. Save us. Someone saw Su Zimo enter and immediately begged for help weakly. These people were chained up. Some were already dead. Some of them were still struggling with their last breaths. Su Zimo saved Lu Suer first. He wanted to go to the Jade Maiden Palace to look for the desolate tree. Perhaps this Lu Su'er was the opportunity. Are you okay? Su Zimo asked. Lu Su'er's eyes were filled with tears, and her body was covered in blood. Master has submitted. She looked outside the door. Among the people who were killed by Su Zimo, there were people from the Jade Maiden Palace. There was also her master. Everyone has a choice, and everyone has to bear the consequences, Su Zimo said. After he finished speaking, he did not care about Lu Su'er anymore. Instead, he went to look for the place where the jade token was placed. The arrangement of the sage school was very special. It was the place where Renxing taught. The preaching hall was the place where the examination was held. Renxing's examination was not here. Or rather, Renxing's examination had been destroyed by the evil. Su Zimo walked forward. He arrived in front of a wall of the sage school. On the wall, there was a picture of Renxing. At that time, Renxing was not an old man, but a middle-aged man. He looked a little handsome. He had a scholarly aura, as if he had the aura of a teacher. He was dressed in a black robe. Although the black robe was a little old, it was neat and clean. On the left side of Renxing's waist, there was a ruler. On the right side, there was a line. Jade token? Su Zimo hurriedly took it out. This line looked like the place where the jade token was hung. When the box was opened, the jade token turned into a ray of light and flew out. Without waiting for Su Zimo to catch it, the jade token had already flown to Renxing's waist. Bastard, you've tricked me, Situmo's angry voice sounded. He had already killed Wang Tianxing. He charged towards Su Zimo. A powerful force suppressed Su Zimo on the spot. A big hand had already reached over. Su Zimo was wondering if he should use the power of the Divine Continent's rules to directly break through this suppression. But at this moment, in the entire sage school, countless shocking forces began to rise into the sky. Before Situmo reached Su Zimo, he was already sent flying by a powerful force. Immediately after, a figure walked out of the sage school. If one looked again, one would find that the picture carved by Renxing on the wall had already disappeared. When that figure stepped out of the sage school, in an instant, the entire sage palace resonated. A powerful force continued to surge. Situmo's face was filled with fear. He took the lead to attack Renxing. It's been so many years, don't even think about suppressing me, Situmo roared. He looked a little crazy. As if he was extremely afraid of Renxing. At this moment, he punched down. He wanted to shatter Renxing's shadow with a single punch. At this moment, Situmo's aura increased greatly, as if he would kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. He roared in anger. After being suppressed for so many years, he wasn't Renxing's match. He couldn't take revenge. Now that he finally got out, was he going to be destroyed by Renxing again? He wasn't willing. This punch weighed about 5 million kilograms, and it even broke the firmament. Time and space were completely shattered. Boom. A punch. Renxing's shadow completely disappeared. The entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. A huge black hole appeared in the middle of the fist. Situmo didn't show any joy on his face. He frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Renxing didn't even resist. Just like that, he was killed by his own punch. Something's not right, his expression suddenly changed. His gaze landed on Su Zimo, who was in the study of the sages. Around him, a powerful force was constantly collapsing. That Renxing's shadow was only an illusion. The true power of Renxing was still flowing into Su Zimo's body. Damn it, Situmo roared in anger. He once again charged towards Su Zimo. The power of this punch once again used all of his strength. Die die die. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, as if he would kill anyone who had anything to do with Renxing. Another boom sound of explosion rang out. But this time, when the fist landed, even the void was shattered. Su Zimo slowly reached out his right hand. He directly grabbed his opponent's fist. In an instant, all of his aura was completely destroyed. He didn't feel anything at all, as if he was just grabbing an ant. You. Situmo was shocked. So this is Renxing's power, so strong. Unfortunately, it only lasts for half an hour, Suzimo said. But it's enough to kill all of you. He clenched his fist, directly crushing Tsutomu's fist. Damn it, Tsutomu was furious. But in the next moment, Suzimo kicked out again. Half of Tsutomu's body exploded from the kick. Tsutomu fell to the side, evil energy swirling around his body as his injuries began to heal. How hard would it be to kill a basic expert like him? However, it was not impossible. There was no such thing as immortality in this world. It was just a matter of putting in more effort. Suzimo slowly raised his head. He said, "The saint didn't kill you because he wanted to educate the world and give you a chance to repent. It's a pity that you don't understand and don't cherish it. Fine, I'll give you a ride." Suzimo waved his hand. A powerful force kept surging. This was the righteous energy of Rensheng. At that moment, the overwhelming righteous energy was like a boundless ocean with no end in sight. It almost enveloped the entire human saint palace. Under Suzimo's control, human saint palace trembled as meteorites fell from the sky. The meteorites were densely packed. When it landed, almost none of the evil spirits were able to dodge. Screams rang out one after another. And Tsutomu was naturally the first to bear the brunt. This was because more than half of the meteorites that were filled with righteousness were charging towards him. Damn it. Tsutomu was trapped within. He was already somewhat exhausted. He smashed the overwhelming righteous energy with his punches, only to see more and more of it. His spirit was being beaten to the point where he felt like it was about to shatter. "Luo Fanwang, if you don't do something, we'll die together," Tsutomu roared. As soon as he said that, Suzimo frowned slightly. It's finally here. In fact, he had always been wary of Luo Fanwang. In terms of understanding of human saint palace, Luo Fanwang was probably far above Suzimo and Tsutomu. Tsutomu had been suppressed before, so his understanding of human saint palace was limited to the demon suppression pavilion. As for Suzimo, he had just obtained the map and gained control of human saint palace. But Luo Fanwang had been studying and living in human saint palace from the beginning. "Brother Situ, why are you in such a hurry?" A laugh sounded. "I need time to set up some things." "Do you want to see me make a fool of myself?" Tsutomu asked. "Or do you want me to be beaten to death before you come out?" "Brother Situ, we're facing a great enemy. Let's talk later," Luo Fanwang said. He stepped on the air, a powerful force surging. Demonic chi surged all around. Luo Fanwang had also joined the demonic Dao. So he joined forces with the demonic Dao and helped him escape from human saint palace's suppression. And now he wanted to take down Suzimo. Human saint probably never imagined that his disciple would betray him in the end. "Child Su, we meet again," Luo Fanwang said with a smile. "Isn't this the stray dog from before? Why are you here again?" Suzimo sneered. "I'm here to take your life," Luo Fanwang said. "Do you think you're invincible with that old man's power? We've been planning this for hundreds of years. Today, I'll show you." Luo Fanwang waved his hand. In an instant, a formation appeared below him. The formation began to stir. The formation's power was extremely strong. In an instant, it enveloped the entire human saint palace. Immortal indestructible formation. Tsutomu was shocked. "Brother Luo, you're really something. I used this formation to kill my enemies. I didn't expect to use it on this formation today," Luo Fanwang said indifferently. Back then, the jade token of human saint palace was stolen by Luo Mingyue's mother. Luo Fanwang knew it. One day, it would lead to a disaster. Someone with the jade token might control human saint palace. So he had set it up here long ago. The immortal indestructible formation was his greatest trump card. Back then, his foundation was destroyed by the extraterrestrial demonic stone, so he could never reach the Dao fruit realm. But he also wanted to kill his enemies. Thus, he spent his entire life on formations. The immortal indestructible formation was his most prized formation. At this moment, the formation was activated. It felt like the immortal indestructible formation. Suzimo felt the pressure. Even if he was supported by the power of a human saint, he still felt the pressure. Suzimo looked up. This formation enveloped the entire human saint palace. At this moment, he was already deep in the formation. He raised his hand. Vast righteous energy began to surge and violently bombarded the array. Rumble. Who would have thought that the array formation would remain indifferent and devour all of the righteous chi? I have 4 Armageddon swords that can destroy gods and demons. Luo Fanwang's gaze was solemn. He could be seen controlling the entire formation. In an instant, 4 swords condensed above his head. The 4 swords were like a torrent, floating between heaven and earth, and a long rainbow soared into the sky. Slash. Luo Fanwang waved his hand. The first sword slashed down. Boom. The long sword turned into a stream of light, and all kinds of thunderbolts were rumbling within. The power of thunder filled the sky and fell on Suzimo. The righteous energy on Suzimo's body was also gathering. The sword chi collided with the righteous aura, and there was a brief pause. Then, it was sent flying by Suzimo's punch. Looks like the power of the sage is just SOSO. Luo Fanwang sneered. He waved his hand. In the sky, the second sword also exploded. It directly shattered the void, bringing with it a terrifying aura of death. The second flying sword was even stronger than the first. In his immortal annihilation indestructible formation, the 4 flying swords were each stronger than the last. At this moment, the second flying sword was the sword of death. The powerful aura of death reverberated in the sky, and once again fell towards Suzimo. Suzimo waved his right hand. He forcefully resisted the sword. However, he also grunted, and seemed to be struggling. This gave Luo Fanwang hope. That old man is not invincible. Luo Fanwang was overjoyed. The third and fourth flying swords, kill them. At this moment, as soon as his voice fell. In an instant, the third and fourth flying swords that represented space and time all attacked. Brother Luo, I'll help you. Situamo also shouted excitedly. He stretched out his hand. The evil claw of hell directly fell. That claw seemed to carry countless vengeful souls, and it wanted to annihilate everything. Screams and roars sounded. The 2 swords of space and time split into 2, freezing all space and time. This attack wanted to kill Suzimo. I don't want to. Suzimo roared. The great vital energy in the surroundings formed the shape of a huge mountain. Then, the righteous aura collided with the sword chi and the evil claw. In the end, it completely exploded. In the sage school, Suzimo fell down with blood all over his body. Young master, are you okay? Lu Su'er, who was rescued earlier, quickly rushed over and held Suzimo in her arms. Run as far as you can, Suzimo said with difficulty. I'm not someone who's afraid of death. Lu Su'er said firmly. While I still have some power, I can protect you and leave here. Do you have a place to go? Suzimo asked again. Let's return to our Jade Lady Palace. Our Laozu is a Dao fruit expert. They won't dare to invade us, Lu Su'er said firmly. I don't think that's appropriate, Suzimo said hesitantly. I heard that your Jade Lady Palace never allows men to enter. At a time like this, how can we still adhere to the old rules? Furthermore, you are my savior. Lu Su'er helped Suzimo up. Suzimo asked again, but I heard that the island where the palace of the Jade Maiden is located has always been erratic. I don't know where he is. Can you find him? Of course. We have a special method to find the island, Lu Su'er said. Let's leave this palace first. Suzimo nodded. With a wave of his hand, he tore a crack in the void and left with Lu Su'er. Before leaving, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I'm really an award-winning actor. Then, he temporarily sealed the human saint palace. That way, he would be able to stop Situmo and Situmo for a while. After the violent explosion in the void had ended. At this moment, the human saint palace was a complete mess. Many of the palaces had collapsed. Even important buildings such as the preaching hall had begun to collapse. Where is he? Situmo looked around the entire human saint palace and asked with a frown. He ran away. Luo Fanwang knocked heavily on the void. Unfortunately, the human saint palace was sealed. If they wanted to break into the human saint palace, there was no need to waste such an opportunity. That kid is cunning. If he ran away, he would become a big problem, Situ-mo said worriedly. Don't worry, Luo Fanwang said. He was able to fight against us because he had the power of a human saint. Now that his power has dissipated, we will definitely kill him the next time we meet. Both of them nodded. They arrived at the ruins of the sage palace. Luo Fanwang stomped his foot and instantly, all the rubble of the collapsed sage palace was annihilated. Where are the legacy jade tablet and the demonic stone of outer realm? Luo Fanwang frowned. That kid took them, Situ-mo said. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Luo Fanwang's frown deepened. What's wrong? I don't know. I just have a vague feeling that something is wrong. Luo Fanwang shook his head. What should we do next? Situ-mo asked again. Haha. Luo Fanwang sneered. Brother Situ, do you trust me now? Of course. You and I are one. We should work together now, Situ-mo replied. First, let's talk about the experts of the vast wilderness. Among them, the 5 great factions are the most powerful. There are also some dangerous places, such as the 5 Ghosts Forest and the desolate island of origin. There are also Dao fruit experts there. Luo Fanwang said. However, the other Dao fruit experts don't care about worldly affairs. Only the 5 great factions are worth paying attention to. If the Dao fruit experts of the 5 great factions join forces, we will be at a disadvantage. The plan now is to destroy them one by one before they react. Then, we can rule the vast wilderness. Then what are we waiting for? Let's destroy them one by one, Situ-mo said hurriedly. He seemed to be obsessed with ruling the vast wilderness. Even until his death, he had failed to do so. Now that he had a chance, he naturally did not want to give it up. On the other side, Lu Su'er carried the heavily injured Su Zimo and headed south. She quickly formed hand seals with her hands. At first, the mark was only the size of a palm. However, as the mark grew larger, it vaguely seemed to envelop the two of them. Is this a teleportation mark? Su Zimo asked in surprise. It's the origin teleportation mark. I can't tell you much about it. Lu Su'er hesitated. This was a secret of the Jade Lady Palace. Naturally, she did not want to reveal it. Su Zimo nodded and did not force her to ask. Right now, he only wanted to go to the Jade Lady Palace and see if the desolate tree was there. Finally, the mark grew larger and larger. Finally, it enveloped Su Zimo and Lu Su'er and turned into a stream of light that disappeared into the void. Su Zimo could feel it. He seemed to be shuttling through dimensions. It seemed that the place where the Jade Lady Palace was located was indeed extraordinary. No wonder the others could not find it. This continued for about a day and a night. Su Zimo's figure gradually landed on the ground. His figure also slowed down. He looked up. He did not know when, but he had already appeared on a huge island. This island was completely different from the vast wilderness. The vast wilderness was just like its name. It was full of desolation. However, this island was full of birds and fragrant flowers. It was like spring all year round. Countless trees were growing and growing. Moreover, hundreds of flowers bloomed beautifully. It was a scene of seclusion. Interesting, right? Lu Su'er said. Our place is different from the outside world. Why is it different? Su Zimo asked again. This is a secret. Lu Su'er was still unwilling to say. I'll take you to heal your injuries first. I'm fine. I can heal myself. Su Zimo quickly shook his head. He didn't have any injuries. Situ-mo and Luo Fanwang had overestimated him. The immortal annihilation formation, Luo Fanwang was a frog in a well. The reason why Su Zimo didn't kill them was because he was afraid that Lu Su'er would escape to the Jade Lady Palace on her own. Although it would be a waste of the Sage of Humans' power. It didn't matter. Because he had obtained the extraterrestrial demon stone. As long as he advanced to the Dao fruit realm, he wouldn't need anyone's help to kill Situ-mo and Luo Fanwang. Therefore, Su Zimo's first task was to reach the Dao fruit realm. Then, he would look for the desolate tree. As for the demon in the extraterrestrial demon stone, he wasn't afraid at all. Perhaps the extraterrestrial demon would be of great use to him. Lu Suer didn't say anything. She had to report this matter to Lao Zu. The sect master had betrayed and been killed, and the demon had appeared. This was a double blow to the Jade Lady Palace. Lu Suer was the holy maiden of the Jade Lady Palace. She had some status. At this moment, she was looking for Lao Zu alone. She even asked a female disciple to find a place for Su Zimo to stay. Because the Jade Lady Palace was full of female disciples. Therefore, Su Zimo had a feast for his eyes. Along the way, Su Zimo was like a rare object that attracted the attention of countless people. This was the first time a man entered the Jade Lady Palace. "What's your name?" Su Zimo asked the woman who was leading the way. "Wang Xiang," the woman replied. "Why doesn't your Jade Lady Palace recruit men?" Su Zimo asked. "We only obey the orders of the Grandmaster," Wang Xiang replied. "Tell me, was your Grandmaster hurt by a man before? Is that why she's so extreme?" Su Zimo asked again. "Don't talk nonsense about our Grandmaster," Wang Xiang hurriedly said. "Grandmaster has her own reasons." "Then have you left the Jade Lady Palace to see the outside world?" Su Zimo asked again. He decided to build a good relationship with this woman. This way, he could also ask some secrets about the Jade Lady Palace. He couldn't be on guard all the time. Master said that if there are no special matters, the disciples of the Jade Lady Palace cannot casually go out. Wang Xiang shook his head. This made Su Zimo feel a little strange. He felt that this Jade Lady Palace definitely had some unspeakable secret. Otherwise, why would he be so strict with his disciples? It was like a change in direction of imprisonment. "The outside world is very exciting," Su Zimo said. This made Wang Xiang curious. After all, when a bird was locked up for a long time, it missed the outside world very much. "Then tell me about it." Wang Xiang was interested. Su Zimo smiled. He talked about the great wilderness and the 9 regions. There were different 9 realms and different 100 races. And some of the things he had experienced. This caused Wang Xiang to cover her mouth and laugh. The two of them quickly arrived at the courtyard where Su Zimo was resting. The courtyard was located above a hot spring. The scale was not bad. Red bricks and green tiles, and some peach trees were planted in the courtyard. At this moment, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and the entire courtyard had a different artistic conception. "Then I'll send you here." Wang Xiang was a little unsatisfied. Su Zimo nodded. He smiled and said, "If you still want to listen to stories, you can come to me tomorrow." "Really?" Wang Xiang was delighted. After receiving Su Zimo's reply, she left happily. They came to the courtyard. Su Zimo first set up a restriction around the surroundings to prevent anyone from breaking in. Then, he entered the divine continent. He took out the extraterrestrial demon stone. In the divine continent, he was a god. No matter how strong this extraterrestrial demon was, it could not overturn the sky. Therefore, Su Zimo was not worried from the beginning to the end. If it was the outside world, he would not be confident. But in the divine continent, he could suppress any existence with a raise of his hand. This extraterrestrial demon stone was indeed extraordinary. When the extraterrestrial demon stone was taken out, its surface was bumpy like a meteorite. There was a very evil aura emitting from it. However, there was a seal on the surface of this extraterrestrial demon stone. Otherwise, the demonic aura would probably soar into the sky. Su Zimo broke the seal of the sage. The next moment, the vast demonic aura was rioting. This power filled the entire sky. Loud laughter resounded between heaven and earth. "Damn old man, you still can't control me. My demonic army is invincible. We will eventually rule this place." Listening to this somewhat crazy voice, Su Zimo said indifferently, "All right, shut up." As soon as these words came out, the existence in the extraterrestrial demon stone was stunned for a moment. "You are not my heavenly demon clan? Now I ask, you answer," Su Zimo said. "Kid, who are you?" The heavenly demon snorted coldly. Su Zimo waved his hand. Heaven and earth changed, and immediately, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It struck the extraterrestrial demon stone hard. And in the extraterrestrial demon stone, the heavenly demon was affected and screamed. Perhaps other forces could not hurt the heavenly demon. But lightning is the power of Yang, specifically used to counter these kinds of evil. Kid, you deserve to die. The heavenly demon was furious and began to threaten. If I don't die, I will tear you to pieces. If that's the case, then die, Suzumo casually said. He raised his hand. Countless bolts of lightning exploded in the sky. From the looks of it, this might be enough to tear the heavenly demon to pieces. Don't be rash, I surrender, the heavenly demon hurriedly shouted. He felt that Suzumo really dared to kill him. At this point, he felt very wronged. After being sealed by the sage for countless years, he finally saw the light of day again, but he didn't expect to run into such a situation. Since when did the noble heavenly demon clan suffer such grievances? Suzumo didn't really care. He wanted the extraterrestrial demon stone. As for the heavenly demon's death, it wasn't impossible. Something without value, it would be a waste to keep it. What do you want to know? The extraterrestrial demon asked. The sage told me that you want to invade the great wilderness as well as the 9 domains? Suzumo asked. We only came here to enjoy the scenery, to go to other worlds. We didn't think you people here would be so barbaric, to actually imprison us. The extraterrestrial demon replied. Still not telling the truth? Suzumo coldly scoffed. The lightning was about to strike again. In an instant, the heavenly demon hurriedly begged for mercy. But Suzumo didn't stop. Instead, he prepared to teach the other party a lesson. The lightning struck again. After a series of screams. The heavenly demon could only speak. At first, we did want to invade the 9 domains. But the power of the 9 domains was beyond our imagination. So we prepared to use the great wilderness as the starting point. Who would have thought the Heaven's Path would find out? Seems like the Heaven's Path hates you a lot, Suzumo said with interest. You didn't attack any other worlds? The heavenly demon chuckled. We weren't attacking, but bringing beauty to other worlds. Alright, can you contact the other heavenly demons now? Suzumo asked again. The heavenly demon hesitated. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Let's see if you heavenly demons are qualified to cooperate with me, Suzumo said. This answer surprised the heavenly demon for a long time. You dare to cooperate with us? One had to know that the reputation of the heavenly demons was that they played bad guys in almost all the worlds. Not to mention cooperation, they were already at the point where everyone wanted to beat them up. This was the first time someone wanted to cooperate with them. Why cooperate with us? The heavenly demon asked. Isn't the enemy of my enemy a friend? Suzumo said. You want to invade the 9 regions, but the heavenly Tao isn't willing. I want to transcend the shackles of the heavenly Tao, so I'm naturally the enemy of the heavenly Tao. If we join forces, there's a lot to be done. Hearing Suzumo's words, the heavenly demon fell into deep thought. It had to be said that this idea was very tempting. However, he still asked, what about you? What can you give us heavenly demons? I'm about to go to the core of the 9 regions. At that time, I'll establish a huge force and cause great trouble for the heavenly Tao. And you heavenly demons will take the opportunity to attack the 9 regions. Although Suzumo said that, he actually knew in his heart. The heavenly demons were just tools for him to use. It was impossible for them to share the 9 regions with him. And for the heavenly demons, they might have the same thoughts as Suzumo. I agree, but in order to show your sincerity, you have to let me go first, the heavenly demon said. Even if it's to show your sincerity, it should be you heavenly demons who do it first, not me. Suzumo waved his hand. What right did a prisoner have to negotiate with him? Moreover, how he would cooperate with the heavenly demons, and whether he could trust them or not, was another matter. How could he let this heavenly demon go? Now answer me, can you contact other heavenly demons? There are some ways, but so many years have passed. I don't know if they're useful, the heavenly demon replied. It has to be useful. You should understand that your life and death depends on this, Suzumo said. Also, I'm going to use the heavenly demon stone. I'll find you another place to live. My remnant soul lives in the heavenly demon stone. he could still struggle at death's door. "If I leave the heavenly demonic stone, I'm afraid my soul will scatter," said the heavenly demon hurriedly. "Then, before your soul disperses, find the contact of the heavenly demons," Suzimo said calmly. He did not bargain with the other party at all. At this point, Suzimo waved his hand. He casually took out a treasure. He had many treasures, but most of them were useless to him. It was a shield. Suzimo said, "Enter this shield and leave the demonic stone for me." The Tianma hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gave in. The demonic chi surged and finally turned into a black stream of light that flowed into the shield. As for Suzimo, he began to examine the extraterrestrial devil stone. After confirming that there were no problems, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Condensing one's primordial spirit was an extremely important matter. At the same time, it was a path one had to take to attain Tao fruit. The larger one's primordial spirit was, the stronger and more vast the nomological power one could control. Therefore, many people usually judged a person's strength by the size of their primordial spirit. Above Suzimo's head, the Nirvana Tao fruit began to appear. Just as he was about to condense it, suddenly, his expression changed. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in the courtyard of the Jade Maiden Palace. Because just now, he felt that the restrictions he had set up had been destroyed. At this moment, he had just appeared. The door was pushed open with a palm. Lu Suer walked in with a slightly embarrassed expression. Beside her was a woman. This woman looked a little old, but she was not old. Instead, she had a mature charm. The aura that reverberated around her was very powerful. Streaks of frost law shrouded his body. "Leave the Jade Maiden Palace." The woman looked at Suzimo and directly ordered him to leave. "Child Su, this is Laozu from our Jade Maiden Palace," Lu Suer quickly explained. Then, she turned her head again. "Arctic Laozu. He's really my savior. He doesn't have any ulterior motives." "Suer, have you forgotten the rules of our Jade Maiden Palace?" Arctic Laozu said indifferently. "I haven't forgotten, but I'm not a heartless person. He saved me, so I naturally won't leave him in the lurch," Lu Suer quickly said. Arctic Laozu turned his head. His gaze was fixed on Suzimo as if he wanted to see through him. Suzimo felt the pressure. The ice laws on the other party's body seemed to want to freeze his bloodline. He smiled. He said, "Now that the Grand Wilderness is in danger, why do you have to be like this?" "The Grand Wilderness can't threaten my Jade Maiden Palace," Arctic Laozu said indifferently. The Jade Maiden Palace was located on the Origin Barren Island. Even if the Grand Wilderness was destroyed, the other party would not be able to find the location of the Origin Barren path without special means. Therefore, she could be more unyielding. "As far as I know, the Palace Master of the Jade Maiden Palace previously submitted to Situ Mo. Do you think she will tell him the way to find the Jade Maiden Palace?" Suzimo asked. As soon as he said this, Arctic Laozu's expression changed slightly. This was also what she was most afraid of. At the same time, it was what the entire Jade Maiden Palace was most afraid of. Therefore, the Jade Maiden Palace had rules. The disciples were not allowed to leave the palace at will, only for special reasons. They were afraid that these disciples would spread the method of leaving the palace. Arctic Laozu's expression was uncertain. In the end, she snorted coldly. She said, "This is our Jade Maiden Palace's matter. Don't be stubborn. Now, the Grand Wilderness is at stake. We need to work together, not throw tantrums," Suzimo said. "I'll heal here for a few days. You should think about it. When my injuries are healed, if you're still unwilling, I'll leave." Hearing this, Lu Suer pulled on Arctic Laozu's sleeve with a pleading expression. Arctic Laozu snorted coldly. In the end, he left. She knew that the current priority was not Suzimo. It was the Jade Maiden Palace's own comfort. She was also blind to have chosen such a palace master. She might bring the Jade Maiden Palace to destruction. She decided to contact the other 4 factions first. "Don't mind her. Grandmaster is just. In the courtyard, Lu Suer wanted to explain. But she couldn't find an excuse. "Alright, I understand some things." Suzimo waved his hand. "Don't worry about me. When my injuries are healed, I will leave. As he said that, he coughed heavily a few times. Lu Suer was a little worried. After the two of them chatted for a while, Su Zimo mentioned that he wanted to rest. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. Su Zimo was prepared to explore the entire Jade Maiden Palace at night. He knew that there was definitely a secret here. But he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to find the desolate tree. Night covered everything, and darkness descended. The entire desolate island of origin also calmed down. Su Zimo knew. The old ancestor of the Arctic sect would definitely send someone to monitor him. But how could he be monitored by others? In his perception, the positions of the people around him were instantly discovered. He extinguished the candle flame in the room, and everything fell into darkness. Then, he tore through the void in front of him. In the next moment, he appeared in front of a palace in the Jade Maiden Palace. He looked in the direction. He wanted to go to the center of the island to take a look. The Jade Maiden Palace was very large, and Su Zimo spent an entire night investigating. There were no clues. Moreover, he couldn't find the reason why the Jade Maiden Palace was like spring all year round. This made him feel a little strange. Helpless, when it was almost dawn, he returned to his room. Lu Suer came to look for him first. She said some reassuring words to him. She told him to rest assured and recuperate here. Meanwhile, Lao Zu had already left to form an alliance with the other four forces. Su Zimo frowned slightly. With how vigilant Lao Zu was towards him, logically speaking, he shouldn't have left so easily. He wanted him to stay. Wasn't the other party worried that he had ulterior motives? Su Zimo felt more and more complicated. Lu Suer was the holy maiden, so she definitely wouldn't tell Su Zimo anything. Therefore, Su Zimo could only target Wang Xiang, who had sent him yesterday. When it was almost noon, Wang Xiang came to look for him. He didn't know if the outside world was more attractive, or if Su Zimo was more attractive. Child Su, tell me quickly. What happened after you entered the burial ground? Su Zimo didn't get tired of it. He made up a bunch of nonsense, and Wang Xiang was surprised. The outside world is really interesting. She sighed with emotion. Her expression darkened, and she said, unfortunately, I will never be able to get out. Xianxia, why are you so discouraged? I can take you out, Su Zimo said. He was now calling her Xianxia. For the sake of information, Su Zimo felt that he was going against his conscience. No, this will violate the rules of the palace. Once I'm discovered, not only will I be punished. I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you, replied Wang Xiang. That's true, but how can the scenery of the great wilderness compare to your Jade Lady Temple? Su Zimo said. Sometimes, I envy this place. It's like spring all year round, with birds singing and flowers fragrant. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, you'll eventually get tired of it, Wang Xiang said. However, I am also a bit curious. How did your Jade Lady Temple achieve the feeling of spring all year round? Su Zimo suddenly asked. This? Wang Xiang hesitated. Sister Xianxia, you don't have to feel troubled. If you don't believe me, then don't say anything. Su Zimo smiled bitterly. Child Su, you've misunderstood. Actually, I'm not sure either. Wang Xiang hurriedly explained. I've only heard about it from my senior sisters. Our Jade Lady Temple seems to be located at the center of the Great Desolate. There is a mysterious power that can block the desolation law, so we are not affected here. It's fine if little sister Xianxia doesn't want to tell me, but why did you lie to me? Su Zimo shook his head and sighed. The entire Great Wilderness is filled with the desolation law. What could possibly contend against the desolation law? I think it's a tree. Actually, I can't guarantee it, Wang Xiang replied. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Su Zimo waved his hand. The scenery here is not bad. Why don't the two of us go out for a walk? That's good too. Wang Xiang nodded. By the way, is there any forbidden area in your Jade Lady Temple, places that I can't go? In case I don't know the way and go to the wrong place and cause trouble, Su Zimo asked. You can't go to the place where the grandmasters live. However, there are senior sisters guarding there. If you go, you'll be chased out. Wang Xiang smiled. By the way, you can't go to our ancestral tomb either. That's where the grandmasters are buried. Su Zimo nodded. He remembered all of this in his heart. He was now 80% sure that the Desolation Tree was in the Jade Lady Temple. However, the people of the Jade Lady Temple seemed to like to call this place the Desolate Island of Origin. Su Zimo decided that the first place to investigate was the tomb. In order not to arouse Wang Xiang's suspicion, he played with her for half a day before sending her away. During the day, he basically memorized all the places in the Jade Lady Temple that he should remember. In the evening, he left the courtyard. The tomb of the Jade Lady Temple could be said to be very luxurious. It was located in the center of the Jade Lady Temple. It was a particularly large cemetery. There were hundreds of tombstones here. Only a few dozen of them were qualified to have a cemetery. The cemetery was built with glass and jewelry. It was surrounded by birds and the fragrance of flowers. Ancient trees stretched into the sky. Although the cemetery was near a forbidden area, no one was guarding it. This allowed Su Zimo to walk in easily. What a rich desolation law. Su Zimo felt the difference as soon as he entered. According to Wang Xiang, there was a special force in the Jade Lady Temple that isolated everything. This was why it was like spring all year round and was not affected by the desolation law. But in this tomb, the desolation law was rich. Su Zimo felt that he had come to the right place. Although this place was very desolate, the vegetation survived very well. He began to look at the tombstones and the cemetery. The 13th Patriarch, the tomb of the Ice Phoenix Grandmaster. The 27th Patriarch, the tomb of Fairy Li. The 7th Patriarch, the tomb of Patriarch Xianxia. Su Zimo looked at them one by one. Finally, his figure stopped in front of a cemetery. On it was written, the First Patriarch, Laozu Cemetery of the Fallen Fairy. This cemetery was very solemn. And there was not a single weed around. It could be seen that someone often cleaned it. Most importantly, Su Zimo could feel it. All the desolation law seemed to be spread out with this cemetery as the center. Let's go in and take a look. Su Zimo thought for a moment and finally walked in. As soon as he entered, Su Zimo discovered that the area inside was beyond his imagination. It turned out to be a dense forest. This forest was so lush that he couldn't find the tomb at all. At this moment, the void suddenly fluctuated. A door appeared in front of Su Zimo. Little friend, why don't you come and have a drink or two? A voice sounded. Su Zimo couldn't sense the other party's location. But the door was right in front of him. Su Zimo wasn't afraid and walked straight in. The next moment, the sky and earth turned upside down. His figure had already appeared in the center of the forest. There was a tombstone and a house in front of him. And in front of the house, a man was sitting in the pavilion in front of him. He was holding a wine jar in his hand. His white hair fell down, and he was drinking wine in a daze. Su Zimo looked at him. Very strong. The power in the other party's body was like a pool of stagnant water. Although he couldn't see it now. But he knew that when this stagnant water surged, it could overturn everything. Who are you? Su Zimo asked. Dao Seeker trespassing on a forbidden area, you're asking me, the man smiled. Shouldn't you be the one to announce yourself first? The man put down the jar of liquor in his hand and wiped his mouth. This rude action didn't match his ethereal aura at all. I'm just a normal person, Su Zimo smiled. I admire the grace of the Jade Lady Palace's ancestor, so I'm here to pay her a visit. Do you even believe your own words? The man asked in return. I'm here to find the desolate tree. Su Zimo chose to tell the truth. He knows that this man knows a lot of things. Furthermore, there's a man in the Jade Lady Palace. This in itself was an unusual thing. So there's still someone who knows about this. The man went silent for a while. He didn't say anything. Su Zimo also didn't want to waste any more time. He said, I'm only borrowing this desolate tree, I'll return it when I'm done. The reason he wants to find the desolate tree is to break the formation on it. Other than that, there's no other use for it. The man shook his head. Without the tree of desolation, the island of origin has lost its meaning. She left this place behind. I want to protect it well, I can't let you take it away. Do you think you can protect it well? Su Zimo asked. Why not? The man asked in return. Powerful energy surged around his body. It was so powerful that even if he didn't intentionally use it, it was still able to overturn the void of space. This isn't just a Dao fruit realm cultivator. It's more likely that he's already bloomed 3 flowers. Su Zimo was a bit surprised that there's such an existence in the great wilderness. Seems like this Jade Lady Palace's background isn't normal. If you want to take the desolate tree, you can try it, the man said. Su Zimo frowned. He waved his hand. He used swallowing good fortune finger. The powerful energy went straight for the man. On the other hand, the man was very calm and also raised a finger. Without using any divine skill, the heaven-swallowing finger of creation was destroyed. Divine craft might be instant, but I'm still able to instantly cast it, the man answered. You're no match for me, how do you know if you don't try? Su Zimo replied. He took out the tyrannical shadow. The first move was falling into the 9 nether. The second move, myriad immortal slaying. This was the first time he had used the 2 losses together. At this moment, immortal slaying in the sky and hell on the ground. It had already formed such a vast phenomenon. Not bad, this move already has Dao rhythm, the man praised. He waved his hand. He took out a piece of flute from his pocket. Indifferently, he began to play the flute. When the sound of the flute rang out, something seemed to have changed, but nothing had changed. Su Zimo frowned slightly. At this moment, after he finished his 2 moves, Yi Zichen was stunned. When it approached the man, it suddenly disappeared. No, it should not be said that it had disappeared. Rather, the void was distorted, and all of his saber will had been devoured. How could this be? Su Zimo asked. Are there any more? Let me take a look, the man said with interest. I've only comprehended these 2 moves, Su Zimo shook his head. What a pity, if it was a complete set of saber techniques, I'm afraid there's a chance for you to break through, the man sighed. Then, he continued. Originally, you trespassed here and disturbed my peace. I should have killed you. But I cherish talent, so I let you go. You might not be able to kill me, Su Zimo said. Although he knew that he was no match for the other party, Su Zimo believed that he could still escape. Even if I don't break the peace of this place, someone else will. What do you mean? The man frowned. Someone wants to rule the wasteland, Su Zimo said. If I'm not wrong, this island of origin is the core of the wasteland, right? The man remained silent. Finally, he said, no matter who it is, they won't succeed. What if you're not a match for them? Su Zimo asked again. Then they'll have to step over my dead body, the man said calmly. It was obvious that he was in existence with 3 flowers. In the wasteland, there weren't many Dao fruit experts, let alone him. Therefore, he obviously didn't agree with Su Zimo's words. Even if I step over your dead body, you still won't be able to defend this place, Su Zimo said. Why don't we work together? If I can't defend this place, what's the point of working with you? The man asked. I have a very powerful force behind me. It's very strong, at least much stronger than you, Su Zimo said. If they come, they can sweep through the entire wasteland. Besides, we're just borrowing the Tree of Desolation, it's not like we won't return it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Obviously, he didn't want to discuss this now. Su Zimo shrugged. He still believed in Situ Mo and Luo Fanwang. The 2 of them definitely had the strength to rule the wasteland. Moreover, there seemed to be another force behind Luo Fanwang. Su Zimo had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. The man didn't seem to welcome him, and Su Zimo couldn't force him. Therefore, he left the mausoleum. He planned to break through to the Dao fruit realm first. After he returned to the courtyard, he set up a restriction around him to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Then, he returned to the divine land. He opened the extraterrestrial demon stone. At this moment, Su Zimo had already adjusted himself to the best state. The moment the extraterrestrial demon stone was opened, there was endless heavenly demon power inside. Of course, if it was just ordinary power, it wouldn't be able to help Su Zimo condense his essence soul. The heavenly demon power was more like a kind of tempering. If he wanted to master the power of laws, he had to have an infinitely large essence soul. Su Zimo began to comprehend. His thoughts drifted to hell and the sky. He had to use his endless imagination and condense his essence soul to a large enough size. At the end of the 9 regions. At the end of the wasteland. His thoughts continued to spread. There seemed to be a special force that began to condense in his body. At first, this essence soul was only about 10 meters tall. However, when Suzimo's endless imagination and enlightenment reached, his essence soul became bigger and bigger. According to the 9 regions division of the essence soul, it was divided into the 3 levels of heaven, earth, and human. Below 100 meters was the human essence soul. Below 10,000 meters was the earth essence soul. Above 1,000,000 was the heaven essence soul. There was no limit to the essence soul. In theory, the bigger the essence soul, the stronger it was. At this moment, Suzimo's essence soul quickly rose to 10,000 meters. This was a kind of rebirth. There was a muffled bang. Suzimo felt that his essence soul seemed to have been sublimated to the extreme. After entering the heaven essence soul, it still didn't stop. Instead, it grew faster and faster. This essence soul was what Suzimo had seen along the way. From the Yuanyang continent, the 9 regions, the grand desolate world, and even other small worlds. Finally, when his imagination was exhausted, Suzimo felt that his essence soul should have reached its limit. At this moment, the power of the heavenly demon stone suddenly surged in. It opened the door to a new world for Suzimo. It was a vast and boundless universe. In this universe, even the 9 regions were just a grain of sand. The universe was huge. Of course, as the scene in front of Suzimo evolved, he realized that the heavenly demon power was being consumed very quickly. It was disappearing at a terrifying speed. Suzimo didn't dare to waste time. He quickly comprehended the infinite space. He wanted to transcend the 9 regions. At this moment, his essence soul, which had been growing slowly, was growing rapidly again. This heavenly demon stone was indeed good. Not only did it help Suzimo condense his essence soul, but it also reflected the outer world and helped him increase his comprehension. This situation continued. After an unknown period of time, Suzimo felt that his essence soul was growing endlessly, and its strength was getting stronger and stronger. His Nirvana Tao fruit was glowing with a different luster. The Nirvana law began to transform into the Nirvana law. This was a Tao fruit that represented an extreme attack. It was a Tao fruit that condensed thousands of attacks into one. His essence soul was like a giant at this moment, with the sky above his head and the 9 hells under his feet. His essence soul was countless meters tall. Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the power around him was dense. His Tao fruit and essence soul were one, and the power of laws was surging. So this is the Tao fruit realm, he muttered to himself. No, it's not completely. His gaze was restrained. His essence soul returned to his body, and so did the Tao fruit. The laws in his body transformed into laws. The laws gathered into a sea and began to charge towards the 11th meridian. This was the meridian that belonged to the Tao fruit realm. Only then could one be considered a true Tao fruit powerhouse. This meridian was strong enough. Suzimo attacked countless times in a row, but he was actually forcefully blocked. However, Suzimo's Nirvana law was also extremely powerful. It had already cracked open the meridian. No one can stop me from entering the Tao fruit realm today, he shouted angrily. In the end, the powerful force destroyed everything. There was a boom. His body seemed to be about to go berserk. His internal organs were all shattered. There was even a ringing in his ears. The 11th meridian was finally broken. His body was also brand new. The laws connected to the 11th meridian and began to circulate. The injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength of the Tao fruit was indescribable. With just a wave of his hand, he was able to summon the might of heaven and earth. The laws that could be used by humans already possessed the ability to resist the heavens and earth. Of course, Suzimo's rules were still very weak. He did not bloom the 3 flowers, nor did he split into 3 corpses. Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. Baimont and the others also came to congratulate him. Suzimo smiled. After chatting with everyone for a while, he left. The moment Suzimo returned to the Jade Maiden Palace, heaven and earth seemed to have sensed something, and a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. He knew that this was the test of heaven and earth. After every cultivator entered the Dao fruit realm, heaven and earth would give them a choice. It was surrendering to the heavens and earth and possessing the Dao fruit of heaven and earth. Or should he choose another Dao fruit? He was destined to fight against the heavens. Previously, Suzimo had advanced in the divine land. The heaven and earth there naturally wouldn't say anything. After all, he was the god of that place. Even the heavens and earth were created by him. Naturally, he was not afraid. But after returning to the great wilderness, the choice of heaven and earth had finally come. Suzimo's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that his first meeting with the heavenly Dao would come like this. At this moment, his primordial spirit and Dao fruit left his body and stepped into the sky. His primordial spirit kept rising. Finally, when it approached the heavenly Dao, it suddenly stopped. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with lightning and thunder. And not only that. In the endless lightning, an eye actually appeared at this moment. It was like the eye of heavenly punishment. This eye looked down on everything. It was as if the entire world was illuminated in it. The world was instantly imprisoned. This eye was too powerful. When it looked at people closely, its majesty was inviolable. It was as if it was the origin of everything. When you looked at it, you couldn't help but want to submit. However, Suzimo's gaze was cold. He looked at the eye with his primordial spirit body. The two of them looked at each other like this. This made Suzimo feel a little strange. The other party seemed to know him. Could it be related to the previous demon master? After a period of silence, the eye of heavenly punishment seemed to be furious. It began to gather endless lightning. Chaos world destruction thunder. Gray lightning condensed in the void. It was as if it could destroy gods and demons. At this moment, the lightning was so powerful. Suzimo was also a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, heaven and earth should have given him a chance to choose. Submit to heaven and earth or condense his Dao fruit. But at this moment, the eye of heavenly punishment looked at him and actually wanted to destroy him without a choice. How much do you hate me? Suzimo smiled bitterly. At this moment, the heavenly Dao felt like it didn't care about its life at all. Lightning continuously struck down, wanting to turn Suzimo into ashes. Suzimo knew that this was not the time to fight the heavenly Dao head-on. He was still a Dao fruit. He hadn't reached the level of the true martial ancestor yet. Heaven punishing was too far away from him. However, even if I die, I will tear off a layer of your skin. Suzimo's gaze was ruthless. He frowned. With a furious roar, he used exterminating 10,000 immortals and falling 9 nether at the same time. Immediately after, the 10 ancient divine techniques were used one after another. With the help of the heaven-shaking power, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and the God-fiend visualization diagram, Suzimo's primordial spirit grew much larger. With each punch and kick, it shattered the void and destroyed time. It collided with the chaos world destruction thunder. Suzimo looked to be at a disadvantage. This lightning was very strong, and he could feel pain all over his body. Let's die together, Suzimo roared. He followed the lightning and soared up. He actually charged towards the eye of heavenly punishment. The eye of heavenly punishment was the source of all lightning. The lightning within it was several times more violent and powerful than the lightning outside. Boom. Half of Suzimo's body exploded. However, he still soared up and his large hand landed on the eye of heavenly punishment. The eye of heavenly punishment seemed to have been insulted. It was actually touched by a human. Originally, the eye of heavenly punishment didn't have any emotions and looked indifferent. It was as if all living beings were ants. However, at this moment, the eye of heavenly punishment clearly had emotions. It was especially violent and angry. The lightning rampaged, wanting to blast Suzimo to death. Suzimo grinned and laughed loudly. One day, what I tear off won't be an eye. He roared angrily and tore the eye of heavenly punishment from the inlay of heaven and earth. However, Suzimo's body was also full of holes from the heavenly punishment. He was definitely going to die. The chaos world destruction thunder landed on his body. his body couldn't be repaired. This was the terrifying part of the heavenly Tao. The strength of a Tao fruit expert could be reborn with a drop of blood. Any injury could be healed instantly. However, the power of the heavenly Tao prevented one from recovering from their injuries and would definitely die. Su Zimo's essence soul completely exploded. The eye of heavenly punishment was also seized and fell from the sky. He was used to being high and mighty. But would he touch the mortal world? Su Zimo didn't consider this problem. After being killed by the Chaos World Annihilation Lightning, he should have completely disappeared. But after a long time, a leaf floated in the void. On this leaf, a rich life aura surged. The leaf began to evolve. Not long after, the leaf disappeared, and Su Zimo's figure appeared. This leaf was the leaf of life. Su Zimo had learned this divine power from Wood God Gomong back then. A leaf was a life. Therefore, when Su Zimo was free, he would condense this leaf. Of course, the leaf didn't really come back to life. Instead, it hid a wisp of Su Zimo's aura in it. The heavenly Tao seemed to have killed Su Zimo. In fact, it had only killed his body. Only by destroying this leaf would Su Zimo truly die. It was precisely because he had held back that Su Zimo didn't use the power left behind by the previous demon master. He knew that now wasn't the time to fight the heavenly Tao head-on. After resurrecting, the power of the Tao fruit realm in his body was constantly recovering. The majestic power was the Nirvana law. Su Zimo enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger. After opening 11 meridians, Su Zimo was puzzled. It was said that only by opening 12 meridians could one be considered to have truly transcended. However, the first 11 meridians could be found in his body. And he couldn't find the 12th meridian. If he couldn't even find the meridian, how could he cultivate and open it? Su Zimo felt that it was getting harder and harder to cultivate to the end. Even comprehending the Tao wasn't enough. Of course, he still had to ask the true martial ancestor about this matter. Among all the people he knew, the true martial ancestor should be the one who went the furthest. The crisis of the heavenly Tao was resolved. Su Zimo also returned to the Jade Maiden Palace. Although he was already a Tao fruit expert. Against ordinary Tao fruits, Su Zimo had absolute confidence in winning. However, Su Zimo was still no match for the man guarding the tomb. Because the other party had opened 3 flowers. The difference between them was too great. However, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. He knew that Situemo and Luo Fanwang would come here sooner or later. The Jade Lady Palace had been peaceful for too long. Eventually, the silence would be broken. Therefore, he settled down here with peace of mind. In this Jade Lady Palace, beauties were as common as clouds. When he was free, he would occasionally tease the beauties. His life could be considered pleasant. Finally, Su Zimo's wait was not in vain. 1 month later, a shocking explosion resounded outside the Jade Maiden Palace. The sound was very loud. It was as if the entire Jade Maiden Palace was about to explode. All the disciples panicked when they heard the voice. The Jade Lady Palace had been peaceful for countless years. This was the first time such an explosion had occurred. Everyone looked up. Cracks appeared in the sky above the island that was originally calm. Then, a figure fell from the sky. North Pole Laozu, someone called out when they saw the figure. The figure was covered in blood, clearly heavily injured. North Pole Laozu raised his hand. He struggled to speak. Quickly activate the origin formation. Situemo and the Tianma outside want to take over the entire Great Wilderness. We can't let them succeed. All the disciples panicked. As disciples of the Jade Maiden Palace since they were young, they've never experienced a great war, so they were always trying to deceive each other. They were like canaries living in a cage. Only Lu Suer managed to calm down at this crucial moment. She asked, "Ancestor, where is the origin formation? We don't know how to activate it either. Go to the ancestor's tomb, someone will tell you," North Pole Laozu answered. At this point, she was surrounded by black mist. It was the Tianma's evil aura. She couldn't get rid of it in a short amount of time. "I'll go with you at this point," Su Zimo stood out and said. "What do you want to do?" North Pole Laozu instantly became cautious. "Are you in cahoots with them?" "If I'm in cahoots with them, do you think you'll have a chance to activate the origin formation? Su Zimo asked. The tomb is a forbidden area. Those who are not disciples of the palace are not allowed to enter. North Pole Laozu didn't know if he should believe Su Zimo. But he still said. I've seen the man inside, Su Zimo suddenly said. North Pole Laozu's expression changed. That proved that Su Zimo had already entered the tomb. What do you want? North Pole Laozu asked. Don't worry, no matter what I want, the most important thing is to solve the problem in front of me, Su Zimo said. North Pole Laozu didn't have time to think. She knew that she couldn't stop Su Zimo. In the end, she could only say, be careful. I hope it's not too late. Su Zimo and Lu Suer didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly headed towards the ancestral tomb. Child Su, what do you want from our Jade Lady Palace? Lu Suer wasn't an idiot. From the conversation just now, she knew that Su Zimo had some ulterior motives. To be precise, I don't want it. I want to borrow something, Su Zimo said with a shrug. That thing is useless to me. I just want to break an array formation. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived at the tomb. Su Zimo saw the man again. The man was still the same as before, gulping down wine in the pavilion. It was as if nothing had happened. Lu Suer looked at the man and didn't know what to say for a moment. North Pole Laozu has returned with serious injuries. He wants to activate the origin formation, Su Zimo said. It's too late. The man shook his head. They have imprisoned the entire vast wilderness. Where can the origin formation go? Imprisoned the entire vast wilderness? Su Zimo was a little moved. Although the vast wilderness couldn't be compared to the 9 regions, it was still vast and boundless. What kind of existence had taken action to actually imprison De Huang? You've been misunderstood, not by some people, but by some weapons, the man explained. A kind of epic heavy artifact that specializes in imprisoning large areas of the world. The extraterrestrial demons specialize in robbing weak worlds, so it's not strange that they have such weapons. As I said, the Jade Lady Palace won't be peaceful for long. Su Zimo smiled. Look, do you think you can still hold on now? Do I have a choice now? The man asked. Consider my conditions, Su Zimo said. The man was silent for a moment. In the end, he said, if you can help the Jade Lady Palace survive this calamity, I can lend you this barren tree. Also, they can't disturb the peace of this tomb. Leave it to me, Su Zimo said. He looked at Lu Suer and brought her out of the tomb. What should we do? Kill people, Su Zimo said. Actually, this matter is very simple. Situemo and Luo Fanwang aren't enough. Only those extraterrestrial demons are a little difficult to deal with. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Suer gave him a deep look. But I feel that without Grandmaster, we can't deal with any of them. There's no need for you to do anything. I have my own ways, Su Zimo said. At this moment, around the Jade Maiden Palace, it had been completely imprisoned. The surroundings were filled with rolling demonic clouds formed by demonic chi. The sky was dark, and nothing could be seen. The entire island was on the verge of collapse, as if it could be destroyed at any moment. Under Su Zimo's instructions, Lu Suer gathered all the elders and disciples of the Jade Maiden Palace. The current Lu Suer did not have any good ideas. At the critical moment of the sect's destruction, she still chose to believe in Su Zimo. Moreover, the only person she could trust was Su Zimo. The Arctic Laozu was seriously injured. The current her did not have the right to choose. The disciples were panicking, and for a moment, the scene became noisy. Only Su Zimo looked very calm. He stood on a tall mountain in the Jade Maiden Palace, quietly waiting for the arrival of the extraterrestrial demons. Su Zimo waved his hand. The extraterrestrial demon in the extraterrestrial demon stone appeared in front of him. Is this aura familiar? Su Zimo asked. The extraterrestrial demon was currently hiding with a shield. At this moment, he sensed the aura outside the Jade Maiden Palace. He shouted, "It's our heavenly demon clan. There's no mistake. It's just that I don't know which one it is." Do you still remember our cooperation? Su Zimo asked. Of course I remember. But now that you've reached the end, you want me to help you. You have to let me go first, the extraterrestrial demon said. He thought that Suzumo would have to rely on him now. However, Suzumo did not explain. He only said, wait, you'll know later. As the attacks from the outside world became more and more intense. Finally, after a long time, the protection outside the Jade Maiden Palace was broken, and Situemo and Luo Fanwang were the first to step into the air. As for the extraterrestrial demons, they were only hiding in the surging demonic chi and did not show themselves. They were probably afraid that the heavenly Tao would detect them and then destroy them. Jade Lady Palace, surrender to me. We don't have to kill them. Situmo's voice resounded throughout Jade Lady Palace. Of the other 4 forces, 2 have surrendered and 2 have been annihilated. I believe you are wise. Situmo, long time no see. Suzumo chuckled. Hearing this voice, Situmo instantly thought of Suzumo. His gaze was cold, as if it was shrouded by thousands of evil auras, and landed on Suzumo. He smiled savagely. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. It's really amazing. Do you really think I ran away because I couldn't beat you? Suzumo asked. Luo Fanwang snorted coldly. No matter what path you took, you no longer have the human saint force. Furthermore, our Lord Heavenly Demon has descended. No matter who comes today, you will die without a doubt. Hearing this, Suzumo shook his head and laughed. You're all frogs at the bottom of the well. Suzumo looked into the depths of the void. He said meaningfully, how about we each take one? No one knew who he was talking to. But ripples appeared in the void. It was as if someone was reminding him of the past. In an instant, a figure stepped out of the void. The man's clothes fluttered, and his aura was like a rainbow. He held a broken sword in his hand. Yes, it was a broken sword. Although it was a broken sword, there were lines of the great path on the sword. It seemed to reflect a broken world. When the man appeared, he directly suppressed a large area of the void. Lu Suer was a little surprised. This man was the man she saw in the cemetery before. She had always been curious about this man. Why would there be a man in their Jade Lady Palace? When the man appeared, Situmo's side became serious. He was a 3-flower realm powerhouse. He could clearly feel the terrifying power in the man's body. He knew that this man was a 3-flower realm powerhouse like him. Interesting. This Jade Lady Palace is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Situmo said. He looked at the man and said, this place is too small. Let's find a spacious place to fight. The man turned his head and glanced at Suzumo. Suzumo smiled and said, don't worry, I'm here. The man nodded slightly. Then, he shattered the void and disappeared into the depths of the void with Situmo. No one knew about the battle between the two. However, in the Jade Lady Palace, Luo Fanwang took a step forward and looked at Suzumo coldly. He said, it's time for us to settle our previous scores. If it weren't for that formation, you wouldn't have been my match, Suzumo said. Master has given me new power. This time, I will definitely take your head, Luo Fanwang snorted coldly. The demonic chi around him became denser and denser. The power was several times stronger than before. Only then did Suzumo know that the master Luo Fanwang mentioned was actually the extraterrestrial demons. He was previously injured by the extraterrestrial demon stone and destroyed the foundation of his path fruit. Logically speaking, he should hate the heavenly demon clan. He didn't expect that he would be willing to recognize them as his master. If the human sage knew about this, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his coffin shut. He had fought against the heavenly demons his entire life, but he didn't expect that in the end, his disciple would defect to the heavenly demons. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Sure enough, power could make people forget everything. Now that I've stepped into the path fruit realm, you're just an ant. I'd like to meet the master behind you. Suzumo said. His hand fell, and a powerful force stirred the wind and clouds in the sky. Rumble, rumble. After entering the path fruit realm, Suzumo's laws were integrated into the Nirvana law. Just like at this moment, in his Eye of Samsara. The Samsara law evolved into the Nirvana law. The powerful force distorted all the void. With a boom, the void directly twisted Luo Fanwang into it. Rumble, rumble. Luo Fanwang's demonic chi surged as he struggled out of the void in anger. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he kept roaring. I'm going to kill you. Even a dog wants to kill me, Su Zimo said indifferently. He didn't even draw his saber. He just used the heaven-swallowing good fortune finger. Entering the path fruit realm was a sublimation for him. Su Zimo had always been invincible among his peers. The path fruit realm could contend against the path fruit realm. Now that he had a true path fruit realm, killing people of the same realm was as easy as slaughtering dogs. The name heaven-swallowing good fortune finger was no longer suitable. It might be more appropriate to call it the Nirvana finger. The Nirvana law that merged all powers fell like a pillar of heaven. Luo Fanwang roared, trying to break the finger. But it was useless. With a boom, his entire body was sent flying. At this moment, his body was shattered as if he could be annihilated at any time. How can it be? How can it be so strong? He roared with some indignation. Su Zimo did not pay attention to him, because he was no longer worthy. Su Zimo raised his head and stared at the sky. That endless majestic demonic energy storm. In the demonic energy storm, there seemed to be countless figures flashing. Hee hee hee, cold laughter rang out one after another. A scarlet eye appeared in those demonic shadows. Kid, you're not bad. Why don't you consider submitting to us, the extraterrestrial demons, and I'll grant you supreme divine power. Supreme divine power, can you kill the heavens? Su Zimo said with interest. There was actually someone who wanted him to submit. The existence in the demonic energy seemed to be silent for a while. He didn't expect Su Zimo to ask such a question. Kid, that's too far away for you. Su Zimo sneered. Are you heavenly fiends afraid of the heavenly Tao? Kid, how dare you? A furious voice came from the sky. Then, in the demonic energy riot, streams of demonic energy meteorites fell from the sky and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered all the demonic energy. But in the next moment, a demonic energy claw attacked. It collided with Su Zimo's fists. Rumble, rumble. Su Zimo was sent flying by the punch. He looked up and saw a figure shrouded in demonic energy appear in the sky. Kid, although you have some strength. But this is not the right for you to be presumptuous in front of my heavenly demon clan, the figure said coldly. Su Zimo chuckled. He waved his hand. Previously, the heavenly demon appeared in front of him. Now it's your turn. As soon as the heavenly demon appeared, he began to shout. I'm a flaming demon, I wonder which heavenly demon clan you are from. Flaming heavenly demon? A cold snort came from the void. We are the Crimson Blood Great Heavenly Demon Clan. Great Heavenly Demon Clan? This surprised the flaming heavenly demon. One had to know that even the Heavenly Demon Clan was composed of many different heavenly demons. When there were many heavenly demons, there would naturally be a difference in status. During the invasion of the Great Wilderness, the flaming heavenly demon was in charge. Unfortunately, their injuries were severe, and they were almost completely annihilated by the heavenly Tao. Who would have thought that the heavenly demons would return and send the great heavenly demons, Lord Great Sky Fiend, this person wants to work with us. We're all on the same side, the Inferno heavenly demon said hurriedly. A cold snort came from the void. He wants to cooperate? Is he qualified? You'll find out soon enough whether I'm qualified or not, Su Zimo replied. He snapped his fingers. Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow swept across the void. At this moment, the void was shattering as a vortex appeared. Then, on the other side of the vortex, a figure slowly walked out from within. Primogenitor, I'll leave it to you. The existence that came from the other side of the vortex was naturally the true martial progenitor. However, this was not his real body. Instead, it was a shadow that teleported over. Ever since he came to the Jade Lady Palace, Su Zimo contacted the true martial ancestor. He needed to borrow the other party's strength. Sky Fiend, the true martial ancestor looked at the scene in the void and casually asked. He knew about Sky Fiends. Although he hadn't interacted with them before, he'd still heard about them. How interesting, he looked at Su Zimo again. He asked, "What should I do?" "Teach them a lesson," Suzimo answered. "Who are you?" The figure in the sky stared at the true martial ancestor and asked. "You think you're worthy of knowing my name?" The true martial ancestor shook his head. The figure in the sky seemed a bit angry. "No one has ever been able to refuse my great Skyfiend's request." As he said that, the demonic aura began to surge. Skyfiend domain. The figure didn't dare to underestimate the true martial ancestor. The demonic aura around him formed a domain. Within this domain, he was like a god. Demonic frenzy. Following the figure's roar, the demonic aura in the sky gathered together and attacked the true martial ancestor. "How interesting," the true martial ancestor looked up. Then, he waved his hand. All the rampaging demonic aura was annihilated in the palm of his hand. Almost. He clapped his hand. With a boom, the figure was sent flying. The figure couldn't stand steadily. He retreated a few hundred meters before stopping. He half knelt on the ground and kept vomiting blood. Who are you?" The figure looked up at the true martial ancestor in shock. The true martial ancestor ignored him. Instead, he looked up at the sky. "Patriarch of the Skyfiend clan, don't you want to come out and meet me? There's someone like you in the 9 domains." In the sky, an aged voice resounded. "I didn't expect the Skyfiend clan to have someone like you," the true martial ancestor replied. Although the Skyfiend clan leader didn't make a move. But between the strong, they could understand each other's strength with just a little bit of perception. "What's the big deal?" the old voice sounded. "Our Skyfiend clan traverses the heavens. There are many who are stronger than me. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate?" The true martial ancestor smiled and pointed at Suzimo. He said, "I'll only be your hired thug today. The one you want to cooperate with is him." The old figure went silent for a bit. Finally, he asked, "What do you mean by cooperation?" "Kill the heaven's path, we'll cooperate from the inside," Suzimo answered. "What if we fail?" the old voice asked. "There's no failure, failure means death," Suzimo answered. "Then if we succeed, how will we split the spoils?" "We'll rely on our own abilities," Suzimo answered. "Of course, let's not talk about the details of the cooperation for now. I only ask you, are you willing to cooperate?" The Skyfiend clan went silent for a while. Finally, someone spoke. "You should know that our Skyfiend clan has many clansmen. There are also many clans. We're a very large clan. I alone can't make the decision for them." "Then you go and talk to him," Suzimo said. He pointed at the flame Skyfiend in front of him. "Let him pass the message between you and I. I need to know the answer as soon as possible. Then we'll plan for the future." The Skyfiend clan went silent for a while. Finally, they said, "The Great Wilderness will be ruled by our Skyfiend clan. You cannot stop us." "You can't rule the Great Wilderness," Suzimo answered. "Why not?" The Skyfiends didn't understand. At this point, aside from Suzimo who came out of nowhere, no one could stop them. None of them could stop him. "We're about to take away the Tree of Desolation. The Great Wilderness will also be destroyed. There's no point in giving it to you," Suzimo answered. In reality, he had other ideas. But he didn't say them all. In the sky, another silence. "Go, our cooperation is very important. Compared to the 9 domains, what is the Great Wilderness?" Suzimo said. The being in the sky fell silent. It seemed to be considering the gains and losses. "The foundation of you heavenly demons is not here. You should understand that if we fall out, you will be the ones to suffer in the end," Suzimo said again. "A wise man submits to circumstances. I believe the heavenly demons are not a bunch of idiots." Suzimo's words angered the heavenly demons. But when they thought about it carefully, they had to admit that it made sense. "Then let the flaming heavenly demon be the messenger. We need to discuss this with the other heavenly demons," the being in the sky replied. Then, the billowing demonic chi in the sky began to dissipate. As the demonic chi dissipated, the sky became clear again. Suzimo was not afraid that they would not agree. After all, this was the Great Wilderness. The heavenly Tao did not allow heavenly demons to exist. The true martial ancestor also said, "Come back as soon as you get the Tree of Desolation. We can't delay any longer." "I know." Suzimo nodded. After all, this was the true martial ancestor's afterimage. It finally dissipated. At that moment, there was a boom. The sky was split open. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. But if one looked closely, they would find that it was not a meteorite, but Situ-mo. He was seriously injured. Although both of them were in the three-flower realm, there were still differences in strength among those in the same realm. The man guarding the mausoleum was obviously much stronger than Situ-mo. This was understandable. After all, Situ-mo had been suppressed in the human saint palace for so many years. The man, on the other hand, had been cultivating. It was normal for one to be weakened and the other to be strengthened. The broken sword fell from the sky. It stopped directly between Situ-mo's eyebrows. Situ-mo's original intention to break free was instantly extinguished. He stopped in place, somewhat shocked. "Where's the heavenly demon?" "I've already sent him away." Suzumo waved his hand. He said, "Kill him. There's no use in keeping these evil spirits." The man nodded. The broken sword fell completely. This broken sword was very powerful. Not only did it shatter Situ-mo's head, but it also completely annihilated his soul. How to kill a Dao fruit expert, perhaps no one understood it better than he did. However, Situ-mo was still a three-flower realm being, so killing him would not be easy. Even if this sword could destroy everything. A streak of black light appeared on his corpse and fled into the sky. "Where do you think you're going?" the man shouted. He threw out the broken sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Boundless power strangled the black chi. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. "Do you really have to be so ruthless?" Situmodeo's furious voice rang out. "If we don't get rid of them completely, they'll only grow again when spring comes," Suzumo said calmly. Boom! On the broken sword, runes of the great Tao erupted. This time, the black chi was completely destroyed. It was accompanied by Situmo's screams. Finally, everything vanished into thin air. The man sheathed his sword and finally looked at Suzumo. "You promised to lend me the Tree of Desolation." 1 month. "You must return it," the man said after a moment of silence. Suzumo nodded. He was not interested in the Tree of Desolation. The man directly tore through the void and left. Lu Su'er, who was next to him, seemed to have thought of something. She had been thinking hard about the man's identity. At this moment, her eyes lit up. She quickly said, "Senior, are you Lao Zumu?" However, the man did not answer her and had already left. Suzumo was also curious. He asked, "Who is Lao Zumu?" "It's said that he's our Grandmaster's Tao companion," Lu Su'er said. "I've seen it in an ancient book. Back then, it was said that Lao Zumu abandoned our Grandmaster in order to pursue the Great Tao. From then on, our Jade Lady Palace no longer allowed men to enter. I didn't expect that after our Grandmaster died, Mu Lao Zumu had been guarding her mausoleum." Lu Su'er was very emotional. After all, this was something that no one expected. Perhaps no one in the entire Jade Lady Palace knew about it except for Lao Zu in the North Pole. "I should leave too," Suzumo said. "Thank you for saving our Jade Lady Palace, young master." "We will remember this kindness," Lu Su'er said solemnly. "I'm just doing it for myself." Suzumo waved his hand. However, now that the 4 great factions have been destroyed, those that have suffered heavy losses. If your Jade Lady Palace can seize the opportunity, you might be able to unify the Great Wilderness. Lu Su'er was slightly tempted. However, she still sighed and said, "I'm afraid we don't have the ability. Lao Zumu is seriously injured. Lao Zumu doesn't care about these things." Suzumo didn't say much. After bidding farewell to Lu Su'er, he arrived at the Grandmaster's mausoleum. The man was already waiting there. He waved his right hand, and a spatial door instantly appeared in front of him. Inside the spatial door, there was an endless amount of desolation law. It was as if this was the origin of the desolation law. The man stood in front of the spatial door and was silent for a long time. In the end, he said, "When Ling Er and I first came to the Great Wilderness, this place used to be desolate. There were no living beings here. We found the desolate island of origin and understood the secrets of this world. From then on, we settled down here. The man seemed to be reminiscing about the past. They were the first batch of living beings to come to the great wilderness. It wasn't until later that the 5 great factions ruled together. More and more living beings came here. At that time, he had great ambitions. He wanted to pursue the Tao and abandoned everything for it. But later on, he didn't succeed, and the person he liked also died. He stayed in the mausoleum for the rest of his life. This was his final destination. The man restrained his emotions. He waved his hand. With a boom, the spatial door opened. He and Suzimo stepped into it. The space inside wasn't big. This was an independent world, and there was only one tree growing in it. It was a towering tree that was rooted underground and connected to the sky. This tree was very dense, and any one of its branches was thousands of meters thick and tens of thousands of meters long. The leaves growing on it were dark yellow. These leaves contained boundless desolation law. The tree was lush with branches and leaves. Suzimo knew that the tree in front of him was the desolation tree. It was the center of the entire great wilderness. It was also the root of the great wilderness. Without the desolation tree, the great wilderness would probably cease to exist. It was different from the 9 regions. The great wilderness was more like rootless duckweed, relying on this desolation tree to survive. Therefore, the man gave Suzimo a month's time limit. After a month, the great wilderness would be in danger of being destroyed. Suzimo came in front of the desolation tree. This tree already had a spirit. Suzimo didn't force it. Instead, he said, "I need you to help us break a formation. When the time comes, we will return it to you." The desolation tree was shaking, and the desolation law was constantly rioting. It seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. The man on the side advised, "Huang, just let him be." I promised. Hearing the man's words, although the tree of desolation was unwilling, it did not resist. After all, when Mu Laozu found the island of origin, the tree of desolation was just a small tree. Later, under the protection of Laozu and the ancestor of the Jade Lady Palace, it was able to grow strong. Moreover, the Jade Lady Palace was built on the island of origin. It was not as if they did not protect it. At this moment, Suzimo hugged the trunk of the tree of desolation with both hands. A powerful force surged in his hands. Only a boom sound could be heard as a powerful force reverberated in the air. He forcibly pulled the tree of desolation out. The endless desolation law was rioting. The moment the tree was uprooted, the entire great wilderness was affected. Rumble, rumble. The great wilderness almost collapsed. Ravines that were difficult to cross appeared in many places. Even the foundation of the great wilderness began to crumble. However, the good news was that without the erosion of the desolation law, flowers and trees began to grow in the great wilderness. However, the prosperity in front of him was ultimately an illusion. It was the last chance of survival before the great wilderness was destroyed. Suzimo pulled out the tree of desolation. His weak body and the huge tree of desolation formed an extremely strong contrast. In the end, when the entire tree of desolation was pulled out, the tree began to shrink. In the end, the tree shrank until it was only the size of a palm. Then, Suzimo put it into his spatial ring. The tree of desolation could be big or small, but it was not magical. After bidding farewell to the man, Suzimo did not immediately leave the great wilderness. Instead, he went to the Luo residence. He found Luo Mingyue. Ever since Luo Fanwang was killed by him, the entire Luo residence had been leaderless. Suzimo had promised the Sage of Man that he would find him a successor. Suzimo did not care about the Sage of Man's inheritance. This Luo Mingyue was the best choice he had found. After hearing Suzimo's words, Luo Mingyue did not hesitate at all. She said directly, "I'm willing." "Have you thought it through?" Suzimo asked. "Although you will obtain great power because of this. However, you must also bear the wish of Rensheng. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape in this lifetime. I'll do my best. I might not be able to compare to Senior Rensheng's accomplishments. But I also hope that the great wilderness can become better." Luo Mingyue replied. Suzimo nodded. He handed the jade token to Luo Mingyue. In an instant, a powerful force enveloped Luo Mingyue. The power grew stronger and stronger. In the end, it swallowed Luo Mingyue whole. Su Zimo knew that Luo Mingyue would be going to receive the inheritance, and it might take a long time. Therefore, Su Zimo didn't care anymore. It was time for him to return to the ultimate heaven domain. It was the true martial progenitor who had sent him here. On the way back, Su Zimo still needed to rely on the power of the Jade Lady Palace. This was because the Jade Lady Palace had a formation that led to the 9 regions. Although this array formation hadn't been used for a long time. However, at that time, Mu Laozu and the ancestor of the Jade Lady Palace were also taking precautions. Su Zimo entered the array. He knew that it was time for him to say goodbye to the great wilderness. Perhaps he wouldn't come again in the future. The power of the array formation swallowed him. Rumble, rumble. Even the heavens began to tremble. It was yet another boring spatial journey. After an unknown period of time, Su Zimo felt that the space-time tunnel suddenly became unstable. It was as if some force was attacking him. What is it? He frowned slightly. One had to know that space-time travel was high-speed teleportation in deep space. Ordinary existences wouldn't be able to track him at all. But this force seemed to have locked onto him. It kept attacking the void around him, trying to force him down. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He wanted to go out and take a look. But thinking about it, it was a special period now, and it was better to avoid trouble. The space-time tunnel was constantly being destroyed. In the end, this force became stronger and stronger, and it still broke the tunnel. When Su Zimo appeared, he found that he had already returned to the 9 regions. This was a mountain. It's good that I'm back in the 9 regions, he thought to himself. He looked around. Frowning, he said, I wonder who it is, since you dared to pull me down, why didn't you show yourself? Gongzi sure is forgetful, a chuckle came from beside him. The void of space shattered. A figure appeared next to him. This figure looked like a fairy, her long hair was tied into a braid. She was wearing a purple flowing dress. This figure was Miss Jing. Miss Jing, a name that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Su Zimo once suspected that she had contacted him for unknown reasons. But she managed to escape in time. The two of them had been fighting in secret. But after that, Su Zimo continued to wander the 9 regions, so they hadn't met for a long time. It's you, Su Zimo frowned. It seems that Gongzi still remembers me, Miss Jing smiled. Who exactly are you? Su Zimo asked. That's not important, Miss Jing shook her head. I came to see Gongzi because I have a request, Su Zimo frowned even harder. Child Su, give me the tree of desolation, who exactly are you? Su Zimo coldly snorted. A dead man doesn't need to ask so many questions. A heavy scoff came from next to him. A man as tall as a mountain appeared next to him. His body was majestic like a mountain. Every step he took made the ground tremble. It was easy to imagine how strong he was. And the most eye-catching thing was that this man had a tiger's head and a lion's head on his shoulders. Including his head, there were a total of 3 heads. I'm here on my master's orders to capture you. If you know what's good for you, give yourself up, the man said. You think you're worthy? Su Zimo casually said. The man didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at Miss Jing. He ordered, seal off the void of space for me, I'll fight him, Miss Jing smiled. Gongzi, I'm sorry. Around Miss Jing's body, a powerful force was surging. In the end, this force separated into 3 different types of heavenly qi. Heaven, earth, human, these were the 3 types of heavenly qi. They represented time, space, and human respectively. The 3 types of heavenly qi came from the 3 immortal path. Seal. Miss Jing waved her hands. The boundless force was like a rainbow, constantly expanding. In the end, it completely sealed off a few miles around Su Zimo. And the 3-headed man walked in step by step. He waved his hand. The tiger head roared and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo also punched back. With a boom, the 2 figures were pushed back. Beast Law? Su Zimo frowned. This man was using the Beast Law. Just now it was the tiger. Now the other lion also began to roar. Suzimo snorted coldly. He attacked first, stirring up the wind and clouds. Within Suzimo's body, a powerful vortex was constantly spinning. After entering the Dao fruit realm, Suzimo found that the number of vortexes he could condense had increased by a lot. This also caused the power of the heaven-shaking power to become even stronger. He slapped his palm over. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the entire void was constantly shattering. This palm descended from the sky. The lion-tiger man frowned, and before he could resist, he was smashed into a meat patty by Suzimo. But immediately after, the lion-tiger man returned to his original state, as if he had not been injured at all. "I'm immortal," the man sneered. "Only I can kill you, but you can't kill me. Even the heavenly Tao can be destroyed, how can there be eternal life in this world?" Suzimo also snorted coldly. His eye of nirvana opened. The aura of nirvana between heaven and earth distorted everything. The lion-tiger man was once again strangled to death. Suzimo carefully observed the resurrection of the man. Finally, he saw a clue. Every time this man died, a burst of life aura would erupt from his body. A very strong life aura should have come from something. It seemed that they were killed by Suzimo one after another. This lion-tiger man was also very furious. He kept roaring. On his shoulders, the image of a tiger and a lion appeared. Roar, roar, roar. The two beasts roared and charged towards Suzimo. This was the evolution of the law of beasts. It carried a strong aura of the king of beasts. The tyrannical shadow in Suzimo's hand came out of his body. With one slash, he killed the lion-tiger man. Immediately after, he leaned forward and with another slash, he beheaded all three heads of the lion-tiger man. At this moment, Suzimo was like a butcher. He began to peel off the lion-tiger man's corpse and break the bones. Finally, he found the thing that was emitting the aura of life. It turned out to be a golden bone. The reason why the lion-tiger man could come back to life every time. It was all because of this golden bone. He placed it in the palm of his hand and did not see any abnormalities. Interesting. He put away the golden bone and prepared to look for the true martial ancestor. As for the lion-like man, his expression changed drastically, and he began to struggle. Give it back to me, I beg you." At that moment, the lion man's entire body started to tremble. In an instant, he turned into a pile of bones. Suzimo looked at Bonehead. The bones were already rotten. And from the looks of it, he should have been dead for a long time. He was a little shocked. A pile of broken bones that had been dead for a long time had actually come back to life because of this small golden bone. In such a situation, it was not far from creating life. He raised his head and looked at Miss Mirror in the sky. The other party wasn't surprised that Suzimo could kill the liger man. "You're testing me." "Using that man to test me," Suzimo said. "Young master, you're really amazing," Miss Mirror said with a smile. "When we first met, young master was still an emperor. I just inherited the mandate of heaven. I didn't expect that I would already have a Dao fruit." Suzimo ignored her words. Instead, he asked, "What's your relationship with 4? The number 4. It was when he traveled through the river of time and traced back to Miss Mirror's origin. He only got the number 4. Suzimo was puzzled, but he felt that these numbers must have their own meaning. Numbers were something that established the rules. Hearing Suzimo's words, Miss Mirror was a little surprised. "You actually know the name of that lord?" "I'm actually quite curious sometimes," Suzimo said. "There are always some inexplicable people who want to kill me and set me up." This was something that Suzimo couldn't understand. The heavenly axiom wanted to kill him. After all, he had the will to conquer the heavens. It was pardonable. But some inexplicable people, even if it was because of his predecessor, but the predecessor was already dead. Shouldn't they return to dust and return to dust? "What kind of existence is that lord you're talking about?" Suzimo asked. "You don't need to know that. To be honest, I really don't want to be enemies with you," Miss Mirror said. "But today, that lord has ordered me to capture you and bring you back." "Then I'd like to see how you're going to capture me," Suzimo snorted. Miss Mirror's expression was calm. Between her fingers, a stream of black spirit chi surged. Following which, her hand began to draw in the air. In the void, there were talismans. The moment the talismans were formed, the entire world fell silent. Because the world was sealed and suppressed. 8 generals, activate the Great Teleportation Formation. Miss Mirror said. As soon as she finished speaking, 8 figures that were hidden in the void appeared around her. Each of these figures merged with the void and were very compatible. Rise, the 8 of them roared. The entire world was constantly rioting. It was as if the world was going to be overturned. Then, the void where Suzimo was began to spin. Suzimo frowned. He felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The reason for that was because this void had been sealed. Even the rules were sealed. Suzimo looked up and saw the talismans in the sky. He was a little surprised. This array formation was truly mysterious. Suzimo kept attacking the formation, but it was to no avail. The defensive power of this formation was ridiculously strong. The formation was spinning faster and faster, and he didn't know where it was going to take him. Suzimo was considering whether to use the power of the divine land to escape. At this moment, a big hand suddenly reached out from the sky. The moment this big hand appeared, it instantly imprisoned the spinning formation. Come back soon, a voice fell. Suzimo heard it clearly. It was the voice of the ancestor of true force. The voice broke the formation and directly grabbed at Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly shouted, "Lord, save me." In an instant, a sublimated power erupted from Miss Mirror's body. Boom! This power swept Miss Mirror away and fled into the distance. Even the hand of the ancestor of true force was scattered. What kind of power is this? Suzimo was surprised. The power flashed and then completely disappeared. Come back as soon as possible, we're ready. After the ancestor of true force finished speaking, the big hand had already disappeared. If there's anything, come back first. Suzimo knew that this place was not far from Zhenwu Zone. He looked in the direction and began to walk in the air. He was going to go back directly. But on the way back, he seemed to feel something. A figure walked out of the void. In front of him was a city. This city was very large, but what was surprising was that the city walls were golden. The city walls were piled up with gold. This was a bit extravagant. Suzimo was about to enter the city to take a look. Not far away, he saw a small team. This group seemed to be made up of beasts. It was a demon who had taken human form. There were both men and women in this group of demons, but they should all be of the same race. Patriarch, let me tell you. I really saw that huge hand just now. That's right. That huge hand just fell from the sky. It seemed to have pulled something out of the city of gold. It was especially spectacular. Really? Why didn't I see it? It was only for a moment. If you didn't pay attention, of course you didn't see it. These demons were talking at once, which attracted Suzimo's attention. He went forward and asked, "Everyone, I heard you say that you saw a huge hand?" "That's right," a demon youth replied. However, the patriarch of the demon race snorted coldly. "Wang Dazhuang, have you forgotten the rules of the clan?" The demon youth instantly shrank his head and did not dare to speak. The patriarch of the demon race was a woman. She seemed to be of the Snow Rabbit clan. She had white fur on her body and a furry tail behind her. "Fellow Taoist, I can ask you anything. These children's words are not to be trusted." Patriarch Morong Shui looked at Suzimo and asked. Suzimo saw the caution and vigilance in her eyes. Then he smiled and said, "I just want to ask about that huge hand." "We haven't seen any huge hand." "Fellow Taoist, you can ask others," Morong Shui replied. Suzimo shook his head. He did not force her. He walked into the city. The 3 words City of Gold were engraved on the signboard of this tall city. After Suzimo walked in, he realized that this City of Gold was really extravagant. Even the roads were paved with gold. The big trees on both sides were golden trees. Gems, glass, and even diamonds could be seen everywhere in this city. Interesting, he chuckled. He found a seat in the inn and ordered a few dishes. Suzimo had planned to ask the waiter about the situation. However, at this moment, the inn seemed to be a little restless. "Waiter, why is there a cockroach in your food?" One of the burly men grabbed the waiter's collar and shouted fiercely. The waiter was frightened and hurriedly explained, "Sir, don't worry, we'll change it for you." "Change it to another plate, I've already finished it," the big man roared. He had actually smashed the waiter's head with a single punch. This frightened everyone present. For a moment, the entire inn was in a state of mutual hostility. The owner of the inn was an old man with a mustache. With a glance from him, more than a dozen waiters picked up their clubs and surrounded them. "Sir, you've passed," the old man said leisurely. "It's just a cockroach. You want to kill someone? I am a disciple of the little Lord. You dare to touch me?" The burly man sneered. In an instant, the entire inn fell silent. Hearing the little young master's name. Without needing the shopkeeper to say anything, the workers threw out the sticks in their hands. "Sir, I have elders and children to take care of. Please spare my life," the shopkeeper begged for mercy. They knew what kind of existence the little young master was. He was the overlord of the entire Golden City. The burly man was a little delighted and laughed coldly. "I can spare all of you, but you have to prepare 100 gold for me and I can let bygones be bygones." The shopkeeper had no choice. He could only gather all the gold and it was only 90. The burly man took the gold and swaggered away. Everyone who was eating kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to speak up for him. In Golden City, the little young master was the sky. "How am I going to live like this?" The shopkeeper sat on the ground and was troubled. Just at that moment, a giant piece of gold landed in front of the shopkeeper. "Answer one question of mine and this gold is yours." The shopkeeper raised his head and saw Suzimo standing in front of him. "Sir, are you serious?" "Gold is nothing to me," Suzimo said. "Before this, have you ever seen a huge hand land in the city of gold?" I have. The shopkeeper nodded his head. "That hand landed in the little young master's residence. I saw with my own eyes that the hand pulled out one of the gold man's arms." "Who is the little young master? Who is the gold man?" Suzimo asked. "Our golden city has a golden tree. It is said that a celestial planted it. The gold man is the guardian of the golden tree. As for the little young master, he is the son of the gold man." The shopkeeper explained the relationship between the few of them. The people living in Golden City are not humans. They are the gold race. Our food and cultivation cannot be separated from gold. So, the gold man rules Golden City. We don't dare to offend him and the little young master. "You said that the hand grabbed the gold man's arm?" Suzimo asked. "Are you sure?" "Of course, I saw it with my own eyes." The shopkeeper nodded his head. Suzimo took out the golden bone that he took out from the man's body. He placed it in front of the shopkeeper and said, "Look at this, do you recognize it?" "It's an arm, the gold man's arm." The shopkeeper nodded his head excitedly. Suzimo had a guess in his heart. It was no wonder that the golden bone reacted when he flew over the city. "Where is the golden tree?" Suzimo asked. After the shopkeeper pointed the way, Suzimo left. The location of the golden tree was under the golden city. To be precise, the entire golden city grew on the branches of the tree. "What do you want? Let our chief go." "Kid, let your chief give us a good time and we will let him go." "Why are you making a fuss? Why don't you go and find out who dares to offend our little young master in Golden City?" When Suzimo arrived at the Golden Hall, he happened to see that there was a mess here. The snow rabbit race from before was now surrounded by a group of people. The person in the lead was an elegant young man. Next to the young man, there were a few lackeys. One of them was the man who caused a ruckus at the inn. Looks like it's right, Suzimo thought to himself. At this moment, the people of the snow rabbit race were suppressed. Morong Shui was caught and rushed towards the Golden Hall. Suzimo didn't care about these people. Instead, he went forward and asked, "Who is the little young master?" "Kid, why are you looking for me?" the young man asked lazily. "I want to see your father," Suzimo said with a smile. "Who the hell are you?" As soon as the little young master finished speaking, Suzimo had already appeared in front of him. He directly grabbed his neck. He smiled and said, "Tell me, if I break your neck, will you die?" "Don't worry, you just want to see my father. That old thing is in the Golden Garden, I'll take you there now," the little young master said hurriedly. He ordered his lackeys to lead the way. This young master seemed to be very afraid of death. Even in front of his father, he would call him old man without any respect. But the guards were used to it. The golden man guarded the golden tree and never left it. So, no one taught the young master since he was young. Gradually, he developed this arrogant character. He was completely a hedonistic disciple. In the city of gold, no one dared to disobey him. No one even dared to touch him. Because most of the people in the city of gold were from the Golden Clan. No one could escape the shackles of the golden tree. Under the young master's lead, everyone soon arrived at the Golden Palace. This Golden Palace was also very special. Although it was built with gold, the gold emitted a strong aura of life. This made Suzimo think of the golden bone. But the aura of life couldn't compare to the golden bone. Finally, everyone came to the depths of the Golden Palace. Suzimo looked up. He could already see the golden tree. This tree was as tall as the sky, as if the top of the tree was connected to the sky. Logically speaking, such a tall tree could be seen no matter where one was. This seemed to be because of some special reasons. This golden tree could only be seen in the Golden Palace. The golden light emitted by this tree was so bright that it could blind one's eyes. The roots, the trunk, the branches, and the leaves. All of them were golden. Looking from afar, this scene was especially shocking. The golden tree grew in a garden in the palace. However, before Suzimo and the others could enter, a vast voice rang out. "Halt, intruder! Old thing, hurry up and save me!" The young master yelled. The garden was silent for a long time. Finally, it said, "No matter who you are, you can enter here. Otherwise, you will be killed." Hearing this, Suzimo sneered. He replied, "I just came here to ask some questions. Please enlighten me. What do you want to know?" "I heard that a big hand descended from the sky and pulled something out from here," Suzimo said. "No," the voice in the garden replied. "If you have this attitude, I think we need to use force to solve this," Suzimo said calmly. He kicked the young master and sent him flying. Boom! Even the golden walls of the park were knocked down. They seemed to have been startled by the explosion. 7 golden leaves floated out from the garden. These 7 golden leaves seemed to have souls of their own. They transformed into 7 golden armored warriors. "Kill!" The golden armored soldier roared as he charged towards Suzimo. It was as if these golden armored soldiers did not know pain. Every time he was slapped to the ground by Suzimo, he would stand up again. Moreover, their terrifying regenerative abilities were on par with the Lion Man from before. "Interesting," Suzimo said. This life force recovery was even more terrifying than his tree of life. It could even be used for resurrection. It was even more powerful than the legacy he had learned from Gomong. This made Suzimo even more interested. He waved his hand. This time, he didn't kill the 7 golden armored soldiers. Instead, he split his spirit chi into ropes and tied up the 7 golden armored soldiers. As the saying goes, use softness to conquer hardness. This was the logic behind it. Gold was invincible. Suzimo knew better than anyone else. After all, he had heard the legend of the Golden God. At this moment, after being imprisoned by Suzimo, these golden armored soldiers kept roaring. Unfortunately, they were still unable to tear apart Suzimo's restraints. Suzimo walked into the Golden Garden alone. This Golden Garden was indeed heaven-defying. There was not only the golden tree inside. There were also many flowers and plants that bloomed first. As expected, these flowers, plants, and trees were all made of gold. When Suzimo walked to the front of the golden tree. At this moment, he didn't feel it from the outside. It wasn't until he was under the tree that he realized how majestic the tree was. The indomitable golden tree towered into the clouds. It disappeared continuously between heaven and earth. This golden tree seemed to grow alone in a space. And under the golden tree, there was a giant sitting. This must be the golden man guarding the golden tree. Seeing Suzumo's arrival, the golden man slowly stood up. The entire world seemed to tremble with his movement. The golden man stretched out his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force directly strangled and trapped Suzumo. In this world, I am God. Suzumo sneered. Even if you are God, I will kill you. So what if you are God? The tyrannical shadow behind him unsheathed itself. Rumble. The saber chi directly shattered the void and arrived in Suzumo's hand. Suzumo stepped on the air and instantly shattered the void. He directly slashed at the golden man. Kill. The golden man didn't dodge. He also shattered the void with a punch and smashed towards Suzumo. Rumble. The saber and the fist collided. Suzumo could feel a powerful force rushing towards him. It was very strange. This golden man clearly didn't have a realm, which meant that he had never cultivated before. He was actually able to take on Suzumo with just pure physical strength. Interesting. Suzumo's second slash landed. Pursue the 9 underworlds, kill the 10,000 immortals. There were many strange phenomena in the sky. Hell and the heavenly court both appeared in the mortal world. Although the golden man was powerful, he couldn't withstand Suzumo's attacks. In the end, he couldn't hold on. One of his arms was cut off by Suzumo's saber. The golden man didn't feel pain. He waved his hand. The golden tree dropped a branch, and this branch fused with him. Surprisingly, another arm grew out from it. Your attack is futile, the golden man said. Whether it's futile or not, it's up to me to decide. Suzumo snorted coldly. He waved the long saber in his hand again. The void shattered. The saber intent was like hell and the sea. A powerful force rose from the sky. Suzumo snorted coldly. He said, since I can't kill you, I'll cut down this tree. Let's see who can protect you. Speaking of this, Suzumo stepped into the air and slashed towards the golden tree. No. The golden man shouted, trying to stop Suzumo. However, it was useless. Boom, 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 the tyrannical shadow's powerful saber landed on the golden tree one after another. The tree, which had been indestructible in the beginning, began to shake. Stop. The golden man was furious. In desperation, he started to block the saber for the golden tree. Every time Suzumo's tyrannical shadow fell, the golden man would block it. The golden man blocked the saber with his body. Why do you have to do this? Suzumo said. This golden tree is so important to you. It's more important than my life, the golden man said firmly. Then answer my question. Maybe I won't cut down this tree, Suzumo said. Impossible. No one can resist the temptation of the divine tree. The golden man shook his head. Since the divine tree can't be used by me, I'll destroy it. The blade chi in Suzumo's hand became more and more violent. He didn't hold back at all. One slash after another. Soon, the gold man couldn't take it anymore and was about to be chopped into minced meat. Still not willing to talk? Suzumo kicked the gold man away and landed heavily on the golden tree. Gotcha. One of the golden branches was actually broken. What do you want to know? I'll tell you. Don't hurt my golden tree, the gold man shouted. Answer my previous question, Suzumo said. Yes, a big hand came down from the sky and took away a bone, the gold man nodded. Where did the bone come from? Suzumo asked again. The gold man hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Suzumo was about to wave the tyrannical shadow in his hand again, he hurriedly replied, it's the foundation of the golden tree. The foundation of the golden tree is a broken arm. The bone was pulled out from the arm. This surprised Suzumo. Such a huge golden tree was actually nourished by a single arm. Where's the arm? Suzumo asked again. Although the gold man didn't answer, his gaze still fell on the bottom of the golden tree. Don't dig, the golden tree will die. I'm just looking, Suzumo said. How can an arm have the power to regenerate? Suzumo ignored the gold man's objection and began to dig under the tree. Tyrant Shadow was incomparably tough, and it was invincible when it came to digging through trees. Soon, he dug 1,000 meters deep. When he came to the root of the golden tree, there was a half-decayed arm placed there. This arm was very special. There were complete patterns of the great path on it. Moreover, the sound of the great path resounded on the arm, and there were even strange phenomena. Even if the arm was broken for countless years, it could still produce such strange phenomena. One could imagine how powerful this arm was. Su Zimo wanted to take the arm. But he was repelled by the opponent's rebounding force. An ownerless arm dares to rebel against me? Su Zimo lightly shouted. The Nirvana law continued to roar. The powerful Nirvana law began to cover the tyrannical Shadow's blade. The power of his arm was constantly being crushed. Finally, Su Zimo grabbed his arm with his right hand. It wasn't time for him to study and feel it properly. There was a surge of energy on his arm that rushed into his body. Su Zimo was a little shocked. This did not give him a chance to react at all. When this power was absorbed, Su Zimo found that his arm no longer had any divinity. He carefully sensed the power in his body. He only vaguely received feedback. 2 HP, 1 number and 2 Chinese characters. It was very strange. Su Zimo felt a sense of déjà vu, but also a sense of unfamiliarity. The gold man above was still waiting. Su Zimo knew that although the arm still had strength, he had already obtained the mysteries behind it. He didn't say anything more. He walked out of the hole he had dug. Su Zimo thought that he didn't have enough information. It seemed that he needed more power. Since there was an arm, there must be other bodies. He could pay special attention to it in the future. Do you know the origin of that big hand? Su Zimo asked. The gold man shook his head. Su Zimo didn't say anything else. He prepared to step into the air and leave. Before leaving, he looked back at the golden city. Su Zimo seemed to understand something. Among the 100 clans in this world, there was no golden clan. The so-called golden clan, whether it was the gold man or the entire golden city and the creatures inside, they should all be evolved from that arm. They weren't real creatures. But they already had everything that a living creature should have. Is this an attempt? Su Zimo muttered to himself. This time, Su Zimo didn't stop. 7 days later, he returned to Zhenwu Xingzong. Since the current Zhenwu Xingzong was transformed into a spiritual land by the ancestor of Zhenwu. Whether it was the density of the spiritual energy or the speed of cultivation, they were all countless times faster. During this period of time, Zhenwu Xingzong opened the mountain gate and recruited many prodigies of the celestial realm. Of course, Zhenwu Xingzong didn't recruit just anyone. The most important thing was still your character. The destruction of the sect also made many people in the sect understand. It wouldn't do to be virtuous but not talented. Once Zhenwu Xingzong was in danger, these people wouldn't help. Instead, they would scatter like birds and beasts. This kind of thing had to be stopped. Therefore, Zhenwu Xingzong's recruitment focused more on character and morality than talent. When Su Zimo returned to the sect, it happened to be the day when Zhenwu Xingzong opened the sect again. He was a little curious. Therefore, he didn't step into the air. Instead, he walked up from the mountain gate. At this moment, he restrained his aura, just like an ordinary person. Su Zimo wanted to see how Zhenwu Xingzong was doing now. After all, after the Zhenwu ancestor attacked the heavens, Zhenwu Xingzong would be handed over to him. It was quite crowded at the mountain gate. There was an endless stream of people who came to sign up. Many people were also talking about it. Have you heard? This is the last time Zhenwu Xingzong is recruiting disciples. They're preparing to ascend to the upper realm. It's the core of the 9 territories. Who doesn't know? It's spread throughout the 9 territories. This time, I must be selected. Let's go and see the prosperity of the inner world. I'm a little worried. In the celestial realm, Zhenwu Xingzong is the absolute ruler. But if we go to the inner world, the people there are so strong. Will they target us? Everyone was talking about it. Su Zimo wasn't famous in the team, so no one paid attention to him. Finally, the test began. Zhenwu Xingzong's test was divided into 2 parts. The first was aptitude. The second was courage. This courage was actually the degree of loyalty to the sect. The sect also knew that new disciples didn't have a sense of belonging, so the requirement for loyalty was not high. It was fine as long as they didn't run away at the critical moment. The second test was an illusory formation. As for what was inside the illusory formation, only the person involved would know. At the first stage, Zhenwu Xingzong took out a Dao stone. It was specially used to test one's aptitude. In the crowd, there was one person who looked very handsome. He was hugging women on his left and right, and there were a few lackeys on both sides. In the midst of so many people, she was a dazzling sight. Young Master Ming, if they knew about your talent, I'm afraid they'd be more than happy to let you come. Why would they need to test you? A lackey said eagerly. The young man waved his hand. He smiled and said, although that's the case, it's still a formality. I have the ancient Buddha body. To be able to join Zhenwu Xingzong is a fortune that they've been waiting for many years. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a puzzled voice came from the side. Is the ancient Buddha body very strong? The person who spoke was Su Zimo. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gazes fell on him. Kid, what did you say? The lackey stepped forward somewhat aggressively. Is the ancient Buddha physique very strong? Su Zimo asked doubtfully. He had seen many physiques. This ancient Buddha physique didn't seem to be ranked. The lackey snorted coldly. He stepped forward and said, Kid, do you know how powerful the ancient Buddha physique is, as long as our young master cultivates along the way? He will definitely become a great Buddha. If that's the case, shouldn't he go to Buddhism? Why come to Zhenwu Xingzong? Su Zimo asked back. These words made the lackey choke a little. He snorted coldly. He replied, our young master thinks highly of Zhenwu Xingzong. Kid, where did you come from? Me? I'm also a nobody. I'm here to join Zhenwu Xingzong, Su Zimo replied with interest. At this moment, the disciples beside them had already stepped forward and asked everyone to go to the Tao measuring stone to test their talent. Kid, do you dare to compete with me? The young man with the ancient Buddha physique asked. His name was Wang Yun. His entire body emitted a faint Buddhist light, and his Buddhist nature was very strong. What are we competing for? Su Zimo asked. There are 2 tests to see who is stronger. Then we'll acknowledge whoever is our big brother, Wang Yun replied. There's no need for big brother. I don't lack underlings. Su Zimo waved his hand. He said, why? Don't the loser take off his pants and run around Zhenwu Xingzong? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also interested. This is interesting. That's right, that's right. Let's bet on this. Everyone was discussing. This made Wang Yun a little hesitant. As a man, what he cared about the most was face. If he lost, how would he have the face to stay in Zhenwu Xingzong in the future? No, how could I lose? He shook his head and dispelled some irrelevant thoughts. So he said, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Su Zimo smiled. At this moment, many disciples had already arrived in front of the Tao measuring stone. The Tao measuring stone was divided into 10 levels. It would give a rating according to your aptitude and potential. Everyone's gaze was also attracted by this test. Wang Ping, 3 aptitudes. It can't be, right? I only have 3 aptitudes? The young man was in disbelief. In our eastern Willow village, no one can beat me. Zhang Defeng, 4th Dao aptitude. It can't be. I have the sword Dao King body. How can I only have 4 aptitudes? Along with the discussion of the crowd, everyone seemed to understand. Zhenwu Xingzong's test was stricter than expected. For example, some people with such aptitude would be considered geniuses if they went to other forces. However, in Zhenwu Xingzong, he could only be considered average. Interesting, Wang Yun said with interest. He glanced at Su Zimo. Brat, if you're afraid, it's too late now. Su Zimo didn't answer him. Finally, it was their turn to take the test. Wang Yun took the lead and placed his hand on the Tao measuring stone with some confidence. It could be seen that he was very confident. He didn't even have the slightest bit of worry. When his right hand landed on the Tao measuring stone, sure enough, there was a boom sound. The entire Tao measuring stone erupted with a powerful light. It could be seen that this light was not simple. Just the aura alone was different. On the Tao measuring stone, the dots of light began to surge upwards. 5th Tao. 6th Tao. 7th Tao. 8th Tao. In the end, Wang Yan's aptitude landed on 8th Tao. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. 8 Tao aptitude, this was a bit exaggerated. It could be said that he was the strongest among all the disciples present. Because before, he was basically hovering between 3rd and 4th Tao aptitude. I thought it would be 9th Tao aptitude. Wang Yan sighed. Even so, the pride on his face could be seen clearly by anyone. He turned his head and looked at Su Zimo. Quick, it's your turn now. Su Zimo shook his head. He walked up step by step and placed his palm on the Tao measuring stone. Everyone was looking forward to it. The Tao measuring stone was silent for a while. It can't be, he doesn't even have 1 Tao aptitude? Someone said doubtfully. It shouldn't be, could it be that he's trashed to such an extent? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Right at this moment, they saw an unprecedented light explode. It turned out that it wasn't that the Tao measuring stone didn't move just now. It was that the movement was too big, which also caused the Tao measuring stone to be silent for a moment. It was as if it was stuck. On the Tao measuring stone, the aptitude grade was like a rocket class, constantly rising. In an instant, it reached 9th Tao aptitude. This is impossible. Wang Yan's face changed drastically. But in the next moment, there was a boom sound. This Tao measuring stone actually shattered. This scene caused everyone to be astonished. The Tao measuring stone shattered. Was the aptitude too high and couldn't be tested, or was the Tao measuring stone broken? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Right at this moment, the disciple in charge of the assessment said calmly, some people's aptitude can't be tested by the Tao measuring stone. The Tao measuring stone won't break. As his voice fell, it could be said to have put an end to all the speculation. It seemed that there was no doubt that Su Zimo had won. Wang Yan's expression was ugly and somewhat angry. Sigh, I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Su Zimo shook his head. This bit of aptitude is really somewhat unpresentable. Everyone blushed with shame. This person really knew how to pretend. He looked at Wang Yan again and said with a smile, ready to take off your pants? Don't go too far, Wang Yan said with a cold snort. There's still the second round, who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Su Zimo shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. This person really refused to give up until he reached the Yellow River. He did not speak again. Very soon, the first round of assessment was also over. Su Zimo was well deserving of first place. And Wang Yun was naturally second. At the back, there were some disciples with pretty good aptitude. There were 7th Tao aptitude and also 6th Tao aptitude. The disciples began to lead the many new students who were taking the assessment towards the second round of assessment. The second test tested one's courage as well as loyalty. The second round was an illusion array. But this was not an ordinary illusion array. It was said that people with their strength, once they fell into the illusion array, it was very difficult to wake up again. This round was not only about breaking out of the array, but also the time it took to break out of the array. A disciple took the lead to enter. Not long after, this disciple actually ran out crazily. My great Qing is dead. This array is quite powerful. Everyone was discussing. Sure enough, more than a dozen people in a row were all lost in the illusion array. Not long after, it was also Su Zimo and Wang Yan's turn. Just you wait, I will definitely beat you. Wang Yan turned his head and said aggressively to Su Zimo. He was like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. Su Zimo only smiled faintly the entire time. Seeing Wang Yan enter, everyone was also curious. Guess how long it will take for him to come out? 1 minute. I guess 3 minutes. Everyone was discussing. However, only 30 seconds had passed and Wang Yan actually came out calmly. How is it? Wang Yan asked proudly. 30 seconds. Why don't you just admit defeat? It's so slow. Su Zimo shook his head. You. Hearing Su Zimo's contempt, Wang Yan sneered. Let's wait and see then. Su Zimo slowly walked into the array formation. As soon as he entered, the array formation began to operate. Interesting, but that's all there is to it. Su Zimo felt it for a while, then shook his head. This array formation could suppress one's consciousness. Then, it would manifest what one was thinking. Compared to ordinary illusion arrays, it was more realistic. From the outside, Su Zimo walked into the illusion array. In less than 3 seconds, he walked out in an instant. From the beginning to the end, it took less than 5 seconds. How could this be? Wang Yun was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. This is impossible. Is the array formation not activated? Why? Can't you afford to lose? Su Zimo asked. Wang Yun was silent for a moment. Take off your pants, take off your pants. On the contrary, the spectators at the side became lively and began to shout and jeer. Wang Yun's face was livid. A real man never goes back on his word. He snorted coldly. He said, I'm not afraid of you. It's just that thing. I don't believe that you don't have it. After saying that, Wang Yun directly took off his clothes. This person could afford to lose. He kept his word. He began to run along the mountain path. This guy. Everyone was a little embarrassed. They were just having fun, but they didn't expect him to really do it. If this person was shameless, then no one else would be. On the contrary, Su Zimo had quite a good impression of this fellow. It was just a farce. He had had enough fun. He said to the disciple in charge of the assessment, Lao Tzu and the others are all here. That disciple quickly nodded. Grandmaster, the other grandmasters are waiting for you. Then I'll go. Su Zimo waved his hand and directly stepped into the air. The disciples in charge of the assessment were also dumbfounded. This is Lao Tzu? Some people heard how that disciple addressed Su Zimo. Lao Tzu was just joking with you before, the disciple said with a smile. This is one of the oldest Lao Tzu in Xinwu. It's your honor to meet him. Lao Tzu is so young. What do you know? Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, your looks won't mean anything. That's true. But our Lao Tzu is very approachable. It's good. Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a certain young man who was running against the wind was also dumbfounded. Lao Tzu misled me. Wang Yun screamed. Su Zimo returned to Martial Mountain. At that moment, Patriarch True Martial and the other Dao fruit experts were present. Seeing the arrival of Su Zimo, Great Emperor Triblade was the first to smile and say, let's welcome our new Dao fruit expert. Previously, Su Zimo was only a half-step Dao fruit expert. Compared to everyone present, he was still half a step behind. Now that he was a Dao fruit expert, moreover, he was an invincible Dao fruit expert. Naturally, he was respected by everyone. It could even be said that Su Zimo's status was higher than that of countless people present. In cultivation, one's strength was the foundation. It was not age. This trip was quite fruitful, Patriarch True Martial said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Very good. The vast wilderness is quite interesting. Where's the Tree of Desolation? Patriarch True Martial asked. Su Zimo waved his hand. He took out the Tree of Desolation and said with a smile, I still have to return this. Don't break it. Don't worry. Once I break this formation, I'll return it, Patriarch True Martial said. Triblade and Great Emperor Triblade have already returned. They're just waiting for you. When do we set off? Su Zimo asked. Tomorrow. The sect is recruiting students today, so I have to make some preparations, Patriarch True Martial replied. Su Zimo nodded. He discussed with everyone what to pay attention to. After going to the core world of the 9 regions, how should they choose a place, and their understanding of the core world? Su Zimo also learned a lot of things. Because the inner world was formed by the union of the remaining domains, its area was unimaginably vast. Moreover, the distribution of forces was intricate. Even the powerful Holy Hall couldn't say that they were invincible here. Therefore, Xinwu had to learn how to keep a low profile when he went there. Finally, after the others left, Su Zimo had time to ask Patriarch True Marshal alone. "Speak," Patriarch True Marshal said. Su Zimo took out the golden bone from before. He said, "What do you think this is?" "Origin, such a weak origin?" Patriarch True Marshal couldn't believe it at first. After pondering for a long time, finally, he was completely sure. He nodded and said, "This is origin." "Where did you get it?" Su Zimo briefly told him about Miss Jing's story. Patriarch True Marshal frowned slightly. It seemed that there were a lot of questions in this world. "I've never heard of such an existence either. But to be able to reach this level, it shouldn't be weaker than me." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. There were so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this world. Even Patriarch True Marshal was a heaven-defying existence. He knew that the closer one was to the peak of this world, the more one could feel the majesty of heaven and earth. Ordinary people couldn't reach this level. No wonder people often said that one should have a heart of reverence for heaven and earth. Even heaven-defying people had to be reverent and tread on thin ice. What is origin? It was Su Zimo's first time hearing this term. The origin of heaven and earth is related to the most important power of heaven and earth. It is because of origin that this world exists. Patriarch True Marshal said. I once knew about origin from the Empress records. But this is the first time I've seen the real origin. Of course, the bone in your hand isn't the real origin. At most, it's tainted with the aura of origin. Just an aura can revive people infinitely, Su Zimo said in shock. That's why origin is powerful, Patriarch True Marshal replied. I don't know much about origin either. Perhaps we'll be able to answer this question when we go to the inner world. Su Zimo nodded. Some questions could only be answered when one went to a higher level. Patriarch True Marshal went to make arrangements. And Su Zimo had nothing to do, so he prepared to make a trip to the River of Time. There were some things that might not be answered. Perhaps he could still find some clues. Of course, there was one more thing. Regarding Lin Ruhu's River of Time, he wanted to take a look since the other party had gone to the burial ground. He didn't want Lin Ruhu to come into being. Perhaps the other party was one of the few friends he had in this world. Su Zimo sat cross-legged. The aura around him was powerful. He used the chaos bead. He hadn't used the chaos bead for a long time. The main reason was that other than passing through the River of Time, or suppressing some things, he hadn't found any other uses for the chaos bead. At this moment, the chaos bead opened up the River of Time. He was looking for Lin Ruhu's long thread of fate. Unless a person's soul was destroyed. Otherwise, even if he died, he could be found in the long River of Fate. Because among the 9 regions, there was a nether region. Dead people would go there. Therefore, there were traces in the long River of Fate. Of course, unless it was a true ultimate attack that completely shattered the soul of life and death. There was not even a chance to reincarnate. Under such circumstances, the records of the long River of Fate would stop there. It proved that this person had completely disappeared. Su Zimo searched for a long time, finding a person's long River of Fate among all living beings. It was difficult, or even impossible. Fortunately, Su Zimo had the help of the chaos bead, so he had plenty of time. Finally, after traveling for a long time, Su Zimo finally found the long thread that belonged to Lin Ruhu. However, this long thread of fate was very strange. It was faintly discernible. Sometimes it appeared, sometimes it disappeared. This was the first time Su Zimo had encountered such a situation. He knew that Lin Ruhu must have encountered something. Looks like I have to rush there and take a look, Su Zimo thought to himself. He walked out of the long River of Fate. He cultivated for another night. Early the next morning, all the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong were gathered. Wang Hingji was still the sect master of Zhenwu Xingzong. He gathered all the disciples together. He announced something. Today, Zhenwu Xingzong was going to fly to the core world of the 9 regions with the power of the sect. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Although everyone had known about this for a long time. But the sect had not confirmed the day of ascension. Especially for the new disciples who had just joined, they were even happier. After all, they could ascend as soon as they joined. They only felt that their martial arts future was bright. Everyone felt the same. Wang Hingji waved his hand and asked everyone to quiet down. He said, "Let me say a few simple words. This is also the decree of the Laozu. After entering the core world, we will try our best to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Of course, if anyone provokes us, we can't let Jinwu Xingzong's reputation fall. Do you understand?" Disciple obeys sect master's orders. Countless disciples clasped their fists and shouted together. Wang Hingji nodded with satisfaction. He really liked the current atmosphere in the sect. Everyone was like a dragon, and the sect flourished. Perhaps this was the vision of the primogenitor. On the other side, at that moment, Patriarch True Martial and all the Tao fruits and great sages Laozu had gathered on True Martial Mountain. In fact, everyone was quite happy. "We've been preparing for a long time precisely for the sake of breaking this primordial chaos formation," said True Martial. "Perhaps when we enter the upper realm, someone might ambush us. I think it's time for those from the upper realm to see our strength." "That's right, we have to do well in the first battle. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. The path of cultivation is all about fighting. If we go, there will definitely be a lot of people who won't be willing." Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, the true martial progenitor looked up at the sky. In the sky, ordinary people could not see it. However, everyone could clearly see that the chaotic origin formation was becoming more and more concentrated, sealing the entire sky. Almost no one was able to travel to the core world. Doing so was a little selfish. One had to know that the true martial progenitor was not the only one in the 9 realms. There were also many experts who wanted to go to the core world. It was said that that was the true 9 realms. The Tribulation Immortal Realm, the Realm of Kungsu, the Nether Realm, and the Zhongshuan Realm. The 4 realms combined into one. That world was truly dazzling and exciting. Su Zimo looked up. He knew that he didn't need to do anything to break this primordial chaos formation. The true martial progenitor could do it. However, after entering the core world, what he would face next was the greatest challenge. The true martial progenitor needed to establish his might. Therefore, there would definitely be a big battle. If he didn't establish his might, anyone in the core world would be able to do whatever they wanted to him. Of course, after establishing his might, there was silence. The bird that poked its head out would be shot. After all, the true martial progenitor still had the Holy Court as an enemy. The true martial progenitor stepped into the air. He didn't erupt with any particularly strong power. However, this power still distorted everything. An endless stream of true martial power illuminated the celestial realm. At this moment, he was even brighter than the sun. The desolate tree, the hidden earth flower, and the thunder token floated around him. At this moment, the true martial progenitor raised his hand. There was a boom. The entire sky seemed to be lifted up. Rumble, rumble. This huge hand destroyed the 9 heavens and directly lifted up the primordial chaos formation. It began to shake endlessly. However, in the upper realm, it seemed that someone was presiding over the formation and stabilizing it. The primordial chaos formation turned into a long river of primordial chaos, constantly reverberating in the sky. The true martial progenitor's power was suppressed by this primordial chaos formation. However, the true martial progenitor wasn't in a hurry. The desolate tree took root in the void. An endless stream of desolation law fell into the hands of the true martial progenitor. Boom! A desolate sky pillar rose into the sky. Then, the thunder token appeared. The thunder token commanded thousands of thunderbolts, and the powerful power of thunderbolts kept roaring. The entire sky was filled with mighty thunderbolts. And the hidden earth flower was blooming at this moment. Endless hidden earth flowers covered the entire sky. At this moment, 3 forces wrapped around his body. The primordial chaos formation was constantly spewing out. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Rumble, rumble. Several silhouettes suddenly rushed out. These figures were originally hidden in the void. Now, at the critical moment when the true martial progenitor was breaking the formation, they actually charged out. Not good. Great Sage Sandow roared angrily. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Suzimo was very calm the entire time. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, these people are hiding in the void. How can they hide from the progenitor's perception? What kind of existence was the true martial progenitor? How could he be hidden from these small fries? If that was the case, how could they talk about attacking the heavens?" Hearing Suzimo's words, everyone looked up. In the sky, the black shadows that came from all directions were already in front of them. These people had a clear goal. They directly wanted the 3 treasures of the desolate tree. They wanted to destroy these treasures. As for the true martial progenitor, they also knew their own limits. They were no match for him. These people were death warriors. They were completely disregarding their lives to destroy. The true martial progenitor's expression was calm. He just waved his right hand in the void. "Freeze," he said one word. At this moment, the sky froze, and everything became silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. These black shadows couldn't move. They only felt that the man in front of them was extremely terrifying. With one word, he decided their life and death. As expected. Along with the word freeze, the true martial progenitor said another word, die. With a boom, all the black-robed men exploded. This sentence determined life and death. This was the power of the true martial ancestor. After these black-clothed men died, the sky fell silent again. As for who was behind this, as for what kind of attitude they had, no one cared at the moment. Because no matter how cunning a fox was, it would reveal its tail eventually. This small interlude did not disrupt the true martial ancestor's time to break the formation. The power of the desolate tree, the thunder token, and the dark flower erupted at the same time. Rumble, rumble. A powerful force directly rushed into the chaos element formation. Of course, this force could only resist the chaos element formation and cause the formation's weakest point to appear. The real factor to break the formation was still the true martial ancestor. He wanted to fight with the person who set up the formation. Only by defeating him could he break the formation. At this moment, the true martial ancestor's Tao fruit appeared, and the power of the true martial continuously surged. Rumble. This shocking power broke through the sky and created a hole in heaven and earth. A huge hand appeared in the hole. Suppress. The true martial ancestor snorted coldly. His 3 flowers surged, and his power increased by a few degrees. Immediately after, the true martial ancestor held the sky with both hands and punched fiercely. This punch had the power to shake the heavens. In the sky, the hand in the hole also paused slightly. It was directly destroyed by a punch. "Today, I'm going to the inner world. Who dares to stop me?" The true martial ancestor shouted softly. "I don't mind before I attack the heavens. I'll slaughter a few ancient families and destroy a few immortal court orthodoxies." As soon as he finished speaking, the weakest point of the formation was completely destroyed. The desolate tree and the other 2 items used a powerful force to open a door. This door was the entrance to the inner world. Inside this door, there was endless power evolving. Everyone knew that the chaos element formation had been destroyed. There weren't too many flashy battles. With just a punch and a palm, the ceiling array formation was completely destroyed. "Let's go," the true martial ancestor said. He waved his hand again, and the entire true martial mountain was uprooted and flew directly into the sky. All the disciples were currently on the mountain peak. This was also the arrangement that the disciples had been arranged beforehand. After the door was opened, there was not much time to waste. At this moment, true martial ancestor's divine body had become countless times larger. It seemed to be the effect of lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. He carried the mountain with one hand and flew toward the inner world. This was another time travel for Suzimo. Although the celestial realm was only a door away from the core world, but if one really transmigrated, there was actually a very big gap between them. But this time, thanks to Martial Mountain, Suzimo was not alone. He had nothing to do except meditate and cultivate. He also discussed cultivation with the other Tao fruit experts, drank wine, and so on. It could be considered easy. At this time, the journey continued for more than 10 days. On this day, True Martial's ancestor seemed to sense something. Have all the disciples below the great sage realm hide on Martial Mountain. The great sage guarded the mountain peak. The rest of you, follow me to kill the enemy. Yes. The many Dao fruit experts nodded. They would definitely not guard the mountain, because that would be too passive. Sure enough, after the true martial progenitor finished giving his instructions, another hour passed. Not far away, a door appeared. Everyone knew that they were about to arrive at the inner world. Boom! Martial Mountain turned into an aurora and directly shattered the door. It shattered the void and appeared in another world. What followed was a majestic and rich spiritual energy. It was as if the world was cleansing it. Even Suzimo could clearly feel it. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here, whether it was in terms of richness or density, far exceeded that of other worlds. This was indeed the core area. If one cultivated in this place, even a pig could probably achieve the Tao, let alone a prodigy. However, there was not much time left for everyone. Martial Mountain had just appeared. The surroundings were shrouded by clouds of white mist. Everyone's vision was blocked by the white mist. At this moment, more than a dozen figures walked out of the white mist. These figures were all dressed in black robes and wore white masks. The masks were indifferent, as if they were impartial. People of Xinwu, you are not welcome here. Hearing this, Supreme Sage Sandao was the first to be unhappy. Is it up to you to decide whether we are welcome or not? The 9 domains belong to all living beings, not to a certain person or a certain group of people. Those black-robed people obviously did not want to quarrel and could not be bothered to say anything. One of them said indifferently. If you people of Xinwu don't know what's good for you, then we'll start a massacre today. Go ahead and start a massacre, someone from Martial Mountain said coldly. Activate the formation, one of the black-robed people shouted coldly. The black-robed people stood in different positions. At this moment, a rune appeared under each of their feet. Blood-red lines appeared between these runes, connecting them together. The black-robed people shouted at the same time. Northern Underworld Mystic Murderous Formation. As their voices sounded, a terrifying aura appeared. In an instant, the baleful chi was astonishing. The powerful baleful chi permeated the entire void. Immediately after, time and space spun. Killing intent appeared. The murderous aura came from the mystic murderous chi. This murderous aura was no ordinary murderous aura. It could only be described in one sentence. A supreme sage would die upon contact. Even a Dao fruit expert would be severely injured. However, the cost of setting up this formation was too great. It was impossible for ordinary people to set it up. It was obvious that these people had gone crazy in order to ambush Xinwu. However, from another perspective, these people were wearing black robes and white masks. They did not dare to show their true faces. They were probably afraid. They were afraid that the true martial progenitor would take revenge. Seeing the formation in action, the true martial progenitor knew. If they did not break the formation, he would not be afraid. However, the disciples on Martial Mountain were going to suffer. He snorted coldly. He said indifferently, it seems that many people still don't take me seriously. Remember my words. Today, I, Xinwu, have arrived in the inner world. All of you must remember my name. This is my era. No one who disobeys me will be allowed to exist. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of 3 corpses strengthened his body. The powerful northern underworld mystic murderous formation was torn apart by him with a single hand. How could this be? The black-robed people were shocked. They knew how powerful the true martial progenitor was and were prepared. They did not expect that at this critical moment, they realized that they had underestimated the true martial progenitor. How dare a bunch of scoundrels ambush me? The true martial progenitor snorted coldly. In his 3 corpses form, he was invincible. He even dared to fight the sacred ancestor. So what if he killed his way to the holy court? At this moment, he waved his hand. The masks of the black-robed people shattered. The mask shattered. The dozen or so black-robed men were all shocked. Damn it, this guy is really difficult to deal with. A bunch of scoundrels. I was wondering who it was. Ancestor Zhenwu looked at these people. His gaze swept past them one by one. We will remember all of you and the forces behind you. Today, we will kill all of you and destroy your forces. Consider this a tribute to the might of I, Zhenwu Xingzong. Ancestor Zhenwu waved his hand, and the entire sky froze. The dozen or so black-robed men's expressions changed drastically. Because with their strength, they couldn't break through the void and escape. What's going on? This guy's strength is beyond their expectations. Please use the ancestral weapon, one of them said. His name was Immortal King Vastness. Of course, Immortal King was just his title. His true strength had already stepped into the Dao fruit realm a long time ago. It could be said that the dozen or so black-robed men ambushing this time were almost all Dao fruit powerhouses. A great sage was not qualified to come here. Hearing Immortal King Vastness's words, the other powerhouses also nodded. At this moment, around them, a powerful force surged over. Rumble, rumble. These forces gathered together, and in the center of the sky, a bow and arrow appeared. This bow and arrow was different from the bows they usually saw. This was a bow and arrow that was purple-black in color. There was a powerful murderous aura on this bow. Touching it would kill. Anyone who saw it would feel that this was a murderous bow. The bow of bliss. Ancestor Zhenwu's eyes narrowed. A world-suppressing murderous weapon. You even took out this thing. This bow could be said to be very famous. There had always been rumors in the inner world. There were 10 murderous weapons. Each of them had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The origin of this bow of bliss was very cruel. Legend had it that back then, in order to forge a murderous weapon, someone actually forged his younger brother into a saber. Unfortunately, his younger brother's soul did not die. It had been hidden in the saber and gradually grew stronger. Later, when the time was right, he killed that person. His younger brother was unwilling to accept it. Then, he used this person's spine as the basic material for the bow and pieced several bones together to form the shape of the bow. He also used the other party's tendons and skin to make the bowstring, and used ribs to make the bow and arrow. And the moment the bliss bow was born, its ferocity engulfed the entire world. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all living beings were sucked to death. Of course, this was only the beginning. Later, someone used this bow and arrow to kill countless people. The bow and arrow seemed to represent inauspiciousness. Anyone who came into contact with this bow and arrow would lose their mind and become a tool that only knew how to kill. Thousands of years have passed since then. This bow and arrow had killed countless people, and in the end, it had grown into a lethal weapon. In the end, the weapon was sealed by the Vastness sect. Now that the bow of bliss was reborn, it had to drink blood. At this moment, the bliss bow was born. The endless black gas condensed on the bow and arrow. Boom! An arrow tore through the void and shot toward True Martial Progenitor. True Martial frowned slightly. The black arrow surged with the will of exile. It didn't want to kill Primogenitor True Martial. Instead, it wanted to banish him. After all, everyone knew that. Even a lethal weapon couldn't kill the current True Martial Progenitor. The only way was to banish him. Then, it would kill all the others from Zhenwu Xingzong. The space around the True Martial Progenitor seemed to have been frozen. In the next moment, a huge black hole appeared. It directly swallowed True Martial Progenitor. Immediately after, the bliss bow condensed again. The pitch-black arrow was aimed at the entire True Martial Mountain. Boom! Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the ultimate arrow burst out. Be careful. Great Sage Sandao was the first to step forward. His 3 blades crossed the void and blocked the bow and arrow. Boom! The 3 blades were directly sent flying. However, the bow and arrow's momentum didn't decrease. It tore through the void again. The sacred ancestor of light also stepped forward. The wheel of light in his hand turned into a stream of light and enveloped the black arrow, trying to weaken its power. However, it was still pierced by the black arrow. Su Zimo snorted coldly. At this moment, the black arrow was extremely weak. He raised his tyrannical shadow and completely shattered the black arrow. Seeing this scene, Vast Immortal King was not anxious. Instead, he said indifferently, "You can block 1 arrow. Let me see how many more you can block." The bliss bow condensed again. Another arrow was condensed. Just as the black arrow was about to destroy everything, a large hand suddenly appeared. It directly grabbed the bliss bow. "Why are you still here?" Vast Immortal King was shocked. Because the person who grabbed the bliss bow was true martial progenitor. "Although the weapon is strong, you are as weak as ants," true martial progenitor said indifferently. He waved his right hand. Between heaven and earth, something seemed to be summoned. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended. Thunder rumbled, and the might of the heavens surged. From hundreds of millions of miles away, a spear directly crossed over, shattering everything. It appeared in true martial progenitor's hand. The weapon of heaven. True martial progenitor looked at the spear in his hand. He said indifferently, "I have a weapon too, but I don't want to use it on you." At this point, true martial progenitor swept the spear horizontally. In an instant, the aura of the bliss bow weakened. The condensed black arrow also completely dissipated. The tip of the spear was raised again. With a boom, the figures of Vast Immortal King and the others were suppressed. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. With 2 spears, the outcome of this battle was decided. However, true martial progenitor's target was naturally not Vast Immortal King and the others. Instead, he pointed his spear at the sky. He said indifferently, "Holy Court, I know you are in the dark. You are just a group of cowardly turtles. Since you want to fight, then come out. I don't mind starting the war of the heavens ahead of time." Hearing true martial progenitor's words, the sky fell silent. Then, something seemed to have disappeared in the originally quiet sky. True martial progenitor knew that the people of the Holy Court had left. Only then did he look at Vast Immortal King. "You. What do you want to do?" The Immortal Kings were a little afraid. "From now on, investigate the forces of these people. Kill them one by one," true martial progenitor said. "No, we were bewitched by others," Vast Immortal King hurriedly explained. "We are willing to ally with true martial progenitor. We hope that Senior can give us a chance." True martial progenitor raised his head. "Ally? You are not worthy even if you are dogs. Do you know why, loyalty?" After saying this, true martial progenitor waved his hand again. The spear in his hand directly pierced through everything. The dozen or so immortal kings were directly frozen in the void as if they were gourds. "Take them one by one to watch the day of their sex destruction," true martial progenitor said indifferently. At this moment, Zhenwu Xingzong's group was carrying the spear. The first place they headed to was naturally the Vast Immortal King's vast sect. The vast sect was located in the east of the inner world. They occupied a large area of rivers and mountains. In the center of the mountains and rivers, there was a place with beautiful scenery and rich spirit energy. And the vast sect was located there. Today happened to be the day that the vast sect recruited new disciples. In front of the sect, it could be said to be bustling. Countless disciples lined up in a long line. "So this is the vast sect." A few disciples laughed and discussed while waiting for the assessment. "What a big place, it's much bigger than our Wulingyuan." "Isn't that so?" A young man named Zhang Meng laughed. "In the east of us, the vast sect is the ruler of everything." "That's right, as long as we can become a disciple of the vast sect, we can do whatever we want." Everyone was discussing. Among this group of disciples, there was a beautiful woman. This woman was not ordinary. Her eyes were charming, as if she was born to be a disaster. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. She had a high nose bridge, a little like a woman from the West region. Moreover, she was wearing a pure white dress. Her body was full of immortal aura. She hovered between the two, which also made her very attractive. The surrounding disciples. Their gazes faintly fell on the woman. There were also some bold ones who wanted to get to know her. However, although this woman was polite, there was a clear sense of alienation. As a result, many people could only give up. "All of you, line up properly. If anyone dares to cause trouble, you will be disqualified." The disciples of the vast sect walked past arrogantly. Looking at the newcomers, they said arrogantly, "After entering our vast sect, you have to learn the first lesson. Respect your senior brothers." This disciple spoke strangely. In the line, the West region woman frowned slightly. This vast sect did not give her a good feeling. Ing. The woman looked at the other woman beside her and said. Why is this disciple of the vast sect a little arrogant? My young mistress, don't talk nonsense. The maidservant called Ing hurriedly said. I'm already risking my life by bringing you out to cultivate behind your back. Master won't let me off. If we offend the vastness sect as well, we'll really be finished. Her name was Meng Lily. She smiled and quickly replied, okay. I won't say any more. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that the sunlight above their heads was blocked by something. Everything in front of him darkened. Many people looked up and saw a huge mountain appear above their heads. What's that? It looks like a huge mountain. Nonsense, of course I know it's a mountain. But why would a huge mountain appear out of nowhere? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a majestic voice rang out. It was as if a deity had descended from the heavens. Members of the vastness sect, listen up. Because your progenitor, vast immortal king, offended us. Today, I'm here to destroy your sect. Remember, Zhenwu Xingzong, the sect destroyer. These words were like heavenly thunder, causing ripples to appear in the sky and white clouds to bloom. The sound spread endlessly to the horizon. On Martial Mountain, Su Zimo received the order to destroy the sect. To Su Zimo, now that the vastness sect no longer had the vast immortal king, there were no obstacles. The others from Martial Mountain were watching from the side. At this moment, as the voice fell, everyone in the vast sect started to panic. The sect master of the vastness sect, Heavenly Demon Wang, was the first to order, hurry, activate the sect protection array. I'll invite Lao Zu. In the vastness sect, apart from the progenitor, the vast immortal king, there were also some followers of Lao Zu. Although they were not as powerful as the vast immortal king. However, at this time, they naturally needed a backbone. At this moment, the sect protection array was activated. It enveloped the entire vastness sect. However, the new disciples who were preparing to take the assessment were not included. This made many people worried. Do you think we'll be implicated and destroyed? I don't think so. We haven't joined the vastness sect yet. Some people rejoiced and said, fortunately, we didn't join the vastness sect. Otherwise, we'd definitely die. What kind of force is destroying the sect? The vastness sect is the most powerful force in the east of our inner world. Yet, someone actually dares to come and destroy the sect. Didn't you hear? Even the vast immortal king was destroyed. What's there to be afraid of? In the crowd, the maidservant called Inger was a little scared. She said to Meng Lily, Miss, let's leave quickly. They're going to fight. It'll only be interesting if they fight. Why should we leave? Meng Lily waved her hand. At this moment, Su Zimo stepped on the air and arrived. He looked at the sect protection array of the vastness sect. This array formation might be very troublesome for others, but to him, it was something he could break easily. Su Zimo waved his palm. In the sky, the spiritual chi was like a whale swallowing everything, forming a huge palm that overflowed into the sky. When the palm fell, it seemed like it was going to destroy the world. Rumble. The array formation was directly destroyed. The entire world where the vastness sect was located was affected. The sect master, Heavenly Demon Wang, stood up. He hurriedly asked, May I know how our vastness sect has offended you, Senior? Please forgive us, Senior. I've already made it very clear that I'm here to destroy your sect, Su Zimo said indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He directly grabbed with his hand and suppressed Heavenly Demon Wang. The powerful spirit energy in that hand suppressed everything. Heavenly Demon Wang was shocked to discover that he couldn't move. Then, the huge hand was about to destroy everything. Ancient voices could be heard coming from the Haohan sect. Young man, when it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. 5 old men with thunder rumbling around them stepped into the air. They were the only 5 Laozu left of the vastness sect. Among the 5 of them, one of them was a Tao fruit expert. The other 4 were also peak great sage existences. At this moment, the 5 of them had ugly expressions. Because they had just gone to look for the vast immortal king. They discovered that their ancestor had really gone missing. Thinking of what the other party said, everyone was shocked and terrified. "What did you do to our ancestor?" one of the old men asked. "Do you want to know?" Suzimo sneered. He waved his hand. The spear fell from the sky, and the vast immortal king and the others were all strung together, unable to move. "Ancestor!" Everyone was shocked and shouted. "All right, your ancestor will accompany you." "Don't worry," Suzimo said. "Let go of our ancestor." The 5 old men roared at the same time. "Kill." The 5 of them were surrounded by an imposing aura. The 5 of them were named after the light of the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, thunder rumbled around Laozu. The 5 of them cultivated the same cultivation technique. Not only were they using the same cultivation method, but the 5 of them had also comprehended the same law. This law was the law of the sun, moon, and stars. The 5 of them could be considered geniuses. They actually perfectly fused the power of the sun, moon, and stars into one. Rumble, rumble. Moon Laozu's law surged, and a powerful force shattered heaven and earth. He waved his hand. That round moon directly illuminated the blue dome of heaven, suppressing Suzimo. "Get lost," Suzimo shouted coldly. He threw a punch at the moon, causing it to explode. A devouring black hole appeared in the void. The 5 Laozu had ugly expressions. The strongest among them, Laozu, who was also a Dao fruit powerhouse, Laozu, was blooming with light. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sky. "The sun rises from the east, I am the glory." He stretched out his hand, which seemed to be tens of millions of miles long. It directly suppressed Suzimo. "You're not good enough," Suzimo shouted in a low voice. He also threw a punch. Whether it was Moon Laozu or Sun Laozu, it didn't matter to him. With one punch and one palm, the sun seemed to be shattered. In the light, Suzimo's fist broke through the sky. This punch directly landed on Laozu's face. Boom! Laozu's head was smashed to pieces. But immediately after, Laozu's figure returned to normal. The recovery ability of a Dao fruit powerhouse was already strong enough. The 5 Laozu advanced together and stepped into the sky. They surrounded Suzimo. At this moment, the 5 of them seemed to have formed some kind of array formation. The array seal had already appeared in the special array formation. It enveloped Suzimo. Sun Moon Heaven Earth Killing Array. It was a very vulgar name for the array formation. But the power of the array formation was very powerful. Rumble, rumble. This array formation destroyed everything and could actually absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. It perfectly integrated the power of the 3 into the array formation. This was also the last trump card of the 5 of them. In fact, it was a long time ago. Now that the strength of the 5 of them had reached this level, it was very difficult for them to continue improving. For example, the gap between the peak of the Great Sage Realm and the Dao Fruit Realm was clearly just a threshold. However, this was a hurdle that would take a lot of effort, and it would be difficult to cross in one's lifetime. Therefore, the 5 of them knew that their potential had reached its limit. Thus, he began to increase his strength in other areas. The first was the array formation. The 5 of them had created this array formation. When the 5 of them worked together, they felt that they could trap any Dao fruit expert or even kill him. This was not the result of 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it was several times or even dozens of times stronger. Unfortunately, they met the wrong person. Suzimo had an invincible Dao fruit. At this moment, his Nirvana law was lingering around the tip of his blade. He dragged his long saber. Even the void was shattered. Everything seemed to be facing destruction. Suzimo directly slashed. Boom! The void shattered. A hole appeared in the Sun Moon Heaven Earth Killing formation. How is that possible? The 5 of them were shocked. He hurriedly repaired the formation. Suzimo slashed down again. The Nirvana law seemed to be able to destroy everything. This time an even larger crack appeared in the formation. The 5 of them were already somewhat flustered. The cracks in the formation continued to expand. Finally, after a few consecutive slashes from Suzimo, the entire formation could no longer hold on and completely shattered. Run! The moment the formation shattered, the 5 of them reached a consensus. They could not fight against him. They were no match for him. It was still the 36 stratagems. Escape was the best strategy. However, Su Zimo did not give them a chance to leave. He slashed the sky with his saber. This slash chopped off the heads of the remaining 4 Laozus among the 5 Laozus. As for the remaining Sun Laozus, he should be the strongest. He was already at the Dao Fruit realm. He was lucky enough to escape this calamity. Slash again, Su Zimo shouted. He directly threw out the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The long saber transformed into an endless saber energy. It was as if a hole had been cut open in the sky. Rumble, rumble. Finally, an insurmountable chasm appeared between heaven and earth. The place where Ba Ying's shadow landed was right on old ancestor Zhongri's chest. It stirred his heart. And the Nirvana law distorted and destroyed everything about him. His divine soul, yin-yang soul. Boom. An explosion was heard. His entire body was torn apart. As for the disciples of the vast sect, including the higher-ups, seeing this scene, they felt like the sky was about to collapse. I'm not dreaming, am I? Laozu, Laozu, and the others are all dead. How is this possible? What kind of powerful enemy did we provoke? Everyone was discussing. At this moment, there were still some smart people. They shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Run! Laozu is dead. We're next." The entire vast sect was in chaos. Su Zimo stepped on the air and stood in the sky. He sneered, "Can you run? How can there be a place in the sky that I can't see?" He reached out his hand. Only a boom sound was heard. Boundless spiritual chi in this world was being pulled over. Rumble, rumble. Along with the instability of the spirit energy, problems began to appear in the mountains and rivers of the vast sect. That was because the spirit energy in Su Zimo's hand was increasing. In the end, it formed a long dragon. This was not an ordinary long queue. The spirit energy dragon represented this world. The spirit energy dragon was roaring. He actually wanted to destroy the land of this world. Cracks appeared on the ground. Rumble, rumble. Countless cracks got bigger and bigger, and countless deep pits appeared. Many disciples couldn't escape and were even buried alive by the cracks and pits. The entire vast sect fell into a destructive storm. And those disciples outside the vast sect who managed to escape the calamity and came to participate in the competition were all feeling lucky. Fortunately, we didn't enter the vast sect. Otherwise, we would definitely die. I'm just curious. What kind of force is this that can even destroy the vast sect? Among the disciples, there was a beautiful girl. At this moment, she was looking at the sky with a longing expression. Martial Mountain, as well as Su Zimo's figure in the sky, was Martial Mountain. Her gaze was infatuated. It was as if she wanted to remember all of this. "Miss," the maidservant named Inger hurriedly said. "The outside world is too dangerous. Let's go back quickly. With Master around, he can protect us for the rest of our lives." "I'm not going back," the girl, Meng Lily, said stubbornly. "I want to go and cultivate. But the vast sect has already been destroyed. Where are we going to learn?" Inger said helplessly. Meng Lily pouted and pointed at Martial Mountain in the sky. "What do you think of that place?" Accompanied by the roar of the spirit energy dragon, and Su Zimo's continuous increase in power. Finally, this world couldn't withstand it and completely fell into destruction. The ground became a tomb. Everyone was drowned in it. This was the place where the vast sect was built and would also be their burial ground. Many people were born here and died here. The storm at the vastness sect finally subsided. Martial Mountain entered the void and headed to the next place where the sect was destroyed. The world where the vastness sect originally existed gradually calmed down. Many people were shocked when they came here again. It's destroyed. It's all destroyed. This world has been destroyed. It's not just the vastness sect. It's almost impossible to establish a sect here in the future. Many people exclaimed in surprise, but at the same time, they were also very shocked. Another powerful force seemed to have appeared in the inner world. Some of the more powerful forces began to use all their resources to investigate Xinwu. At this moment, on Martial Mountain, powerful orthodoxies and sage sects were destroyed one after another. The entire inner world seemed to have been shaken. It was just that this process made Su Zimo a little surprised. Because the nation of 10,000 immortals was not among the forces that ambushed Xinwu. He remembered that he had a conflict with the saintess of the nation of 10,000 immortals, Miao Ruyan. At one point, he almost killed her. He originally thought that the nation of 10,000 immortals would most likely join the ambush under such good circumstances. He did not expect that they were all ambushed by unfamiliar forces. These forces should have been bewitched by the Holy Court. Killing these forces could be considered as killing the Holy Court's minions. Finally, after several sects were destroyed, most of the forces that were ambushed were killed. On this day, everyone arrived at the last place where the sect was destroyed. The Shattered Demon Sea. This was a very mysterious place. It was said that a great demon had fallen here. The great demon's roar and blood affected the sea. In the end, the originally pure seawater turned into a pitch-black demonic sea. This place was also renamed the Shattered Demon Sea. This world was mysterious to begin with. If ordinary beings came into contact with the seawater, they would probably be completely demonized. This was because the seawater had the ability to bewitch others. Therefore, many people stayed away from this place. Those who could live in this sea were all demons who had gotten used to being demonized. There were also some powerhouses who used supreme divine weapons to seal a small part of the demonic sea and established their sects here. This demonic sea was a purgatory. However, when one got used to it, one would realize that this was also a paradise. A paradise for cultivators. Regardless of whether it was for body tempering or the demonic chi it contained, the demonic water was a fatal temptation to cultivators. Therefore, among the group of people who ambushed Xinwu, there were a lot of people. There was a treasure Buddha demon venerable. His treasured Buddha demonic mountain was built here. It was said that Baofo demon venerable was a monk a long time ago. He was an ascetic monk. Travel the world and see through the world of mortals. After that, he came to the Shattered Demon Sea. At that time, everyone felt that this was a dangerous place. There were countless deaths and injuries, and anyone who touched it would die. Only Treasure Buddha Demon Venerable did not believe it. He was trying to purify the Shattered Demon Sea on his own. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. This was because the Shattered Demon Sea's resentment was monstrous, and its killing intent was boundless. It was impossible to convert him. Even Treasure Buddha Demon Venerable was tainted by the devil chi. However, even though he had failed, he had gained some benefits from it. He discovered the miraculous use of the magic water. To others, it was an extremely ominous object, but to an existence that could absorb demonic chi, it was extremely dangerous. It was indeed a blessed land. As a result, he cultivated in the Shattered Demon Sea for countless years and finally obtained his current cultivation realm and achievements. And that was not all. He also built his treasured Buddha demonic mountain here. In a short period of time, the entire sect prospered and became a force that could not be ignored in the inner world. Therefore, this was also the last place where Xinwu was destroyed. When the huge Martial Mountain stopped above the Shattered Demon Sea, they saw that the seawater was boundless and boundless. Sunlight could not penetrate it, and no matter how strong the flames were, they could not evaporate it. Even water could not assimilate it. In short, nothing could enter the Shattered Demon Sea. The entire sea was dark. If one looked carefully, they would find that the surface of the sea was filled with demonic chi. On Martial Mountain, Su Zimo frowned. He looked at the light Holy Lord beside him. He asked, "Can you hear that sound?" "What sound?" The light Holy Lord asked curiously. "It's an unwilling roar," Su Zimo muttered to himself. He heard it. And the closer he got to the Shattered Demon Sea, the louder and clearer the sound became. But strangely, he asked several people in a row, but they could not hear anything. This should not be. It could not be that he had good hearing. Of course, there was another explanation. The Shattered Demon Sea might have something to do with him. Because Su Zimo sensed the demonic chi, it was pure demonic chi that only the real demons had. It was impossible for a normal demonic art to be so pure. What does the shattered demon sea have to do with the demons? He muttered to himself. Of course, his current goal was still the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain. The Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain was located in the east of the Shattered Demon Sea. They were not the rulers of this sea. They only lived in a corner. In this sea, there were prehistoric giant crocodiles and indescribable creatures. These were all mysterious creatures in the Shattered Demon Sea. It was impossible for the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain to rule or occupy the sea. Where is the sect master of the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain? Supreme Sage Sandow shouted softly. This time, the task of destroying the sect was given to him. His voice was like a divine saber chi that seemed to have condensed into a substance. At this moment, as his voice fell, rumble, rumble. The entire Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain exploded. In the Demon Mountain, a middle-aged man in a black robe stepped out. He was surrounded by demonic chi. The demonic chi on this middle-aged man was pitch black. However, Su Zimo could feel that it was not pure. Simply put, he was not a demon. He cultivated demonic chi and absorbed the power of the Shattered Demon Sea, which resulted in his current state. Senior, it is the honor of the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain to have you here. I am the sect master of the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain. The middle-aged man said with a smile. It is my fault for not being able to welcome you. Allow me to apologize to Senior. Don't give me that. We are here to destroy the sect, Supreme Sage Sandow said. When you go to the Nether Domain, remember to tell others. The one who will kill you is called Sandow. Hearing this, the sect master of the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain sighed. The heavens are virtuous. I hope that Senior can be magnanimous this time. Our ancestor overestimated himself. Ambushing Senior is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I believe that Senior and the forces behind Senior have come to the inner world. You will be rushing over with great momentum. No one will be able to stop you. The others of the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain are innocent. I hope that Senior can understand. One had to admit that the sect master of the Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain had a good attitude. At least among the forces that destroyed the sect. He was the best person there was. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he feel arrogant or anything else. However, after hearing the sect master's words, Supreme Sage Sandow snorted coldly. Innocent? How can there be innocent people in this world? When Demon Venerable Treasure Buddha was at his peak, you all received his favor. Now that he's in trouble, you all naturally have to bear the responsibility. There's no such thing as enjoying without paying a price. Hearing this, the sect master's expression changed slightly. He sighed. If that's the case, then we'll risk our lives to accompany you. We can't just wait for death. He didn't want to become enemies with Xinwu Xingzong. However, ever since Demon Venerable Treasure Buddha's ambush, everything was set in stone. They couldn't escape. They had to face it eventually. If we die, we can only die in battle. As soon as the sect master's voice fell, the demon mountain they were on began to tremble. There were many reflections on the demon mountain. With a boom, it was as if a world was evolving inside the demon mountain. Rumble, rumble. The demonic mountain rose up and slammed into Supreme Sage Sandow. Slash. Supreme Sage Sandow shouted. 3 blades coiled around his body. The first blade directly broke through the void and slashed toward the demon mountain. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain was completely shattered into 2 halves. Supreme Sage Sandow didn't plan to stop. His remaining 2 blades soared into the sky. The 3 blades crossed each other in the void. They began to slash toward the demon mountain. Rumble, rumble. Not long after, the entire Treasure Buddha Demon Mountain was shattered into ruins. The precious Buddha sect master brought a group of elders and stepped out of the ruins. Buddha seal. The sect master burned his essence blood. At this moment, his gaze was solemn. Above the shattered demon sea, endless Buddha light began to envelop it. Ancient Buddha Dipankara burned the sky and boiled the sea. Amidst the endless Buddhist light, a Buddhist lamp slowly burned. Within the Buddha lamp, there was an origin flame burning. In an instant, even the shattered demon sea was burning. A long time ago, this demon Venerable Treasure Buddha learned Buddhism. This Buddhism came from ancient Buddha Dipankara. Back then, he stole Dipankara and became an ascetic monk. Later on, he entered the shattered demon sea. In the end, he never used the Buddhist lamp again. When the lamp started burning, it immediately surrounded Supreme Sage Three Blades. This flame was very strong. Even Great Sage Triblade's three sabers were unable to sever the flames. Supreme Sage Three Blades snorted coldly. He waved his hands, and the three sabers instantly merged into one. It condensed into a soul blade. Nothing in the world can hide from me. Slash all things in the formless. Boom. The soul blade slashed out. The flames were unable to stop the soul saber. After the saber shattered everything, it passed through the flames and landed on the lamp. Rumble. An explosion was heard. The lamp was extinguished and shattered. Not good. The precious Buddha sect master's expression changed greatly. This was their final trump card. Sect master, let's run. An elder shouted. Run to where? The precious Buddha sect master asked in despair. There's no way out. Everyone fell silent. At this time, an elder suddenly said, Sect master, do you still remember that demonic corpse? Demonic corpse? The precious Buddha sect master was surprised at first. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. That won't do. The ancestor once said that it was a very dangerous thing and told us not to provoke it. But sect master, this is a matter of life and death, we can't care about that anymore. An elder replied. Furthermore, we once tried to refine that demonic corpse into a puppet, it might be useful. The crowd discussed animatedly, and they were all trying to persuade him. This caused the sect master of the precious Buddha sect to become uncertain and hesitant. But now, as the soul blade fell, everything began to shatter. Inside the precious Buddha demonic mountain, countless disciples were killed. Then let's give it a try. He sighed. At this time, the precious Buddha sect master took out a token. This token seemed to be filled with the law of space. The moment the token was crushed, the entire shattered demon sea began to fluctuate. Rumble, rumble. Countless bubbles began to appear on the shattered demon sea, as if something was about to be born. Yin Yang attraction technique. Thin threads began to appear on the precious Buddha sect master's hand. There were at least tens of thousands of these threads. Inside the shattered demon sea, a huge body gradually appeared. The moment this body appeared, thousands of demonic aura began to riot. The entire shattered demon sea seemed to be in a riot. The originally calm surface of the sea began to fluctuate. There were even waves that kept crashing. Inside the waves, inside the shattered demon sea, this huge figure covered everything. This figure was at least tens of thousands of feet tall and was completely black. The demonic aura on it was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. The threads in the precious Buddha sect master's hand began to spread out bit by bit. These threads wrapped around every part of the demonic corpse, including its hands, legs, and head. Under the guidance of the precious Buddha sect master, the demonic corpse slowly stood up. The pressure this demonic corpse brought was very strong. After it stood up, the entire shattered demon sea began to churn. This demonic corpse's eyes were tightly shut. It seemed to have been in a state of deep sleep. The demonic corpse's palm fell, and a boom sound was heard. Great Sage Three Blades hurriedly retreated. The entire shattered demon sea was lifted up. What a powerful existence, Great Sage Three Blades spoke seriously. Even if he was a Tao Fruit Realm combatant, he could still feel how powerful the demonic corpse was. And this demonic corpse couldn't even move, it was only being controlled. Great Sage Three Blades' expression was serious as sharp blade chi erupted from his eyes. Let me do it, Suzimo's voice suddenly came from next to him. Great Sage Three Blades was stunned. This demonic corpse is somewhat related to me, Suzimo explained. Great Sage Three Blades thought for a bit, then nodded. Suzimo looked at the demonic corpse. It was also surrounded by demonic aura. Within the vast demonic aura, it was faintly becoming one with the shattered demon sea. The demonic corpse began to walk towards Suzimo step by step. Suzimo didn't dodge. If there was a hint of deep thought and memory in his eyes, He obtained the memories of the previous demon lord, then asked Baimont and the others to confirm a few things. "Lin, I'm back," he replied with a low voice. Under the demonic corpse's control, it slapped towards Suzimo. At this time, the demonic palm stopped a centimeter away from Suzimo. The demonic corpse seemed to have sensed something. It began to break free from the string's control. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic corpse seemed to be awakening as it kept roaring. At this time, as the string broke, boom, 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 it exploded. Precious Buddha sect master's figure was sent flying by the explosion. At this time, the demonic corpse's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, the entire shattered demon sea shook. Demonic aura soared to the sky. "Lord, you're here." At this moment, only Suzimo and the demon corpse were left in the shattered devil sea. Suzimo looked thin and small, while the demon corpse was huge, forming a sharp contrast. Suzimo sighed. He knew the demon corpse's identity. Perhaps more than anyone else. In the demon race, apart from the 10 great demon generals, there were also the 4 great guardians. One of the 4 great guardians was Lin. The status of the guardians was even higher than the demon generals. This was because the weakest of the guardians was at least Dao fruit. Among them, there was no lack of the 3 flowers. "How did you end up like this?" Suzimo sighed. The black seawater in the shattered devil sea was not something else. It was demon blood. Indeed, Lin's black blood dyed the sea black. After countless years, it still did not dissipate. "I'm in a deep sleep, waiting for the day when demons arrive," Lin said seriously. He opened his mouth, and in an instant, the shattered devil sea began to fluctuate. Countless waves rolled, and the sound of rumble, rumble, could be heard incessantly. Everyone was shocked to discover the seawater was all swallowed into Lin's stomach. Walala, walala. Spanning tens of millions of miles, the boundless sea water was like a bottomless pit. It was all swallowed into the demon corpse's stomach. Of course, this would take some time. However, the demon corpse did not seem to know how to fill its stomach. The black demonic sea was constantly being absorbed. The seawater stirred up the clouds in the sky. Whether it was the other prehistoric creatures or the floating islands, they had all sunk into it. "Run!" Many people from the Precious Buddha demon sect began to struggle. Unfortunately, no matter who it was, they were all submerged by the stirred seawater. Once these demonic seas came into contact with them, they would melt until not even their bones and flesh remained. It would devour all the power in your body. The Precious Buddha demon sect had been established in the shattered devil sea for a long time. Unfortunately, they thought they could absorb the demonic sea's power to cultivate. In the end, it was just a wedding dress. Their corpses were gone, and even their lives were returned to the demon corpse. As everyone struggled, the shattered devil sea was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone could feel it. The demon corpse's aura was getting stronger and stronger. At one point, he even felt like he was going to be resurrected. Because before this, he was only a corpse. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a corpse. "What kind of divine ability is this?" Supreme Sage Sandow asked in surprise. "You can revive a corpse that has been dead for countless years?" On True Martial Mountain, the True Martial Primogenitor said with interest, "Stealing the sky and swapping the sun." Of course, he was merely curious about this. But he wasn't interested. Although it was true that this method could allow one to live forever. He entrusted his blood to heaven and earth, emptied his body, and put his soul to sleep. This could greatly reduce the consumption of HP. But Primogenitor True Martial didn't need these things. He should be the one attacking the heavens. Those who challenged the heavens would either succeed or die. There was no third option. Therefore, the True Martial Progenitor watched the demonic corpse with curiosity. At this moment, the bottomless shattered demon sea was being absorbed by the scale at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was an eye-opener for everyone. A steady stream of devil chi began to surge around Lin's body. He knelt on one knee. He looked at Suzimo and said solemnly, "Master, Lin will obey your orders." His eyes were full of piety. It was as if he was on a pilgrimage. "Why did you die here?" Suzimo asked. "We lost that battle in the end," Lin sighed. When the primordial devil's den was sealed and exiled, I was lucky. I hid outside and wasn't exiled. But at that time, they launched a demon extermination operation. They wanted to wipe out all the demons in the 9 regions. I was ambushed and eventually besieged. So I chose to fake my death. Lin's expression was a little angry, but also a little relieved. The great cause of conquering the heavens has not been completed. How can I fall? It seems that a lot of things happened back then, Suzumo sighed. He waved his hand. The entrance to the divine land appeared in the void. Go in. Some old friends are waiting for you to catch up with them. The old friends that Suzumo mentioned were naturally Baimont and the other demon generals. After subduing Lin, Suzumo looked at the empty shattered demon sea. The treasure Buddha demon mountain here had also been dealt with. He believed that at this moment, countless people were staring at this place. Countless eyes were on Jinwu Xingzong. There were even countless forces that began to trace their origins. This was the first time that Jinwu Xingzong had established his power after coming to the inner world. This was a successful show of power. It basically deterred many people, and some people did not dare to act rashly. Next, Jinwu Xingzong would be quiet for a while. Moreover, the ancestors of Jinwu and the others also had to start preparing for conquering the heavens. It should be known that conquering the heavens was not just a matter of words. It was not a matter of just a few people fighting blindly. They must use the best time, place, and people to conquer the heavens in the safest way. Suzumo returned to the true martial mountain. The ancestor of Jinwu began to say, first, find a place where the sect can be located. Choose a place where the sect can be established. Didn't we pass by an ancient forest when we destroyed the sect? Supreme Saint Sandao said. The spirit chi there is rich and the climate is pleasant. The way I see it, you only need to do some simple work and you can live here. I agree, but the forces in the inner world are complicated. Let's first understand the current situation, the Sacred Lord of Light said. Everyone knew. The inner world was made up of several realms. After some understanding, Suzumo finally understood. This world was called the realm of Kungsu. It was located in the north of the inner world, where the Protoss lived. In short, it was ruled by the Protoss. Although the vast sect and the treasured Buddha demonic mountain were powerful and well-known, the vast sect and the demonic treasure mountain were powerful and well-known. However, they were like ants under the control of the Protoss. No matter how hard they tried, they could not escape from the rule of the Protoss. The realm of Kungsu was the supreme worldview of the Protoss. The Protoss lived under the heavens, and they formed a divine court. Basically, the powerful members of the Protoss were in the divine court. Some of the weaker members of the Protoss would establish their own forces in the realm of Kungsu and seek for their own development. The forest where Jinwu Xingzong had established his sect. It was called the 10,000 Beasts Forest. It was a paradise for monsters, and it had been occupied by monsters a long time ago. It was difficult for humans to enter. On this day, the 10,000 Beasts Forest, which had been peaceful for countless years, was finally broken. A towering mountain that pierced through the clouds moved over from the void and stopped on top of the mountain. I, Jinwu Xingzong, will establish my sect here from today onwards. I will begin to recruit disciples. All the demonic beasts will have to make way for my disciple. End of chapter 1724. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.